pushing me. You're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Ride on the wings of the hurricane.
I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know.
club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on to take them flights at the sight of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around. Don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
Rise it up, break it out, all along got you in my heart. Burn it up, feel the rush, get ready. You could try to keep me down, but you're never gonna break me. All the years I've known in my heart, all the fears are falling apart. Oh, move over. Gonna fight till the end of the road. Gonna make it on my own. Deep in my soul, my brave wild heart.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I don't know what you've been told, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. 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 Now listen to the music as I bring you to the light. You can stop to see it, don't just open your eyes. All you funky people, just join the funky line. Girl, groove make your soul shaker. Everybody sing along. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me. Gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. 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 Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me. You're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Ride on the wings of the hurricane.
I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you
They said we had to prove ourselves. So we did. They said we'd never reach the top. But here we are. We've broken barriers. We've shattered limits.
Now this big fish needs to find a bigger pond.
Now, it's not about proving anything anymore. It's about fighting harder, rising higher. Now, we are fearless.
Hello and welcome to VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 2. This is day 3 of the Stage 2 playoffs. I am Zoe and I have the utmost pleasure of hosting the desk today and pick the wrinkly brains of our esteemed analysts. It's going to be Tombiz and Inami all day long, and I'm just thrilled to be back on the desk with the two of you.
I like the wrinkly brain because it's a compliment, but weirdly somehow feels like an insult, whereas smooth brain is probably the accurate of the lot.
Smooth brain sounds nicer though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I'm super confused, but super excited to be here
That's
with
all right.
you and super excited to be covering some interesting games today.
Yeah, I mean, so far, this has been incredible. GCMEA always delivers. We had crazy close games in the knockout rounds, and then quite the upset yesterday in the semifinals. What are your thoughts so far in the competition, starting with you, Tom?
It's been weird. I definitely think the game I expected to be the closest was the most dominant of the lot, and we'll definitely touch on that later on. But I think, again, it's always just the display of how competitive some of these teams coming up from contenders can be and how interesting some of those matches end up being when you'd look at like a reigning champion versus a contender and you'd think, okay, that's got to be a blowout.
Yeah, and what's interesting even more for me is the fact that even if we have all this competition getting closer and closer, we spoke about it so much, but every single time the top 4 is still the same, and it just shows in this graphic that to the points where, again, we have the same top 4, Carmen Corp, GiantX, G2, and SK and Ebola, where the contenders teams are still under with only 20 points.
That's right. And of course, the points that you're getting each stage are racking up, right? So like every stage we have more points up for grabs in those top slots, but it is always the same familiar faces. No contenders teams left in the playoffs. As you can see, we had to say goodbye to both of them in the knockout rounds. But now we got the Giants on top. This is going to be such a fierce competition.
For sure. No, I think that like KC, after maybe some shakier times, looked incredible getting into the playoff stage, and the fact that they did so well as of recent. The only real surprise for me so far is after like a flawless sort of position we had, the fact that G2 looked a little bit more questionable. But yeah, I think again, we've got them coming up later on, always good for a comeback. But for now, getting into KC versus GX match, which in EMEA, I think we've seen a couple of times.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times, and also what I want to highlight about this matchup is a matchup that KC were excited about because they wanted to face Nami, since she's close friends with the KC player. So this will be a very, very interesting matchup to cover first today.
Friends turned foes, the drama. I'm here for it. But if we're looking at the individual teams here, starting with KC, they are, of course, the reigning champs coming into stage 2. So that's already a lot of pressure. But then, really, their group stage performance, that did not look like a championship performance. It was a very slow start in the groups. They dropped a lot of matches where we would have considered them the favorite coming into.
For sure. Like, I think losing to the likes of a G2, maybe you'd forgive at times, especially with their form and, like, close matches. But them losing to, like, Blackhand was a bit of an odd one, considering their stature. SK as well, you'd kind of, most of the time, put KC above that. And yeah, I think maybe coming off the back of a victory, go back into the group stage, testing a few things here and there that didn't quite work out. And I won't lie, it came into that playoff stage in the first match. I saw them looking a little bit shaky. I saw that they could have gone out, and I was like,
yeah,
okay, this is not going to be the team that ends up being champions. And then, oh boy, they proved me wrong.
They sure did. Yeah, you know, let's talk about this because, yeah, after, you know, group stage, you can shake that off, you know, be a playoffs team, why not? But then they're going up against a contenders team in the knockout rounds. and they were pressed. That was not a dominance performance. That looked equally as shaky. And then yesterday, a completely different team. Like, completely different. Like, that was about as dominant as it gets. 13-2 in that first map. Like, what?
Yeah, I think I have to give some credits there also to Twisted Minds because they've been coming from contenders. It's a team that's so unexpected. Like, no one expected them to be this far. They had so many individual unexpected performances that were so surprising, I think, even for the likes of KC. And that's what led to this first day that was a little shaky. But it felt like the bootcamp buff is coming in for KC so strong. And as a result, like, their domination yesterday.
Yeah, we love a good boot camp buff. We also love a team that just basically wins every pistol round. And even if they don't, they still turn it around. Tom, that was actually kind of nuts. Like, no matter which team they faced off against, their pistols look so clean.
Yeah, the playoff stage, Casey, has been a different beast. You win 8 out of 10 pistols. Any coach or any fan on the planet, you're going to be happy with that. The 2 pistols you lose, you force buy, and you win the second round. That's impossible. Like, you're breaking the statistics of any team ever to be achieving to that sort of level. And then you kind of look at, like, okay, maybe some of the games are still close, but that boost that they're getting at the beginning of every single match is massive for them. So I think that if they keep that going, they're almost a shoo-in just to win the whole thing.
Absolutely. It's also, of course, a lot of it came down to individual pop-off performances, and there were plenty on that roster. Glance yesterday was basically just a walking, talking highlight reel, getting that info, getting those kills, playing that Sova like a duelist, let's be real.
Yeah, I was a little surprised when I heard her say, talk about the Tejo and say they nerfed me, but girl, what? I feel like putting her on Sova just made her like even more buffed. So I think I'm happy to see her back on the Sova, and it's a fragging Sova, not this simple like Sova that just gives you the intel and sets you up. No, she's here to win it, and she's here to, like, she showed up, and her Sova has been just flawless.
I think the cool thing about her Sova especially was she ended up in a lot of the sort of late round scenarios against her old team. And the amount of times where you just watch her have the perfect read. It's like maybe the other player looks like they have the drop on glance, and then seconds later she just domes them. Or I think it's this round, she ends up just fragging out with a stinger. Like, these are rounds that they should not be winning. She almost has no right to win. And in a position where you're going to feel that added pressure. You had a bad first day of the playoffs. You come up against your old team who at that stage had barely lost a map. And then you just body them. Like, it's absolutely nothing, no pressure at all, make it look easy.
Yeah, I actually had an opportunity earlier today to talk to Alia about their performance against G2 and also about the shaky group stage. So let's hear what she had to say. Alia joining us for a quick chat. Thank you so much for taking the time. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. What about you?
Oh, you're like the first person to ever ask me back. I'm doing fine, thank you. Yeah. Everyone is rude except from you. That's what I'm taking away from this. Well, Alia, after winning stage 1, you guys came into stage 2 as the reigning champions, but the group stage performance was, let's just say, a little underwhelming, not what we wanted to see. What do you think caused that slow start for Casey?
I think we were not in a good shape, and the Tejo change affect us a lot. I mean, we had like every comp at Tejo and they changed it, so we had to change the comps. And we were working on it, and we had not that much time. But now we're also, the boot camp is affecting us well. So we're in a boot camp, we're in a good shape, we did our comps, we did a lot of strats, and now we're fine.
And now we're fine. We love to hear that. Your first match in the playoffs, that looked, I guess, a little more shaky. But then yesterday, you looked like a different team. Like, you guys were locked in. Yeah. It was clean. What adjustments did you make from the first day to the next day?
To be honest, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It just happened.
It just,
everyone was
just
insane.
Yeah, really, everyone was insane. You had an incredible game as well. You looked so clinical on Lotus. What have you personally been focused on coming into the playoffs?
What do you mean by that?
Just like you as a player, like what did you feel like you need to work on for this playoffs?
Just focus on strats, because I'm having a difficult time focus on strats, but I'm doing it well right now. And also, I needed to adapt the boot camp for playoffs, which is hard for me as well. But right now, it's perfect.
Yeah, that's obviously a lot going on now. This
Yeah.
is also the first time you're playing with a non-Turkish team, non-Turkish players.
Yeah, for me, yes.
Have you gotten used to coming in English like all day, every day? Because your English is phenomenal.
Really? Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, it's great. Has it been hard for you to adjust to only coming and talking in English?
Not really. I had friends who was talking English and I was playing with them. And also I was going to 5 stacks. So I'm kind of used to it, but on a team, it was hard at first time, but I'm used to it. And I'm improving.
That's great to hear. Now, your upcoming opponent, that's GiantX. You played them 3 times this year, and you had the upper hand in your Stage 1 encounters, but you did lose to them in Week 3 of the Stage 2 groups. It was a very close series, though. Is there anything you can take away from that match that you will be implementing in today's match?
I think it's gonna be the same as the last split. Then we're gonna beat them, of course. And I think it's gonna be better. I think because we have, like I said, we have a lot of strats now. We have new comps. We're gonna play different. As you can see, we're playing different. Yeah, I think we're gonna beat them.
All right, that's the attitude. That's the right spirit heading into this one. Thank you so much for taking the time, and best of luck in your match.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Great to hear it from Alia. Here, the stats from Lotus against G2 yesterday. Even though map 1 was even more dominant than Lotus, Alia definitely had so many clinical rounds. I remember vividly round 7. What was it? She got like a 4K with a Neon ult or something like that. It was absurd.
Yeah, oh, she's just ridiculous. I also think like a headshot percentage stat is something I'll never bring up ever. But half the game she was using the operator. So when you realize 30%, you're like, actually, that's kind of crazy. She just had a game. And it was one of those matches where you felt like it didn't matter who her opponent was. She was just going to slaughter them. And like when your entry is playing like that, it was just impossible for G2.
Yeah, and you
it was
spoke
just-
about, I'm so sorry, you spoke about the
No,
round
you go
7,
ahead.
but also one round that stood up for me is like when she killed Vanya by just like seeing half pixel or something. She has been just insane. Just once she has the operator, she's unstoppable.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see her back in action. Of course, the whole squad. If they can perform the same level as yesterday, it's gonna be a good game. Now, let's focus on the opposition. Let's talk about GiantX. Obviously, we had a lot of changes with that roster, like when it comes to the IGL role. How do you feel they performed so far? Like, what's the vibe check for you, Tom, with GiantX?
It's weird because it is sort of the story of the revolving door of IGLs. It's not gone too bad. Obviously, they've gone straight in towards that sort of upper bracket matchup, so there's not a massive amount to talk about. I'd say that like individually, you're always a lot of the time going to see that IGL start to suffer, and I think on maps that are maybe not going the best, I think that's where you could see that Ness needs to focus a little bit more on the leadership rather than her own individual brilliance. And so, well, literally the maps that they win, it seems like she's doing fantastically well, and the maps they lose, she bombs out of the server. So it definitely has its struggles, especially with someone who has been within the GC scene for such a ridiculously long time. I think that it's a bit of a worry at times that her individual level is so tied to like the performance of the team, and maybe like I think as time goes on she'll be able to like maybe delegate or micromanage a little bit less, and we'll see those stats be a bit more consistent.
Yeah, on the other side, they're now IGL Nami. How do we feel? Have her stats improved since she dropped that IGL role?
They did for sure, and I feel like especially on the last map yesterday, because she was able to go back and pick her Astra, her agency that was like actually very known for, and she's been just doing phenomenal. But yeah, like the stats always are a little hurt when you are IGLing, but once you're no longer IGLing, you're able to focus only on your individual performance. It just shows up so well, and I think this basically highlights how good she was on the Astra yesterday and how well she was performing. She literally had 7 first kills on this map, and I think as a smoker that's very, very impressive.
I think the only thing that worries me a little bit is if the team are picking the best IGL for the job, or if they are picking the person it will affect least. Because it seems like the amount that they're switching the IGL, it's not like a scenario where they're looking at this and going, this is the person for the job. It's that this is the person who has not done it most recently, so we'll just swap. And I don't know if it's necessarily the best thing in the world.
Yeah, actually, I got to chat with Sarah, also a former IGL of that team, about their musical chairs of IGLing, the changes heading into this year, and so much more. So let's hear it. Hello, Sarah. It's so great to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Thank you for asking.
Of course, you're very welcome. I'm excited to pick your brain about all things that are happening today, but also just in general what happened this year. Lots of changes for you personally. You're coming into this, stepping down as the IGL. Also, you're playing Senti now. Do you feel all settled and all locked in your new role, not just agent-wise, but also your, I guess, new role within the team?
Yeah, definitely. Changing role was, I think, very much needed for me. I feel a lot more comfortable and more sharp in my performance, for sure.
Right on. Yeah, your team has a habit, I guess, of changing IGLs. We saw another change early in stage 2 groups. Can you speak to the reason why those changes are so frequent, or what happened that we switched over from Nami to Ness now?
Yeah, so I think there was just some problems in this split, I guess you could say. So we tried to do some changes and we were figuring out if changing IGL would work for us, and since then I think it's been a lot better, but Nami is still like mid-calling a lot, and yeah, it's working for us like this.
It's really cool to see that your team is not scared to make such big changes, right? I think a lot of other teams are more hesitant with these kind of changes. Is Ava the only person who's not been IGLing for your team at this point?
Yeah, I think so. It works like this for us because everyone's communicating a lot, so we're really comfortable with it.
So I assume since everyone has experience as an IGL and has so much to say, everyone is heavily contributing during mid-rounds, etc. as well.
Yeah, definitely. Like last year we didn't have an IGL, so everyone was calling, so we all have a little bit of experience.
Right, that can get chaotic. I can see that happening as well. Now, you and the team showed so much resilience in your match yesterday. You always went into halftime 8-4 in a deficit. Who's rallying the troops? Like, what is being said in order for the team to be able to come back when on the back foot?
Definitely Aska, I would say. He's always making sure we're locked in our timeouts and calling out stuff that's going wrong. He's making good calls for us to win, like the ecos and, you know, tight rounds at 11-11.
Right on. Well, I'm very excited to see what you guys have in store for us today. Best of luck in your match, and thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Well, there you heard it. Has that answered any questions for you, Tom?
Time to have an IGL per map. That's what they need. They just swap every single map to your primary IGL, your primary IGL, and we just see.
You know what? Yeah, just map specific. Why not? That would be something to try out, and they're clearly not scared of trying out new things. Let's take a look at our map veto for this one. Inami, GX coming out with that Lotus ban, KC with the Ascent. No big surprises there.
Yeah, no surprises. Last time GX are the ones that picked Lotus, but then they lost it, so they just don't want to take the risk anymore. And GX are known for their Ascent, so you want to ban it if you're going into this. And they're picking Split. Split last time went back to be the decider, but GX were able to actually do so great. The entire team has been doing so phenomenal, except maybe Ness when it comes to individual performance, but she was able to lead her team to the win. So I think that's a great choice by GX.
But that Haven one, that makes me scared though. I feel like literally that's the trap. That's the trap against this team.
I feel like it's interesting though that both teams have kind of banned the map that they chose last time. It's like mind games. So like I think that's why the Haven has been left in. It's one where like Casey in the past have looked very good on it, but maybe started to look a little bit shakier. And so GX have gone, okay, we'll just float that map, pick a split, and if we can win that one, great. Yeah, if not, we get into a third. But I also think that the recent results we've seen from KC and what we saw yesterday, they weren't even the same team anymore. So I think I'm looking at the historical results of KC on Haven and going, oh, if they play like they did yesterday on any of the maps, GX might be in trouble.
Yeah, but if we're going with recency bias, obviously GX, whilst they weren't strong with Haven in the past, they worked on it and it really showed yesterday. However, that is still on the horizon. We're heading into Split here first. GX obviously with loads of reps. No surprises here in terms of the compositions, pretty much what we used to see from both of them.
I'm still intrigued by the Sky choice. A lot of teams, that we've seen a couple of teams pick Sky over at the Masters event that's currently going on, and it always seems to be paired up with a secondary controller like a Viper, so that you have those sort of pop flashes alongside information. We're seeing a lot of Sky in Game Changers, but it's never paired with the Viper, so I'm still waiting to see where that extra little bit of value comes from that over a Fade or something else.
Perhaps we'll find out in a game, or perhaps in a post-match interview, or perhaps our lovely casters can shed some light. So let's send it over to the MacMate and Joy on the mic for this one.
Thank you, thank you. And, well, yeah, no Viper indeed. What do you think about that, Mac?
Yeah, look, I'm still not sold on why everyone is playing Sky again here on Split, but we're all about to find out. And if there's anything that I've learnt from yesterday's games is if you're playing weird comps, sometimes it just doesn't work out, and sometimes it just does work out. So I think that's what we all have to experience, or at least sit along and see today here on Split.
Yeah, exactly. We are seeing it on both teams, so maybe they know something that we don't.
Maybe. I have a feeling that I think it's more of a comfort pick. You know, as Tomby was just saying, you know, we are seeing Sky on a fair few teams here in GC. But I went back to check. I was like, am I crazy? I looked all around the world at all of the different VCTs, at all of the different Masters events, and no one is playing it. So it's just a GC thing. And look, it's trendy at least.
It's trendy at least, and I mean, it's also Australian, so shouldn't you have a bit of a stronger opinion towards Sky?
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Well, we'll see what
Nice
happens
knockup
here.
though. The Valo as we see the first blood coming in.
Okay, everything's slowing down now. No one necessarily controlling mid. Glance gets the info that GX are still going to be hanging around. And decent crossfire from Vent and Mail makes things a bit more difficult for GX. So they're going to actually go back for the rotation and set their sights back towards A. Guardian Light, I don't think it got the tag there, so it actually might have. KC deciding to go for an aggressive push down mid.
Yeah, Alkia's here. She's been able to catch players by surprise before, but this time it's her that is going to pay the price right away. Comfortable opening to the round here for GX so far.
30 seconds left.
KC posturing for the retake now. They've got full screens control. They actually gave up tower, and they're going to go in as that spark goes down to try to make themselves have some kind of advantage, but they've all been spotted.
They have all been spotted, and with
one enemy
Eva holding down that long, there's just not a lot that they can do here. All tucked into the corner. GX find their pistol round.
Keep your focus.
Yeah, a bit of a rough situation there, but look, it got messy at mid, it got messy at A, but GX, that is a solid round to win. You know, if we saw KC get off to a good start on the defense side, then GX could certainly be in trouble on their map pick, but they're coming in confident, they're coming in prepared, and they're coming in with, you know, obviously that slightly odd veto, but they won Split last time they played against KC, so I'm sure that this round should be something similar. Although we did see KC win a couple of eco rounds yesterday, so we'll see what they're cooking. It's aggression into Garage at B main, as well as A. They are just looking for information.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we did see them win a few ecos. You're right with that. But that's the thing with like KC, they have such individually strong players. You can never really count them out for that. And now Sarah gets spotted here. Sophia tagged up quite a bit, but Sophia will find Sarah in the end. Backed up by Alkia, back towards that A side. No one else has really gone spotted just yet.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about where GX are at the moment, and that's exactly why. They're so separated, it allows KC opportunities like that to get the picks. And we said that they were good at winning these ecos, but they're given so many opportunities to find these fights and win them as a team.
Yeah, Smurfette is hunting though. She's gone really far into enemy lines, but B is pretty much open for the taking
30
if
seconds left.
they can find this rotation, but it's
Down,
GX
B.
getting the upper hand. Smurfette though managing to trade one back for herself. The plan
enemy
has to go
remaining.
down soon though onto that B side, but GX really feeling herself with the Bulldog. Oh no. Alia. Pain chills out.
10 seconds left.
Just to push him off of that plan. One kill more to gather, but a thrifty coming in for Casey.
Casey just being an absolute annoyance that round. That was crazy that they were able to not only get the two-player advantage, but then play so perfectly off the back of it. You need to give it to GX, as in the player, not the team. We need to get that out of the way early.
30 seconds left.
There is going to be a bit of confusion with that. But yeah, with that spike going down, that was huge information. It allowed the rotation in from KC. And from that point, yeah, it's just, look at the annoying position Nami had to play from. Like, fighting in a paint shells makes it so much easier for KC to convert that one. And now things get more awkward because your money's all over the place. And GX, oh, okay, at least able to get some revenge.
Yeah, that they are. Rifles in hand now though for KC. But Alia out already so early means that her surprise aggression can't really play a factor anymore, but they don't need that because they've got Garage fully covered here.
One enemy remaining.
And KC swinging out, taking the names here. And that will be a very clean round coming in.
Yeah, lost that first pick from Alia, but other than that, they knew exactly where they had to play around to make that one happen. Lovely crisp shots, and you can see Casey coming in red hot, coming in warm, and ready to make it a scary affair for GX here. On split at least. Now, what do we got moving into round 4? Guns for everyone. Alia still holding on to the Outlaw, which won't have that much power. Considering everyone's got full armor for GX, and they are postured to again go for the mid control. It seems to be their main protocol here.
Yeah, and straight into the Outlaw.
There.
Information gathered just from seeing the Hawk flying by here. Stepping up, forced off that angle, knowing that it's just the Outlaw into the full rifle lineup here. GX arriving to the scene. Eva tagged up pretty badly actually, but it will be Smurfette and Ness finding that first frags here.
Yeah, huge picks coming through for GX. And KC need to figure out exactly how to play from a two-player disadvantage yet again. Glance starting to get aggressive towards a main for info. It allows the cheat across from Anacilia. Taking flashes to a different part of the map, but she's worried it might just be that pincer on A through the vents, but it's B they have to worry about, and Safia has been so solid at holding things down with Cypher all week.
Yeah, absolutely. And she is still here. Standing her ground for now.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't win out on the duel though, so will drop. Anacilia is here on the other side. The plant will be confirmed for GiantX, and now the last two members, Clowns and Anacilia, just scrambling around the backside, looking to back off and save those rifles for next round here, Mac.
Yeah, with the money that they've got, I think it's the correct call. You don't want to be giving away too many ult orbs for free over towards GX, of course. But yeah, Safia, unfortunately, didn't win the first fight, and that put her in a rough position. So KC, we'll see what they can do in the next. But GX, once they got guns on board, have a, 100% success rate if you don't count the unfortunate anti-eco loss.
Yeah, that is kind of what we have been seeing from GiantX in group stage and yesterday when they were showing up as well with rifles in hands. But let's see, because I think these two teams, as it was competitive yesterday, I think today we might be seeing even more of that bloodshed.
Okay, so last time KC and GX went head-to-head, on the attack side, GiantX only had to get 4 rounds because they had such a solid defensive side, but this time the sides are flipped, of course. KC got to choose where they wanted to start this time. So we'll see with the 2 rifle save and a reinvestment If they can stand a little bit taller here and fight for this mid control, Alki with the off angle is looking pretty good, but spotted out. And I don't know if GX want any of that smoke.
Yeah, we're going to see. The thing with Alkia has been that she's consistently been having to play aggressive, even in these defensive rounds, but that has worked out really well for her in the past. I mean, the last time that these teams faced off on Split, she was able to catch people off guard consistently with how she was pushed up, even on the defensive side. So this is kind of what I'm hoping to see, but GiantX, they've got the read, it looks like.
And with that vent control, it definitely makes KC ask a couple of questions, but with Safia and her setup over towards the A side, they are putting more prio here towards B.
Yeah, that they are a bit unfortunate here that Smurfette had to make her entrance right in the middle of the paint shells.
Scatter.
From the shadows.
30
onto
seconds
the side. Oh!
Cage trigger.
Unfortunate. Sarah's already here as well. They're looking to just find Sophia, clean that out, and find the plant here. Time is ticking away, but it will be Glance to pick up Eva on the side. Glance arrives to the scene, picks up her third. Plant will go down in the end, but it's just Ness left standing, and through elbow, it will be Carmine Corp finding this round.
Solid retake coming through. Lovely protocols, and you have to give it to Safia as well. You know, just managing to deny the info from Nami, allowing that from the shadows to finish before getting the free pick, and then buying time for the rotation as well. Just living that Cypher setup makes it so annoying for GX to find any space there on the side. Yes, they got it planted eventually, but that's about all they got. Lead going to be found there for KC, and we'll see if they can hold on to it. GX as well, winning that first gun round of theirs. They were able to keep 5 players alive at the end, so that will warrant them another almost full buy here, moving into round 6.
But now we've got the operator, and Alkia immediately comes out swinging with that one.
My ultimate is ready.
GiantX looking a little greedy there to find an entrance.
I'd have to agree on that one. Safia though, going toe-to-toe with Sarah. Bit of Cypher on Cypher action. Safia is just going to keep on moving forward. Gets out into the little nook, and with the Trailblazer coming forward, it pushes Alkia off the line. Best paint shells for space, but again, that operator is looking so deadly in her hands lately. So if I was GX, I think it's a pretty good idea to avoid that. And that's exactly what they're going to try and do. Unfortunately, there's no space on A that Sarah's able to find, so I think they have to focus back on mid.
Yeah, and it looks like that is exactly what they are planning to do. It is looking really awkward having these two players
30 seconds left.
Scramble for information, a little bit of space, and again, the time is ticking on them.
Yeah, I think it's a save. I think they're just going to tuck away in the middle of the map and try and save. Didn't work out for Ava. And Ness is going to be stunned up as well.
Yeah, her presence will be known, and Anastasia will take her out. So no save to be found. A flawless round from KC.
Rough situation for GX again, for sure. They didn't want to make a play with 30 seconds and just hoped that KC weren't going to find them. I don't know. I feel like they need to think about this game plan, because when plan A goes awry, there just doesn't seem to be a plan B at the moment. And I feel like GX, you know, they're a better team than that. So they should be trying to figure this one out quick, smart. Although, you know, the split slide attack can certainly be a little worrying. And now it looks like it's more of an all-in approach towards A.
Yeah, throwing in a little aggression of their own here. Smurfette trying to make an entry onto towers there. GX is here. A little bit of damage from the paint shells, not too bad. Seeker's coming out though, Glance able to follow on that with a kill onto Smurfette. They will spot out Ness. Tucked away right now. KC quickly gaining ground here, but it will be Ness trying to find a trade kill, but
Gun here.
starting to look a bit dicey here for GiantX, Mac.
See what Glance is going to be able to do. Trailblazer should allow them to have some extra information, but it looks like it's all a ruse or was cancelled as the Seekers start to come in. So some players' positions revealed, but Alkia is here to try to help out. What was that? Sorry, Glance going really aggressive into Ness. Things getting real awkward here.
Oh, and now it's just the operator left, right? Oh, and time ticking down on him
left.
once again. Alkia already's got the reach. He's going for that rotation. Gonna be a little bit late. They have to maybe try and stall her out, so she just can't get a clear angle before that plant goes down. Will be confirmed here.
Planted.
Ooh, splitting up as well in the post plant.
Oh, she picked up a
I know that
phantom.
Alkia, yeah, she had that op. She goes for the Phantom instead, which is a good decision, but goes loud way out of heaven.
Eva tucked away here. No, Wilco spotted. Oh no, immediately invest the showstopper. Can't see anyone. Will still shoot it into garage. Nami's still there. She's done these clutches before. Can she do it now? Alkia, ready as always.
Stop me.
Taking that one home.
And plenty of time. Plenty of time to get that defuse off as well. With where it was planted, it almost looked like she could have half stuck it, especially after the half tick, but Nami, look, it was a good opportunity for them to get another attack side round on the board, and protocols-wise, they knew that there was an op at screens, so what are you going to do? You're just going to rotate to B. I feel like that was the safest call, but the post plant, I feel like you could have played that better for sure for GX, so we'll see if GiantX is going to have another chance here, and even the coach thinks he wants to help out there. Quick timeout for him to have a quick chat with the rest of the team and see what GiantX can work moving into the 8th, because it's another gun round and it's another opportunity, and they have a good amount of ultimates online here as well to use.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Great ultimates to clear out space with. They've got the Rolling Thunder with the Showstopper, which, I mean, that's a wombo combo on its own, right? If you get to hit that. A few players knocked up, and then boom. The big boom will take them out. But yeah. Messy after plan here from GiantX for sure. Also just feeling that Carmine Corp, I mean, I said it to you in the green room, I feel like Carmine Corp doesn't really matter if they are ahead or if they are behind. They are so good at pacing themselves and playing with discipline. And GiantX, they just can't really seem to find an answer, it looks like.
I feel like they're just one of these teams that have been so good with their adaptability all throughout what we've seen so far in the playoffs, and yesterday is a testament to exactly what they're capable of. So we'll see if GiantX are able to show some adaptability themselves, or if they're going to be in trouble here. 4 players at mid for KC. Who does that?
Well, Carmine Corp, apparently, it was a big blind, but not big enough, because Smurfette goes down right away, and that means no showstopper available. Now, Sarah rotating right into Alkia. Both players not aware they're there.
Okay, space can be respected as the spike starts to rotate in. And I like this from Sarah, right? You know that there was 4 at mid. There's a maximum of 1 player towards that A site, so it takes as much space as possible, but GX, they are here to play.
Oh, but she finds both of them immediately, investing that neural theft, and now Cheeks will go spotted here, so close by. 1 player left in sewers though, and that is Nami. Sneaky, might go up behind them and catch Cheeks off guard, and that she will. Make short work of that one. Sophia still standing though. Yeah,
for how long, I think, is the big question though. 4 players to get past. I'd love to back up, but there's a huge crossfire on that A site, so I feel like this is all done and dusted. And it's all about how much damage Safia can now do to GX as a comp.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, most players sitting on full HP except Sarah, and Sarah's safely tucked away. But she will actually manage to take out Nami. Walk away with a slither of health as now she just gets to save this and carry this Phantom over to the next round.
how's that economy looking? Good enough to buy for KC. And look, honestly, I like that read that came through from them. GiantX, their protocols, I believe last time, were heavily mid-dominant, especially on this attacking side. So what do you do as KC? Hey, let's just send 4 players there. And the numbers was great for the first opening kill of the round. But other than that, it was just a huge hold on site. Sarah doing God's work for GiantX. And we'll see if that trend can continue. Because if they can go with 6 on the attacking side into the half, like that should be pretty smooth sailing in the second. And this time, KC respecting the mid control and going back to the 3-2 setup that they've been playing.
Yeah. Once again, we see this aggression towards mid from GiantX. Not a lot of information gathered from them just yet here. Slowly coming towards that A side.
I like this Cypher setup too. Safia able to spot the before taking the fight, although she was way too close to the corner and Eva just punishes the hell out of her. This is looking awkward as hell, and Smurfette fully stunned up. That's going to waste the showstopper completely, but Sarah again might save the day.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah's just got the read here. Her rotations have been so key when it comes to catching players from coming off guard. But now, it might be her getting caught off guard here. So see GX with Shadow Step. Repositioning, finds one. Looking for Sarah, doesn't get her though. Alkia and Glance left standing.
30 seconds left.
Trying to save the day as now Alkia will find Eva. Healing coming through from Glance. 3v2. As the plant goes down onto the A side.
Fully regrowthed up. They've got the paint shells and a couple of satchels to work with if they want to go super aggro on this retake. No guardian lights. Makes things that much harder, but Sarah again, a rock, just locking it in. And just like that, GX going to deny any opportunity that KC may have here in the half. Yes, they're still in the lead, but they might not be if GX keep this up.
I absolutely agree with you, and I mean, yeah. We were... Yesterday, I was singing the praises of many players, mainly Lisa on SK, but it's been Sarah taking it here, right? Like, fantastic stuff from her so far.
This goes here.
Safia looking to lock down A again. A bit more passive this time. Not going to get caught off at the top of the vent there. And GX, we can see that they're just trying to sell a bit of a ruse at mid through this lurk utility from Sarah, which has been working, but this time there's a few more members, and that Rolling Thunder is about to get ripped. If it's necessary.
Yeah.
What? They're next to each other.
Oh my god, she goes spotted, but it's Sophia. So solid, immediately invested. Neural theft, there's the Rolling Thunder coming out. Sarah looking for anyone to pick off here. No information found just yet as she has to take out all of the Cypher intel.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Sophia still standing. Alkia arriving as well with the operator. Just Eva left, and it will be Sophia with the 4K to win the round.
I'm speechless. Can we watch that again from Safia's point of view? How did she know that the From the Shadows was right next to her? She can hear it. She knows for sure. She's just trying to find that other player on site. And the fact that they didn't rip that Rolling Thunder, I have a feeling that that's going to come back to haunt them.
I agree.
That was chaos.
I mean, that was just fantastic stuff, right? I mean, both the Cypher has been playing insane so far, but yeah. I see how, like, Sophia walks out and kind of, she looks around knowing, okay, the Raze is behind the box, but where is the Omen gonna come? And then she finds them. I mean, fantastic stuff, honestly. And right now, Smurfette, a lot of information gathered. They know somebody is down there now. Cheeks taking the ropes back up towards mid. Smurfette finds Glance, though. That feels like a bit of a daylight robbery. GX pushing up into 2 will fall as well. GiantX starting the round off strong here.
The only way that could have happened is if Glance just didn't realize there was the shrouded step into the dark cover. But after going down and Safia falling, that completely exposes the A site to the taking. GiantX just being thorough with this one. Don't want the spacing to be too terrible. They want to trade this out with the 3-player advantage. But KC have only just started to enter the vicinity. Alkia also super late on the rotation with a 3-player disadvantage. You just want to look for damage. You just want to try and save, and Anasilia not even going to get an opportunity to do that. So, how's Alkia's chances in a 1v5, you think?
Well, I mean, she does have an operator, and she's very dangerous with that. But I mean, she gets gifted 1 here. But I think the chances are small, other than this donation that has just come her way.
Well,
So yeah,
things getting
that's just gonna be another save. I mean, this operator also just a bit too costly to lose in a 1v5 scenario.
Yeah, especially given the financial situation of KC. You can see GX in a bit of an odd position with just 900 credits in the bank. And that's not going to be enough for her to fully buy, but I think someone has 3k there, so maybe there's an opportunity for, you know, with that op saved, you can also have Lance just to, or Alkia rather, drop a rifle across, and everything should be alright going into the next. But 6 on the defense, I feel like you really want 7 here, you really want every opportunity you can get. And there you go. Okay, so Bulldog has been picked up by GX, and they got at least all the utility. You can also recycle a Vandal if needed, if you are playing the buddy system there. So looks like KC again just putting all eyes across the map and changing the setup. This time you can see Safia looking to lock down the B site instead, but GX have been so solid at taking the A site, and they're going to do the same damn thing, or at least fake it.
Yeah. So far, we've only seen a Hawk flying out, so GiantX taking their time. Both players backed off onto that A side. One will be spotted now.
I've got your trail.
Seeker's coming out. GiantX wanting to take some ground here. Gain a little bit more of information, but it looks like they're going to pivot towards that B side now, Mac.
I'm sure Safi is happy about that. Cam in a good position. Should be close enough to maybe hear some footsteps shortly, although they still are currently out of range. You can see KC. They're onto it, though. They've had that earlier rotation. Glance is here. She's joined the party. And they are ready to try and lock down this B site as best possible.
Yeah, and GiantX, once again, they're being run on the clock. They need to find a plant or take out every player, and that is going to prove to be very hard. Smurfette. The smoke finds one. Keep rotating around. This plant is there, though, but GX will fall, and that's a 6-6 for GiantX. They can't be too upset about that, as you mentioned.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I think given the agent composition, it's looking relatively good. We'll see what they're going to be able to do, though. I want to see if KC is going to be able to bring this one back.
Yeah, we're going to see that as we see a little bit of replays coming in, but we will have a little bit of a halftime break. So we are heading into that right now. Don't go anywhere.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.
And we're back. Halftime has passed, so we are going to see Carmine Corp moving to that attacker side. GX taking the defense here. Not GX the player, but GiantX the team. So yeah, the big question now is, can Carmine Corp claw some rounds onto the board on that attack side, Mac?
I think they can. The question will be how many, because last time they were on the attack side with this exact same composition, they only got 3. So a pistol will give them a lot of hope. Let's put it that way. And mid control seems to be their call to order. Starting to gravitate and looking like they will try to set up the B split. I think Paranoia is ready to bust into heaven, but unfortunately it came a little too late, and Alia won't be able to go with that because she's hit the grave. So play disadvantage already, and GX back off. Look to play the numbers game.
Time to hunt.
Yeah.
Scout destroyed.
Oh, Trailblazer will be taken out here. Smurfette finds a swing, a nice one. Good coverage from GX as they find 3 clean kills here. And that will be all she wrote. A flawless round to open up for GiantX on the defense.
Put themselves in the perfect positions to trade, to play off one another back in heaven. And you truly love to see it if you're a GiantX fan. Was that Smurfette and Ava just back to back, going in with one another, playing perfect Valorant. Easy fundamentals and an easy pistol round to put them in the lead. And I've got bad news for you, Joy. KC, 2 of those 3 rounds they won last time against GX on the attack side. One was the pistol, one was the anti-eco, and they're not going to get those opportunities. So I guess the only thing I can see going well for them is, yes, they won the second round after losing the pistol in the first half, and there's an opportunity for that to happen again. But they're all in on A.
Tripwire destroyed.
Yeah, that they are. Tripwire is being taken out. Sarah might do a lot of damage here. She will not find a lot, though. It will be KC that comes out swinging. Healing coming through as well here from the sky just to top breach back up. Plant will be confirmed. Eva with the bulldog.
Scout destroyed.
Fed on the other side to just trying to kind of sandwich them in, but man, they're all stacked up around elbow here. As soon as that smoke drops, there's gonna be some explosions to be had.
Last player
Nami
standing.
finds 1, but it will be her, the only one left standing, and looks like she's just trying to do a little bit of damage here. Finds 1 more before she falls. And that'll be a nice pay save card, Thrifty, coming in from Carmine Corp.
Yeah, they get it across the line, and it works again. Okay, somehow KC are one of the best low buy teams we've ever seen. You know, and we didn't get a lot of that in the first half. They had guns for a lot of the time with some good financial management, but maybe they just need to go a little harder. You know, throw a few more rifles away, get back onto the low buys more often, because they seem to win them way more often than not. And now we're going to see the financials flip back in KC's favor. GX going to be forcing, or at least going for a bit of a half buy into this one, some upgraded weaponry to see what they can find. And on a low buy, as we saw from KC, you kind of want to be playing with your team. You kind of want to be, you know, playing for some kind of the map and not playing too reactive. So we'll see what GX can do from here, but I'm not backing them in this round.
Yeah, no, I think this is going to be a rough one, for sure. So we do see a lot of players over towards that B side. Orp will get collected, but looks like the call is just to back off and rotate elsewhere. Curious to see if we're gonna see full commitment on that mid. Looks like it, actually. Eva is there. Will be in the smoke for now. Paranoia flies out. That's sitting in the corner though, but it will be KC with the gun advantage. Coming out swinging. Putting a lot of players in their grave. Sarah the only one left standing. And the question is now, how much can she do? And the answer is not a lot.
Yeah, one of those if it ain't broke, don't fix it situations, rolling back the years, a classic Paranoia in through heaven. Works this time. Fortunately for KC, they didn't lose Alia before attempting to do it. So everyone in heaven blind. Zafir as well, ready for the push. Vents into the dark cover. KC just playing very heads up Valorant. All angles covered, nice pack play, and there wasn't too much that GX could do. But the guns are out, and let's see what they can play for here. Doesn't look like they're going too heavy for the mid control, and KC with not the best guns across the board. They're just going to focus up together at A.
they are. Sarah the only one holding it down here. So far. Oh. Are they really committing Rolling Thunder here already?
Oh.
Okay, that was a bit dicey, but I guess it kind of worked out for Alia.
Yeah, she's alive. You know, that's a
There's
bonus.
the Rolling Thunder. Sarah must be starting to sweat a little bit here, but she does get the information. The read comes through, so come the rotations. GiantX come out swinging, but it will be KC striking back heavily. Although GX now, the only one left standing, Bulldog in hand. Yeah, no through the from the shadows to rescue that spike under the watchful eyes of these players, and she will fall in the end as well. GiantX, they tie up the scoreline.
Yeah, no, well played from GX towards the end there, and then also through the mid-round, stopping that spike from getting planted on sight with a nice flood here. Ness, big damage, but it was enough to draw attention away from Sarah, who almost got the job done, and then also joined up here with Eva right at the end to make sure it was a two-player peak, and it was fully locked in. So, you know, in that situation in the 1v2, it is hard for GX to figure out how to play it, but, you know, went back, played the tripwire, tried to sow some seeds of doubt that maybe she'd come from heaven instead, but GX were all over it. GX against GX, the classic conundrum.
Yeah, not confusing whatsoever. You all know what we're talking about, Twitch chat. You're following us so well, I'm sure you are. And okay, very aggressive here from Carmine Corp up towards tower.
Satchel out.
Forcing Smurfette back, but Nami's still onside, will be falling though. Alia made her presence known there. Now this B side. Confirmed, running in is GiantX, but the crosshairs are just there. It's covered, everything is covered, and the plant will go down in the end. It's just Sarah left. A little bit late to the party, but everything is covered. So can she find the entrance? The answer will be no.
They're dead.
Solid post-plant positions there from KC2. You got rafters, you got backside, and you got pillar. So you got eyes on pretty much every position, and each player can pivot off of the contact of one another just to make sure the trades come through. So yeah, KC doing a fantastic job at getting into these positions, but look at this as well. And Alia, beautiful shots there, just to make sure that the site was locked in. And this attack side, okay, I might have been wrong about it. I was worried looking at the historic stats between these two teams, but hey, KC shut me right up, and that's okay. GX taking a tactical timeout. Coach wants to chime in again, and that worked for them in the first half, so we'll see what the efficacy can be on the defense as well. But of course, you can see they just got Seekers, they got it from the shadows, and they don't have too great of a buy. But maybe, you know, this is one of those situations where you want to group up, play for some map control, maybe play a bit more aggressive and get up in Casey's face.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something that Smurfette can really take as an opportunity to shine with her aggression. Doesn't quite have the showstopper ready, which is a shame in this kind of scenario, but let's see what they are going to do now that we are coming out of that timeout. Yeah, doesn't look like too hard of a buy.
Yeah, min-maxing what they've got. You know, you got the half armor. Also the Sheriffs pack that 1B potential. We'll see if they're given an opportunity, but looking at the map, it is going to be garage control. They got the fault line, they got the paranoia at the ready. But I believe they're just waiting for a sound cue before bringing this play in, and it's just a shorty at ramp. I feel like Sarah's lucky to be alive after getting fully blinded, but this could be a freebie.
It could
The
be.
distance is good.
Oh, oh, she still gets it though. I thought the jumping would be enough for Sophia to walk away alive, but nah, Sarah's like not letting that one happen. Trailblazer will not get a lot of information here though, Mac.
I think they're going to find the site anyway. And they do have 3 members here. And Alia a little further away. the breach lurk, not known to be the most effective, but we'll see if it can be. Alkia getting up in their grills. Okay, that may have been a mistake that could cost them the round.
Yeah, I mean, that's a rifle over in the hands of Smurfette. Trailblazer be taken out. Seeker's gone now as well. It's GX holding down a lot of angles by herself. Oh, the turnaround! No way! She flicks that up and gets it. GX, that was a monster play, but she will fall for it in the end. And Alia, the only one left standing, and it's a player difference here. But now, with such a position, she might just be able to deny the defuse. Oh, and it looks like she will. Oh, fantastic red clutch coming in here. It's just these clutches. Fantastic.
That is insane to pull off a Red Bull clutch like that. I thought there was every opportunity for GX to win that round, especially when that pick onto Alkia came out. And look, if GX there goes down without being able to get 2 kills, like sometimes that angle is just so hard to fight from, right? When you're looking directly up or when you're looking directly down, depending on what kind of sensitivity the player has, it can be one of the worst fights you have to deal with. And I believe I said at the start of the round, right? The Sheriff has 1B potential, and that's one of those situations where things go wrong. Although, hold that thought, because we got Chaos at main.
I know exactly.
We do have indeed. The Showstopper will take Eva out, but not before she takes out Alkia herself from the shadows from Nami. She will be revealed by the neural theft, so now this is a call for KC. Oh, look at Anacilia. Look at that rotation. Ness goes down. Yeah, that rotation towards B side. Coming in. Sophia.
Oh.
Got the read.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. They are just picking them off one by one. Carmine Corp.
They're playing mind control.
Yeah.
Doing all the right things, getting picks and just forcing the rotations to go odd directions. And you can see that they've done a good amount of prep, or at least got a good amount of information, as Anacilia just shift walked, you know, classically all the way through attacker spawn, and it was enough to still make the read on Nami's position. And given the 1v3, and knowing that Smurfette, I believe she's already taken contact and that op's been heard, you can see KC, they are just locking this in perfectly. All 3 tucked at B main together. There's no chance at any smokes denying vision onto the spike, and it's just going to be a handshake. Let the op survive into the next 4 GX, but KC will be happy with 11. 2 rounds remaining here for them to take on Split.
Yeah, and we were a little bit worried, right, if they would be able to get these rounds on the board on attack. But, I mean, man, they have been doing a great amount of work. And I would love to start seeing this operator in Smurfette's hands do a great amount of work in the upcoming rounds.
Let's have a look at this again. Chaos from the force field dropping. And it was good to see a bit of action there with the showstopper. There was definitely a moment where GiantX had every opportunity to close out that round, but it was just the aggressive rotations and the fact when they split up, they were just so untradeable. And KC played it perfectly in the moment. Mid control looking like is what they're going to go for this time. Smoke at male and more priority. They're taking vent control. But as you can see, you have Eva here just with a couple of guiding lights as well as a stinger. So close range engagements can be very dangerous with that weapon.
And at the can, but it will be Alkia fighting the upper hand here with Vandal. Quick rotation through sewers towards that A side. Sophia already there.
Yeah, just lurking up, locking down that A main control. That's the power of having these winner players. Although, Cypher Camp spotting the information, and the sound cues should trigger the rotations now.
And that they should. Oh, I was hoping that Sarah might have a nice surprise here for Alkia, but like Alkia was the one to surprise her on the other hand, and she has really come alive this round, picking up a lot of kills. Plant will be confirmed for KC. Starting to look like they're gonna take GiantX to match point here in this round.
I don't think there's any opportunity for Smurfette and Nami to get back in.
Oh.
And yes, you want to take the op into the next, but the Stinger can maybe find itself an upgrade. So Nami wants to hang around, but that's going to cost her the armor and her life and another opportunity. 1v5 angle to try and save for Smurfette. And there will be some damage coming out here. But the thing is, KC, they can go for the hunt. They've got money for days and plenty of rounds to play with.
Yeah, that they do. So they're just gonna try and run at Smurfette, take this operator from her hands. 18
they know.
health to play with. Yeah, they know. And with the shorty, they'll put her in a grave. No operator to be taken to the next. And that is a huge dent to put into GiantX as they are now facing match point.
Yeah, that's looking rough indeed. You know, half armor for a couple of the individuals. Still at least managing to get Vandals online, and with everyone going down so quickly, I believe there was still some good amount of utility carried across to the next. So the reinvestment shouldn't end up being that expensive. But yeah, KC, they are in pole position to close out this match with 4 match points to play with. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. And again, it looks like they're going to be going for this male control. It's all in.
Yeah, that they are, but it's this time Smurfette has got the read. Nice 3K to open up the round. They might be down, but they're not out yet on the side of GiantX.
There.
She's gonna go hunting here. That is big round from Smurfette. 4K, drops the spike there as well. But then again, I mean, KC, they've got time.
Crazy how that one's played out too. Smurfette literally just playing in front of the fault line, in front of the paranoia, and in front of all the flashes. And that's what you can do, right? If the utility is an effective utility, all you have to do positionally is just stand and shoot. And that round GiantX shows that sometimes mechanics can be a bit better than the plan. Into the 22nd. It's looking like a bit of a different approach though. GiantX going to be smoking off B main for the control. KC not contesting, reverting that focus back to mid. And with the spike still down, as we know, back towards that A site, KC should be looking to go for a late A split. Moombot reveals that the mid aggression is coming through for KC. And now GiantX just need to figure out where they need to put their pieces.
Yeah, Ness got the Rolling Thunder in hand. It's towards that A side. I mean, they have a good read there. Rolling Thunder for Rolling Thunder being traded here. A lot of action as it will be Smurfette going down. Sarah trades her out, though Eva has arrived to the scene to pick up one for herself as well. Sarah still standing on site. Has been joined by Ness now. Sophia recollecting some of her tripwires as a rotation coming down onto B, but GiantX, they've got the read.
Yeah, Seekers as well, just giving them so much information. You can see that the shorter rotation from the defenders puts 3 already back towards the B
30
tower.
seconds left.
And they can hear all the footsteps thundering around the corner.
Paranoia flies out. It's a beautiful blind. It's 3 kills. It is GiantX. They're still in this. Still standing.
Okay, never back down mentality. Working out for GiantX at the moment. And it cost them a couple of ults or two, but look, they've been shooting better. It feels like the confidence has shifted in the last couple of rounds. That huge play from Smurfette at mid, just instilling extra confidence in the individuals. Now with 10 seconds in the 23rd, GiantX, will they be ready for some B pressure this time?
Cover going out.
Yeah, looks like that is the name of the game. Nami forced up of that angle. So far, Carmen Corp not making a lot of noise around.
Yeah, just actually playing for the B main control. Guiding Light does get the tag and reveal information. KC's position towards B. Fault line invested at mid. Forces Alia back for the moment. And everyone's slowing back down. KC just trying to figure out where they want to go. And look at this re-clear coming through. Guiding Light, blinding up. GX, who has to shroud and step away to safety. Oh, and we'll get away with it.
Yeah, that they will. Still got a minute left to play with here. Ness actually finding glance? Are you kidding?
Sometimes that aftershock range can just be a little bit confusing, but the A site now under pressure.
Ooh, Alia under a lot of pressure here, but it will be Ness going down to Sophia. Sarah still standing though, shooting away. And Alia finding the plant here. I do see Trailblazer just to gather out some information. They know where Alia is. Nami still moving up towards that tower. Elbow under. Watch. Paranoia flying out. Eva finds the first. They might actually still be able to hold on to this, but Sophia finds two on Alicia, and that is it. Carmine Corp will take the first map in this best of 3 series against GiantX.
And there you go. The flip of the sides for the beginning, but also just what a spectacular attacking side out of Carmine Corp. That was just the insane retake, but also as soon as GX got that information that they were playing for B main and who was over there, it was instantly the rotation back to A, taking that mid control, going through vents, and yeah, just a well-called second half there from KC. Has put them in a position where, again, they're going into their map pick now with a map advantage. I'm worried for GiantX.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little bit afraid for GiantX as well, but we will see how they are going to try to recover after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Remaining. Long. One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, one and all, to the VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 2 Playoffs, Day 3. I am Zoe, and I'm joined by Tom and Inami, two of my absolute favorite wafflers. Inami and me used the break to try and figure out how to do the hearts that the kids do these days.
So hard.
This does not come natural. Why did we have to overcomplicate it? Why do we move away from tiny hearts? That's where it's at, Tom. That's where it's at. And I have nothing but hearts for the performance we saw from both of these teams today. Horrible transition, but the stats speak for themselves. I am very, very impressed that GX managed to keep themselves alive in this one, because KC mostly was in the driving seat for that one. It really took those heroics of individuals to keep them alive.
I feel like the starts, that's where we're always looking at the moment for KC, and I don't know, I was making the joke that they're defended by the narrative, like they have the plot armor to keep them going, because I don't know how they're still managing to pull off those ridiculous rounds. And when you have those sort of moments, it just completely changes the game. And I think that you talk about like these sort of silly things, like just slightly missing a Skydog, that the timing works out for GX, and then she's able to pick up a gun and find multiple kills off the back of it. That was round number 2. And then the next one, I almost don't even want to talk about it, because it's basically just a straight classic push into a site. Like, these are moments where you look at a 13-10 scoreline and go, okay, that could easily flip. If anything, it does flip if you have both of those conversions. So I think GX have got to be absolutely kicking themselves, because sure, like I think that we saw a good game and we saw that sort of like combination of both Sentinels performing, but they easily could have won their own map choice.
Yeah, it could have went either ways if it was not for those first 2 rounds in every single side. But I think the reason why this game has been more stable from both sides is thanks to these 2 players, because the way both of them have been holding sides has been insane. And also the way Sarah has been able to find all those lurk kills every single time is what kept them alive in the first half especially, and what led them to a score of 6-6.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, that was GX's map pick, though. We're heading into KC's map choice now, and that's Haven. A map historically not the best for GX. That said, though, it did feel like a trap game when they left it open yesterday against SK. They did take it. They made a few changes to the composition they're playing there as well, and it looked good for them. But Carmine Corp, they are very, very competent.
Oh, for sure. Like, I think that if you look at the stats, it feels more of a middle ground than maybe it should be. But this has been a map that for a long time, when KC have been playing well, they've been incredible on, and one that has been very much a middle of the pack map for GX. So I can definitely understand why they've taken it there. I'm also just a little bit nervous that when you have those sort of like shakier moments, you're losing those second rounds. A map like Haven can easily run away from you, because you're going to have those sort of deep aggressive pushes on the defensive side, space being taken away from you. And if you have someone like Alia confident, that could be game over.
Yeah, and we heard also from GX that they weren't that confident on their defense coming into Haven. Maybe that would be a game breaker for them, especially since now they're starting again on defense. So maybe if we see them going more than 4 rounds on defense, we'll see a different result. But every single time, even when they were winning these matches on Haven, they were still only winning 3 rounds or 4 rounds maximum on defense.
Yeah, they picked defense yesterday as well, right? And like early on, it did feel like the wrong choice. It made everyone casting, watching, analyzing, quiet, worried. Alas, they pulled through. And again, they made some changes to the composition. They played Yoru over the chat. Of course, we know that they are very keen to play Killjoy here. So it might be a compositional difference we're seeing from these 2 teams here as well, Tom.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we see KC swap anything, just because I think they play the same comp like 16 times
forever,
in a row
yeah.
or something like ridiculous. So I would be surprised. But yeah, on the other side, the introduction of Yoru has been something that we've seen from a lot of different teams, even with combinations of ISO bringing in that secondary duelist. So I guess that's just, again, like Smurfette showing that extra little bit of depth to her map pool, and maybe giving her more of an opportunity to bring out the operator itself and like have those more aggressive positions that you can escape from without basically just going down. Because we see like the 4K she had on Split, how aggressive she likes to be. So having a bit of a fail-safe could be quite important for her here.
Yeah, and the only difference between the two comps is basically the Sentinel. It's the Killjoy versus Cypher, and it will all go to, are we going to fight for the sites, or are we going, do we prefer to play for retakes more? So it will be only on those playstyles, different playstyles coming from Safia and Sarah. And once again, that's where my focus will be going this map.
Right, a lot of pressure, of course. GX have to bring it back here on KC's map pick. Could be a trap game for KC. We'll find out. A map that they've put so much work into, certainly showed yesterday. MacMate, Joy, what do you make of this one?
What do we make of this one? I mean, I like the Yoru, we've mentioned it as well. It gives you a little bit more opportunity to roam around the map, and I'm gonna keep my eyes on Sarah as well. Fantastic performance for her, and if anything, I think GX, they are the two players that can make it happen.
Yeah, look, personally, I like to see KJ a bit more than Cypher on Haven. Just, you know, the lockdown can have some crazy impact, especially, you know, post-plant scenarios, even just taking sites, and then also retakes, right? And I feel like Cypher doesn't have that amount of utility, but when it comes to locking down sites, locking down a flank, and I guess setting teams up to go for a flood, that's when you can see it be a little bit more effective. But the player I want to highlight is Glance, right? Yesterday, I believe, in the last couple of times we've seen KC play on Haven, she has had just stellar performances, and I want to see a bit more of that. So keep your eyes on her, and that her against Ava, you know, Sova matchup. But yeah, on the defense, I still am confused why GX keep going here, but maybe today we'll finally see some results.
Yeah, we will see that. I mean, GiantX yesterday, they did take it in the end. It took them some time. Smurfette has the angle there, but Eva there to back her up as she does fall. But a 2-for-1 to open up for GiantX here.
Ooh. Good info off that alarm bot, and the long control for Sarah is decent. GX, is she ready for the second?
Oh, what? Has to read through the smoke, GX, you monster.
Okay, play disadvantage for the retake, but Nami thinking about going aggro. Oh, it's looking awkward for GX, but KC turning this round on its head.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, more GX turning GiantX around on their head. Sarah, though, has a clean shot there. Still 2 players left to defend this spike. Trying to get a little bit of information for the fake defuse, but it will be Anacilia sneaking around the box, shutting her down. It's KC, take the pistol round.
Yeah, love the little bait there from Safia. Just shooting, drawing attention away from the slow rack on the back of sight. That's worked out wonderfully. But yeah, there you go, Smurfette. Able to find one before jumping away, but unfortunately for GiantX, GX just locked up short like an absolute champion. And then locked it down from help. So couldn't ask for too much more, and KC off to a solid start, taking the attack side of Pistol. And this is where GX, you know, may have struggled in the past. And we'll see if they actually find success here. They're going 3 down.
No way!
2 bullets in the chamber and 3 kills off the back of it.
Oh my
I feel like you wrapped it, put a bow on this round already, Joy.
I mean, yeah, we can. I mean, we saw the collat yesterday on this very map, but that was beautiful, like a mwah, chef's kiss to open up the round here by Alkia. And now, I mean, Sarah and Ness sitting on these classics.
Last player standing.
Just gonna swing out. Make sure that this round doesn't last very long, but they also don't want to give over too many orbs, as you mentioned before early on. It's like that Blade Storm already halfway for Alkia on the jet, and that is dangerous.
Sarah just looking to go down to the implosion.
Yeah, but instead she goes down to the breach.
Well, let's see what happens in the third. GX should be able to get the rifles online now. Oh.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Multiple angles too. Oh.
Observers, you're treating us. What treat? Wow.
Observers smurfing. Let's see what they're bringing in here. Sarah actually going down to the half armor there. See if it's going to be worth it just to get the extra utility on board. But KC, what have they got for us with the bonus round here? Looking like all eyes will mostly be on B. However, Safi are going to be spotted lurking towards that A site. So now things get a little more difficult. No damage has been done to that GiantX economy yet.
Not yet. I mean, eyes on the Bucky here. With those doors, might be able to catch somebody off guard, but it looks like GiantX not really willing to push up through garage just yet.
There's info. Alkia usually the tip of the spear, right, for KC's offenses. So you'll see GX at least take that sewers control. Smurfette looking to get up into the grills of Alkia, knowing that she's still probably got that outlaw going. And the spike is here as well, so I dare say we'll see KC end at A. Oh, and that's a loud rotation out. That's going to be a free A side as well.
Yeah, they definitely heard that. Pushing up now. Clowns and Alkia.
30 seconds left.
That might still get an opportunity here. Nah, Clowns just got the upper hand. Oh, GX though. Rotating onto that B side. That's a free kill for GiantX. I'm just gonna have to pronounce it like this, because otherwise I feel like I'm confusing everyone all of the time. So now,
out of charges.
It's so hard to retake into this Sova breach. With not a lot of health to play with. I mean, GiantX, they just want to try and carry these rifles over to the next round. Gonna back off towards the C side.
And KC, successful bonus, free upgrades on a couple of the individuals. You love to see it if you're a KC fan, but GiantX, on the other hand, not finding the success that they would have liked here at the start of the second map. Although, from what I remember, you were right. The other day when they managed to take on SK, right? I believe they were down like 5-1 or 6-1 before they started to get the rounds on the board and then brought it back in that second half. So I'll reserve my thoughts until that second half, but for the moment, we'll see what they can do with the saved weapons.
No, you're absolutely right. And there they also had to... well, there they started on the defending side as well, so... Exactly. Maybe we should hold our reservations for now and see what GiantX still has left in the pocket. But that is not what you want to see. Your Euro being the first to go in the round. Seaside, it's only got Sarah.
Just love that the bait and switch. Safia playing that with her own camera. And that's something that you can afford with some of these Sentinels is you can use some of that utility as like the 6th player in your team, right? You can get them to draw attention away from yourself and then find some free picks. But the C site now under fire.
Yeah, and they get the Nano Swarm out. Alkia tries to make an entry, will get punished for that right away though. Sarah finds another, will go down in the end as KC, they make their presence known onto that C side. Nami and Ness still rotating in, but with not a lot of guns to play with, and it looks like Sophia has to read here. Will make short work of Nami.
Yeah, that middle of the map is Safia's. She's in full control. Open spike plant, high-low setup. This one's done. Ness, good luck.
Yeah, she tries, but KC, they are ready. They want to hold on to this lead.
Doing some nice little basic tricks, fundamentals. Great lurk as well. Big effectiveness from Safia. Getting the opening pick and then another one, cutting off the rotations. Just really trying to stem that circulation. And we'll see if KC will be able to find some more success towards A. I'm looking at GX's setup. They've got Ness in the right position to try and set up Smurfette for an aggressive sewer push, rather.
That they do. Operator in play now as well, but Sophia opens the round here. Sarah taken out of the equation. Rotation coming in towards A.
I like that dark cover approach from KC as well. Just smoking off short, making sure that Smurfette couldn't go in if that setup was to come through. So you can see KC's done a large amount of homework into this game. Smurfette.
Oh no, that's just unlucky with the timing. Eva finds one, but at the cost of what? Plant will be confirmed on that A side. Both players coming in from lobby. Now Sophia,
one enemy remaining,
picked up that operator, gets herself another kill with it. Maybe trying to carry this one over. Hand it off to Alkia, the other, after the round ends, or who knows? No, she's swapping back to a rifle. Fantastic stuff from this Cypher, and like we've seen it before. We saw it yesterday. Sophia got on the hunt, just picking up kill after kill for herself.
That's crazy to note too, the fact that Alkia is preferring to go for the rifles instead of the operator at the moment. But yeah, Safia, lovely use of the recycled weapon, picked up off Smurfette. You don't see that Cypher operator coming through too often. But yeah, big 4K out of Safia, and that was just a phenomenal round out of her to lock in a 5th there for KC. And again, with 5 rounds lost in a row, I believe this is the exact same time that GiantX took a tactical timeout in that game the other day against SK to win their first round. So let's see if they can do it here. But again, you look at the money, you look at the credits available, and there's just not a lot for them to work with moving into this one. Maybe they can play Orb Control and either get the Hunter's Fury or the Dimensional Drift online, but that's about all I can see working for them here.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, maybe it's just sitting through this round and trying to do a little bit of damage here to Carmen Corp and pray for the next round to come in with then having those ultimates online. But let's see what GiantX is going to do after this timeout.
Well, a few seconds to get this one ready. Where are they on the map? All right, Orb Control doesn't look like it's going to be the plant. A couple of pings across the map. KC looking like they will be going faster and target this A site again.
Oh, Eva though, on site by herself.
Where is everyone hiding?
That's the neural theft coming in. 2 players spotted in garage. Sophia, you can see with how much confidence she's stepping forward. A lot of information gathered here as well. Entry to A held down. Shock dart will be coming out. Doing good damage here to these players that are remaining.
Oof.
Nesto finds a nice kill for herself. That will be beautiful kills from GX. Nest pushing up, will fall as well. They find 3, but not enough to drag it over the line, but enough to maybe get a little bit more money in the pocket to sustain themselves.
Yeah, it's definitely a way to slowly chip away on that Carmine Core economy. But yeah, moments like this, lovely crossfire. Yes, the Sheriffs will have some form of impact, but inevitably it's the rounds that you're after, and KC already finding a flawless attack side so far. A couple of individuals still with stacked credits, so there is always that fallback plan if it's needed. And this time KC, more of a spread approach at the start, aggressive maneuver for GX, and let's see what she can do from here.
I think Sarah's got the read, but not quite ready for GX to be pushing up so aggressively here. So she will fall. Once again, we have an operator. This time it will do a little bit of work, though. Dimensional Drift comes out. Just gathering information. GX finds another one up in that backline. She is still there, by the way.
Gotcha.
Taking names. Ness is the one that is trying to just put a dent here. Eva having to push up. Will not get the upper hand of Glance, and with the crosshair once again in place, there we have beautiful crossfire coming out from KC to hold down this seaside.
Yeah, chaos. Absolute chaos again. GX just making that so difficult for GiantX. It's almost, I don't know if you remember, I think it was might have been the last Masters, but Boaster just doing some crazy stuff. It might have actually been VCT. And Boaster did something similar where he's just TP'd into their spawn, be like, guys, let's see what we can do. And that was very Boaster-esque going for that play. But beautifully done. Gets in behind enemy lines, cuts off rotations, draws attention to herself, and yeah. She's also the IGL, by the way, so making things like that happen is crazy. Still able to have infinite impact. And again, GiantX just in a round where they kind of want to make this brawly. It's worked so far, bring it to the 3v3.
Yeah, Guardian is good to chip away at this with a few taps, but Sarah finds a nice shot here with the Sheriff, with Alia, the rifle. Doing a lot of work. Bladestorm as well. Ready to be popped whenever. Spike is arriving to A now as well. SNS under a lot of pressure. Finds one. Can't find the last though. 1v1, Sarah versus GX. Who has the upper hand? It will be Sarah, actually, as she just catches GX off guard, and that will be finally the moment we've all been waiting for. GiantX getting around on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
It took them throwing everything, the kitchen sink and more, making it muddy. But sometimes that's just Valorant, right? You got to do what you got to do to get those rounds on the board. And there is still a chance at 4 more rounds for GiantX to potentially pick up. They don't really have the best economy since only one player survived at the end of that round. But yeah, the trade game came through, late refrags, everything they needed was finally done by GiantX. And now you can have a look here. Yeah, they've just barely got enough going into this one. And they do have a couple of ultimates online, more importantly.
Yeah, exactly. Got a lot of key ultimates to play with, though we do have the Hunter's Fury on the other side to try and counter that lockdown on the Killjoy. So far, Sophia just having to step forward, try and find something, but there's the Hunter's Fury. Doing so much damage actually here from Eva. Tags up 2 players, good. Ooh, but it will be Smurfette walking into the waiting arms of Carmack once again.
Okay, from the shadows from Nami just to strengthen that A site in case this rotation came out, which it will. But there is still going to be the player advantage for KC if they flood the site right now. But a dark cover slows them in their tracks. And still with 50 seconds, the whole map's their oyster, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, GX still over on that C side. Now has gathered the information that it's completely clear, so we see that the Spike is once again pivoting towards that east side. Sophia knows that she's got Sarah in the back. Sarah ready though, finds one. Can she find the second? No, she can't.
I got 30 seconds left.
Oh, and from the shadows was committed, as you mentioned earlier on in the round. Eva and Nami, a mountain to climb, but a kill to start it off with is a good thing to get started.
Yeah, I think the good thing about that is mountains are fortunately climbable. And these two individuals have done a lot of work for GiantX, but now it's even harder, even steeper. Oh.
Yeah, it just keeps getting steeper as well. I mean, GX must really be feeling herself. She has been putting in so much work for Carmack Corp on this map of Haven.
Doing so much, calling up a storm, fragging up a storm. Just impact her middle name for sure. And let's see what can be done about this one, moving into the 10th. Another round for KC. Just adding more and more to the tally on the attack. And you know that this team loves their aggression, loves to play proactive, so you better believe in that second half. They're not just going to stay passive. They are going to be brawling for as much map control as possible, and I don't know if GiantX are ready for it. But I guess we'll see when we get there. Still 3 more rounds here in the first half of Haven. And KC again postured to hit that A site.
Yeah, and this has worked out for them in the past, as it just is the Killjoy anchoring this side alone. But now it's GiantX opening up the round here, taking out Sophia as she is hunting for some kills.
Nowhere to run! Get out of my way!
Hunter's Fury. Attack people up in their rotation. Bladestorm will be committed, but Alia taken out in her tracks as Sarah has arrived to the scene here. from the shadows from GX coming in now as well. Onto that seaside. Does not have the spike though. Spike still on the rotation, but she might catch a player or two off guard if she once again goes into that spawn.
Yeah, plenty of space taken. And Anacilia just making sure every corner is clear as a fallback plan. We did see yesterday a few moments where people weren't clearing their corners and a few players got away with robbery. But we'll see from here and the 2-player advantage if GiantX can be successful on the retake.
Yeah, Smurf had very little health to play with though. They do still have the lockdown and I feel like they just really need to make something happen, but it will be Nami caught first. Nesto. Great rolling thunder, but now Anacilia. Great rolling thunder, great double kill. Glance. Left standing here.
Standing ahead.
Has to just try and stall this out. The defuse coming in though. Gonna stick the half. Gonna stick it all the way because Eva's there to take her out. GiantX, they take the second round.
Nice try indeed. If she did manage to get the pre-fire on the diffuser, there was a world where she could have clutched it up. But unfortunately, that's not this world we're living in. But it is a world where GiantX have an opportunity to stack 2 more rounds on, make it a little more even at the half, and not just a whitewash here. Because, look, I don't think anyone would be satisfied if KC, other than maybe all the KC fans, if KC went 2-0 in a whitewash series here to make it straight into the grand final. But hey, they're showing why they won it last time. And even though they didn't have the best group stage, they are a playoffs team in my books, just from what we've seen so far.
Oh no, you're absolutely right. I mean, KC, yeah, you're right. They looked a little bit shaky in the group stage, and GiantX came out as a real giant out there, taking the 2nd seed, but right now they're making it look very competitive, not to mention how strong that they looked yesterday against G2. But now Sarah, gonna initiate the lockdown here. Spraying through the wall, they know where it is, but can they take it out in time? Will they manage to take out Sarah? The lockdown destroyed, but it will be KC still finding the upper hand here.
Spike planted.
And with the neural theft, they know exactly where these players are. Eva and Nami.
Revealing area.
All corners, hell. Paranoia comes flying though, just to make sure they can enter. But now trying to pick them apart. It actually tends to work out here. It's Eva standing against Alkia. Time on the spike, ticking away. Eva, do you got this? And that is the answer for you, Alkia. She's got it.
Yeah, it's one of those odd situations. She had some utility that she could have used, but in the 1v1, you never want to be caught without your gun in hand. Because then you can look a little silly, but then opted for the wide swing, thinking Alkia was going to slink away somewhere else. But I love that protocol out of KC. The lockdown is ripped by Sarah, and KC do everything they can to try and deal with it. Spamming through the wall. I feel like that was obviously reactive from Sarah, maybe not planned. But unfortunately, it just wasn't the right call in the moment. Casey knew exactly what was coming. And now in the final round of the half, GX, they don't have the greatest of buys to lock it in. But play with what you got. Sarah playing close garage, who is going to have a rough time retaking C with a Bucky if Smurfette falls.
Oh, yeah. So I'm just holding my breath here that Smurfette is not going to be the first blood this round, as we have seen in some rounds before. But now, GiantX snooping up here. We're seeing a little bit of a different stance from them. But yeah, it's been confirmed. The C has been completely cleared. There's a decoy coming out blind side as well, as it will be the Bucky finding the first kill, but it will immediately be 2 kills to answer that. Hunter's Fury.
Okay, in this situation, GiantX are still in with a shot if they can hit some shots, but unfortunately GX is just feeling that much better.
Yeah, she is. Nami will in the end find the upper hand there. Glance is quite low, but it's still a mountain to climb, but getting this round on the board would be amazing, but it will be the jump. Showing it all. KC. Fantastic round on attack.
Yeah, send it to the crazy one-sided attack side for KC. And we'll see if GX can bring it back in that second half.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, as this could potentially be the last half that we are going to watch between these two teams. GiantX just coming out of a very, very convincing attacker side, bringing the score up to 10. Double digits to start off with is, yeah, putting the pressure on for GiantX for sure.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where GiantX, we expected a lot from them because we've seen some great rounds, some great Valorant in the last couple of weeks over this stage of Game Changers. But, mates, they've risked letting Haven into this one. They've risked starting on the defense side again. And I feel like, look, if there is a chance that they make a lower bracket run and get a rematch, theoretically, if they lose this, then maybe this is one of the maps they might want to get out of the pool. That being said, there is still an opportunity, and it all starts with a pistol. Trip in their way over towards C Long. But it looks like they are going to attempt to go for a split in through Garage, and KC are very ready for that.
Yeah, that they are. But some information gathered there here by Sarah as we see Paranoia flying towards her, and she just gets back off for free. Looks like it might just be a quick execute onto that C side. GX though finds that first pick. Not being traded out just yet. Plan's falling very low in the process here, but plan yet to be confirmed. Oh my god, KC, they've just got the angles down. But Sarah, last one standing in the 1v1 with Safia. She will not find that upper hand.
Yeah, rough situation. And KC knew exactly what to do. With those smokes up, able to fully dominate that backside control. And this is why you want to take a bit more of sight before committing to a plant, right? You don't want the potential of a swarm like that to happen. The flat out Garage, the flood from backside, it can just fully crunch on any little control you have of that C site. So moving into the next, GX, they'll have to think of another plan because they've gone all in. Stinger Bite, looking to hopefully win the force of their own, and B is probably where they're heading this.
Yeah, and I mean this looks like they're just gonna send it on to B and hope for the best, honestly. Sophia's got a Bulldog in hand that does a lot of damage, and Alia picking up a first kill here already is not looking very good. Rotation has to be called here through the Garage. They might be able to pick off somebody here, but it will be KC once again ready. Up on the box is GX with a double, and it will be a full flawless round. KC taking us to map, no excuse me, the series point against GiantX.
It's just like, what do you say? Like they try to do everything. I guess one of the cool things is those aftershocks combined with the dark covers just make things really awkward and are somehow getting crazy amounts of impact when it makes some individuals look silly. But yeah, KC playing this perfectly. Flawless defensive side so far, almost a flawless offensive side. And we'll see what GX is going to be able to do. They have to buy in. It's the potential final round, and they got to win it
no.
with just pistols. It's already started, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, the hero rifle on Eva, Smurfette, the first blood. It's not looking great here for GiantX at the start of this round, and Nest taken out as well. Like, yeah.
Yeah, perfect tool for the job up against the half armor of a few of these individuals. Although, with GX going down, there might be an opportunity. Sapphire is here, and we know what she's done today already. Oh, no. 1v4 to save the day. Can Eva do it?
I don't know. Like, she finds Sophia, but no, she's gotta hurry. Oh no, not the Hunter's Fury to finish it off. Glance taking them out in style. Carmine Corp, they take the series.
A third round of the half, Hunter's Fury locked in. You love to see it. This is Valorant, and this is why we love the game. But yeah, today, Casey coming through, just mastering everything, showing they are outclassing, outschooling, and really outplaying GiantX in almost every way, shape, and form possible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything to add to that. I see the Hunter's Fury, you know, coming in, and I'm like, can she dodge it? But no, it just wasn't going to happen. And what a way to take it for KC. Just absolute domination. What a showing of Haven here.
Yeah, KC in playoffs just taking names. They did it to G2 yesterday. And look, GiantX, arguably on paper, they already beat G2 last season as well, but are they going to be able to do it here? Are they going to have to? That's one of the things. Now they have to at least have that second opportunity down in the lower bracket to have a shot at making it to the grand final and making it for the rematch against KC. We've been speaking about grudge matches between a couple of these teams, and this is one that I feel like is developing as well. KC showing that they know exactly what to do, and you know, the coaching staff has to be applauded for all of the prep they've done going into these games, especially for this stage in this set of the playoffs, because every single map, it feels like when their tacticals are needed, today they kind of weren't for KC, but when they are needed, there's always something that has been said that has just fully turned these games around, and KC are just continuing to impress myself, and I'm sure they're continuing to impress everyone else out there as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you are not impressed, if you are not entertained by the showing that KC has given us in the last 2 days, then I don't know what you are. It's been amazing watching these two teams going up against each other this time around. I mean, GiantX didn't have the strongest showing here, and I mean, let's look at this one more time. This collab from Alkia, just fantastic with the Outlaw.
Yeah,
great stuff.
So many moments. That half was crazy, and the first half as well. Like, there was a good 3 or 4 rounds where it came down to those like 1v1 situations, and the clutches could have come through, but they didn't. So GiantX, you can see that there was a world where they could still be playing right now. They could have still warranted themselves some extra time to work some momentum on the attack side. But this is what I was saying, right? When you start on the defense and it's not necessarily your best side, if things go wrong, then you have no chance to find speed, find momentum in that second half. So I guess maybe this is a great use case for what I was trying to say at the start of Haven. When you go up against a team that is this proficient, is this confident on a map like Haven, you should be starting on the attack. You should be giving yourself every opportunity to find confidence in a map like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I couldn't agree more with you. I said it yesterday because then it was the name of the game as well, momentum. And GiantX, they just had it going for themselves against SK, but today it was KC running the show. Let's hear what the analyst Esk has to say about this one.
Thank you so much. What a match. Thank you so much. Yeah, actually, thank the match as well. That was dominant. That was a joy to witness. And also thank you so much for throwing it back to the analyst desk. I mean, the stats definitely tell the story. Sometimes that's not the case. Here, it's definitely the case. Casey just ran away with it.
Yeah, 13 rounds is bigger than 2 by quite a considerable margin.
Yeah.
And yeah, honestly, insane stuff coming out from them.
Yeah, and we actually do have a post-match interview coming up right now as well. So let's pick the brains of our winners. We have Safia joining us for this one. So let's hear it from Safia about how they got it done in such a dominant fashion. Safia, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
First things first, how do you feel right now? You guys are in the grand finals.
So good. We are so happy. We are making final 2 times in a row, and we are so happy.
Yeah, I mean, that was dominant. You did.
Yeah.
This is insane. Like yesterday, we were like, oh, okay. Like, can KC repeat that performance? Today, you showed us that you most certainly can. Let's talk about the match a little bit. Starting with map 1, split. We've seen from both the teams Sky being used over Viper. Let's say not paired with Viper, that way around, so Sky without the Viper.
Yeah.
What's the value in that Sky pick if you don't have the Viper on the server? Can you maybe walk us through that?
You mean the value with our Sky?
Yeah, because a lot of people would play the Sky, but with the Viper, you have Cypher and Sky. Like, can you walk us why that works for you?
I don't think that we are playing with this value. Like me, my coach prefer put me on Cypher, you know, because I'm more. I don't know how to say it, like I'm more comfortable with Cypher, so of course we're gonna play with this firepower, and it's not about Viper.
Okay, so it comes down to it just comes down to the comfort picks of the team.
Yeah.
Right on. You guys, speaking of comfort, you guys picked Haven, and that's a map that you have historically been just very, very good at. GX technically not, but they looked really good on it yesterday. Was it the fact that you had recent tape on them making that pick, or like why did you pick Haven into them?
Why we pick Haven against them? To be honest, we are full confident. Like from yesterday performance, like we are full confident. Haven is our best map in the map pool, so to be honest, we are full confident, and that's why we pick against them.
Right on. Now, speaking of confidence, okay, I need to know what the deal is with you guys in pistol rounds. You seem to just be winning them like all the time. What makes you guys such pistol warlords? Like, what's going on in the comms in those moments?
No, I cannot say that we are winning a lot of pistol, but today we won a lot of pistol. But even if we were not winning pistols, we were winning on Chieko. So I don't know. We have too much
just
confidence.
Locked in.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you need, right? You locked in for the playoffs, and it shows. Quick prediction time. Who do you think is going to meet you guys in the grand finals?
Giant again.
Giant
and
again.
I hope so.
Well,
I hope so.
You hope so?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because I'm playing against Nami. Nami is my best friend, so that's why.
I love that. Well, you gotta give her a call after this beat.
Yeah.
So, thank you so much for joining me. Once again, congratulations to you and the entire team. We can't wait to see you guys back in action.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was Safia. Yeah, just confidence. That's
Are they
what
still
it comes
best
down
friends?
to. Just
That's the real question.
Well, we follow up on that. We follow up on that tomorrow. I do love that they're coming in with such confidence. I do love that we see them performing on such a level as the reigning champions. You know, there's a history of reigning champions coming into another stage, another season, and just bombing out. Well, so far that does not seem to be the case with KC. They are in the grand final. Let's find out who is going to be eliminated in our next match. It's going to be SK going up against G2. After this, don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Walk anywhere, eyes them locked on me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell me cologne get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Got me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. Yeah, hear that? Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. mean all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words we sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, with I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, become my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.
This is VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 2 Playoffs time, Day 3 already. I am Zoe, and joining me on the desk are Tombis and Inami. Guys, KC had dinner plans and made this a quick one. I am very intrigued to see what our next series has in store for us because, man, everything is on the line. SK versus G2 finding themselves in the lower bracket with their playoff lives on the line.
Two very different teams in terms of what's expected of them, I guess. So you've got a lot of heavy hitters over on SK, but we'll talk later about the fact that they're performance here is already looking like one of their best for G2 Gozen. Anything less than a win is a failure. Like, you have to take the whole thing every single time, otherwise you're not a G2 Gozen player, and that's kind of a crazy thing about this org and this team, but it's just how it's always been.
But also, I mean, if you're just looking at the group stages here, Inami, they were so dominant. They didn't lose anything, so obviously the expectations heading into the playoffs are very high on this team.
Yeah, I wanted to say that's harsh, but also when you look at G2, when you look at their performance in the group stage, that's what you expect from them. We didn't expect them to like lose, and we didn't expect them to lose in that manner. The way they lost yesterday is just so hurtful if you are a G2 fan, and we weren't able to like see all this individual players shining like we've always used to see them before coming from G2. We've seen probably few moments from individual players, but that was just not enough, and the loss is just so insane.
Yeah, it was uncharacteristic to lose in such a fashion. It was not close by any measure. It was a beatdown.
Yeah, that's the thing that's shocking. I think that G2 Gozen this year have definitely looked a bit more vulnerable. Like, not winning every single stage is already a bit of a surprise. KC having their number at least a couple of times before, but this was different. Like, this was literally watching a team just get absolutely battered, and that's something I never expect to see with a squad as sort of strong as they have, because that's the reality of it. Like, if another team loses like this, you brush it off and you go another day. When G2 goes and loses like this, you go, what happened? Like, did their internet cut out? Like, did all of their players wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Because as we saw from their stats, like, this is abnormal. And the fact that we're talking about G2 Gozen and currently watching a KC highlight reel kind of tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, this is the slot where we usually show the highlights for G2, but frankly, there weren't too many to choose from looking at that match. Not to take anything away from KC, they played one of their best games as well, right? So G2 definitely had their work cut out for them. And if they are going out today in this elimination match, Inami, this is going to be the worst performance in a playoff they've had in years.
Yeah, ever since 2023, they didn't place less than third. Like, they've always been top 3, and if we go back to that time when they lost in the lower bracket, they had a sloppy group, and then they were in the lower brackets, and it was Jolina knocking them off in this Ascent team. So maybe if someone is able to do it, it will be Jolina today with this team.
Oh, I love that.
Think about it this way, though. Like, finishing third was enough for them to make roster changes. Like, that's the G2 Gozen that we're talking about. Third place is enough that they need to change their team. So it really is high pressure whenever you're on this roster.
Yeah, it's high pressure, and that makes this obviously a very difficult game for them, coming off of such a brutal loss. I did get to chat to Mimi earlier today to, do a bit of a welfare check on the mental state of the team after that disappointing match from yesterday. Let's hear what she had to say. Mimi, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for taking the time. How are you feeling today?
Thank you. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling all right.
You had to think about this one, so I already don't believe you. Let's talk about this. I have a hunch. I know why you may not be feeling on top of your game. Obviously, looking immortal during the group stage. Yesterday's result were a bit of a shocker. What did you guys discuss after that series? Are there any key takeaways?
I mean, I think a key takeaway is just, acknowledging that we're human and human make mistakes. It's a competition, and it's just about, accepting them and also learning from them. And that is the key thing here, that we really need to learn from what happened yesterday and just show who we are and why we do this, because ultimately I do believe that we are the 5 best players in the tournament, and we're just here to prove that it's the truth.
No, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, every team can have an off day, every player can have an off day. That happens even if you're the top of the crop, right? Now, what does the team's mental look like right now? Obviously, you guys are not used to losing matches this year. Do you have any protocols in place that ensure that this is not getting to anyone, that this is not going to impact the performance today?
Me and Drew have been on top of everyone and just reaching out, making sure how everyone is feeling, and you know, the spirits are high. People are highly motivated. There is no one with any like sad feelings really. I mean, ultimately we're still in a tournament. There is no time to be sad or feel bad, obviously. So I think it's positive mindset here.
That's good to hear. That's great to hear, in fact. I do want to have one question about yesterday's match, specifically about the comp. It felt like you took a bit of a risk with the Clove comp that you were running on Lotus, which was Casey's map pick. Can you walk us through the thought process here? Perhaps give us a use case, because I think the analyst desk wasn't completely sold on the Clove and the comp in general.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it is inspired from another team, and since we have not had a lot of reps on Lotus, especially in official, we have never really had the chance to actually like go away from the Clove, so we kind of just had to rely on what we have been practicing on. And obviously like it's been working great in practice time, but overall like what we showed yesterday is not really how we play and what we would do. So it did look from an outsider's perspective, but the playbook says otherwise.
And we trust the playbook. Now, a big part of that playbook also just seemed to be relying on Akita getting kills, like pulling heroics. That shows a lot of trust in your new player. Other than the obvious firepower that Akita brings, what else does she bring to the team?
I mean, I believe that she's the most mechanically gifted player in this whole circuit. I do think that she's a superstar. She's great. Obviously, she's a diamond in the rough, and she has a lot of things to learn and to like shape. But she's a goofy girl, and she, you know, whenever she kills people, she has like these funny comments. So she brings a good mood, and just like her mechanics, like they're just so great.
That sounds like an overall fantastic teammate to have. And that can be said about literally all of your teammates. And that's why you're on top of it all group stage long. Let's see what you're going to pull out of the bag for this match today. Mimi, thank you so much for joining us. And best of luck in your match.
Thank you.
Crossing the fingers indeed. I'm sure they're coming into today with they just want to get revenge. They want to show that this was not the G2 that we know and love yesterday. And yeah, a lot of that has to do with individuals who have to step it up. Akita has shown a lot of bright spots at bright moments, even in their loss yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I don't doubt that what she's saying about the mechanics. I'll say the most gifted player when you have Vanya. That's a bold claim. I'd say Vanya's been doing it for a while.
Gotta
but
gas up the
yeah, I
homies,
think
man.
we saw. Yeah, of course. You don't need to gas up Vanya. She's already the best. But I think that realistically, she definitely showed some promise. The worry I had, at least with the way they played Lotus, was it seemed like over-reliance. Like if she didn't get the opener, they lost. And in the game yesterday, they were 10 and I think 25 in opening duels. So they were not winning the opening duels.
They were not indeed. Now let's talk about the opposition here. SK. Last time they played against G2, it was in groups. They've never beaten G2 Inami. Like that has not happened. They won what, one map against them?
Yeah, and that was, I feel like, prime G2 also. During the groups, they were able to like get this momentum going also and not losing anything. They probably only lost one map to SK as far as I remember. So I think that they're coming into this with probably like some questions. Maybe they had also some fixes that they had to go through. But on the other hand, also right now they have Lisa that has been so phenomenal through this game and also had a lot of growth through this playoffs. So maybe if she's able to pull up some heroics, and if G2 aren't that ready for her yet, then maybe we'll see it go on the SK side.
I think definitely coming in as an underdog, but an underdog with a lot of sort of experienced and prime pieces. Like we've seen Jade around the scene for a very long time. Jolina has been fantastic. So I don't think there's any doubt that there is a lot of individual brilliance within this squad and bringing it all together. They've looked very good this split and the last.
Yeah, they came in the group stage, they came third, right? And even if they're losing this map and they will be overall placing fourth, that is that's their franchise best. Stage
Yep.
1, they also came fourth, right? So that was the best result this franchise had. So everything from here on onwards is just bonus.
Yeah, that's true. But honestly, looking back at their map yesterday, at their match yesterday, I think that they can hope for more because they've been, even in their loss, they looked so good. They were able to take a very strong win against GX on their map, their best map. So I think they are probably confident to make it further than the top 3. I mean, top 4. Sorry.
Yeah, Inami, you also just mentioned Lisa, right? And the impact that she had. Just yesterday, we saw her teammates talk about her, how she's bringing the calm, but also consistency. And of course, she can shoot as well.
Yeah, very strong shooter. She's been adding a lot to this team. They spoke a lot about her energy and everything that she's bringing, but then also into the server, we see that she's bringing a lot of firepower. Like, we've seen her winning like those pistols, like so close, this insane stuff as this we've been seeing throughout the whole playoffs. But also, like, there were some maps when she's able to have her ult by the 3rd round, and that was game changers for them.
I think with the role swaps we've seen within Gozen, she'd also be a player that maybe they'd quite like to have, because that is somewhere I feel like maybe Gozen, like Amy's getting there, but Liza is the real deal.
We established that it's Lisa. Tom, get with it.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. Well, another high impact player has been Jelena for this team. Let's see what she had to say ahead of today's match. Jelena, thank you so much for taking the time to have a quick chat ahead of today's game. How are you feeling today?
I've been having a good morning so far. You know, getting ready for the game. Been chill. It's the later game, you know, so.
What's the routine? What's the morning routine?
Well, first off, staying in bed maybe more than necessary. Just like getting, you know, rested and stuff. But then afterwards, it's like I go directly to have coffee, and I just like to chill at the PC a bit, stretch out, and then get some warm up in game, some death matches and stuff.
Perfect. So you're stretched out, you're caffeinated, you're ready to go. Yesterday, honestly, the first 2 maps, your Yoru has been looking clean, and I know that that's an agent that you didn't play a lot of last time you were on the duelist role. For map 3, however, against KC, you did switch over to the Jet, which, as a viewer, it felt almost risky, like to lose that momentum that you had on that Yoru. Is that just a preference for this map specifically, or like, did you feel like you need to go back to a comfort pick to close out the series?
I mean, obviously we did play Yoru on Pearl before, and it was more of a team decision that we wanted to change the comps, and we found that we liked what Jet gave us, the explosivity Jet gives us on that map, compared to what we had before. So it was more of a full team decision, you know, but still, I think, the Yoru obviously is not a pick I was expecting to have at the start of the year, but I mean, it's been going great, so I wouldn't mind playing Yoru either.
Right, so it sounds and it looks like you're very comfortable on that agent. How do you generally feel about the meta, also with the recent changes, the Teho out of the mix, etc.? Does your team feel locked in?
Yeah, I think we all enjoy Teho being out of the meta currently. It was a bit of a different game. Like, he was very strong, and you know, it changed the game out a lot. But yeah, I'm currently enjoying the meta a lot. Like, I feel like there's room for other agents and Yoru as well on certain maps. I feel like I get to play a lot of fun agents and comps.
Yeah, we're excited to see what you guys have in store for us for your match coming up. You did mention in the player questionnaire that you always like playing against G2. You get your wish in a very high-stakes match today. What is your thought on their performance yesterday, which shocked a lot of people watching?
Honestly, I mean, I feel like that's something I have no idea what's going on, you know, in their team, if they have the issues or if that's just a bad day, you never know. Yeah, I expect them to come out, you know, G2 in the elimination game, they're not going to be quiet. So I expect them to go all out, and we're going to do the same, you know, and I think it's going to be a fun match.
Right. You are currently winless against G2, but third time's the charm, right? What have you learned from your previous 2 losses against them, which was a very close match in week 2 in the group stage? How has your team leveled up since?
I think we do have sometimes issues with closing out leads yesterday as well. But I think we're getting better at this. We're working on it, and I think we're still confident to, you know, if we get leads, we will try to close them out and just finish them up cleanly. And I think that's gonna be the difference maker.
Yeah, it was a close series yesterday, almost keeping your team in that upper bracket. We're excited to see you on the server again today. Jelena, thank you so much for taking the time and best of luck in your match.
Thank you.
Great to hear it from Jelena. Your yesterday was absolutely clean and crisp. And yeah, she said it herself as well, right? Like, they just couldn't close it out, but it was a close game they played. Whereas G2, they suffered an absolute beatdown. So all the more interested, excited I am to see where we're going with this map, Veto.
Yeah, for sure. I think that kicking things off, like already getting into things, having that Lotus immediately onto the board, and picked by SK. Like, this is a squad that statistically, this is not a great map for them. I feel like maybe my thoughts on the desk have been agreed with by some other people, that maybe they don't like the comp that's currently being run by G2 Gozen. I'd say it's a bold pick considering that it's not been great for yourself, so you've gone for sort of an opponent pocket pick. G2 are not really doing the same thing. They're going for their own comfort over the last couple of matches, playing well on the icebox, picking up that harbor composition, and one where there's not too many reps for the opponents either. So I think that if you're G2 Gozen and you genuinely believe that comp can work and works for you, they're going to be very happy with this veto.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they will be bringing up, because Mimi was so confident on their comp. They said that it works in the practice. So
it worked in the playbook.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't work on the server, but yeah, maybe sometimes, you know, that's just a sample size of one that we saw. The question is, will they run it back? After what happened yesterday, will they pull out that clove composition once more? Do you want to see it?
Do I
know
want
what
to
you're going to
see
say,
it?
Tom.
No.
That's a no.
Are we going to see it? I think most likely yes, because of what Mimi said.
Well, Agent Select is coming up, so we will find out very soon as well. As we're heading into our first map, of course.
Wait, did you see a
I've just
Cypher?
seen Nello on a Cypher. We've just seen Nello, so it's not happening. And yeah, that makes so much more sense. Like, if I was going to make any swap in that composition, it's putting Nello, who is a fantastic Sentinel, onto a Sentinel. You have so much more sight control. You're able to lock down C with much more ease. Your lurks actually have utility to back you up. Yeah, I definitely prefer this composition to what they were running before.
We also have the Raze coming up, and also why the reason why I like the Cypher more is because they're starting on defense, and we need the Sentinel this time around. So hopefully we'll see like more what they changed in this map, and if they are ready to like take up and show up the strong G2 on the elimination map.
Right. I mean, Mimi did say that while it worked in their playbook and it worked in scrims, like, they did not have a lot of reps on it. So definitely a good call to switch it back up. Let's see how they will fare today and if they can recover from their loss yesterday. This is all or nothing. It is an elimination match. Of course, for that one, we're bringing in the big guns. It's Mitchman and Billy.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Appreciate it. And I'm very excited to be here with you today, Billy. We've got a banger matchup and a comp change, thankfully, for G2. I think it was much needed looking at yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not going to let that comment from Tom pass us by, just as you did, Mitch. I think small guns is maybe kind of actually appropriate to describe for both of us in height, but he's definitely letting off the muscle capacity there. But yeah, as you said, Mitch, coming into this one, I think the Clove change, I think there was a lot of questions about it the other day. You know, why are we running this? And, you know, Mimi obviously saying in that interview just then that this was something they had to rely on because it is what they've been practicing, and that they had plenty of stuff in the playbook. But of course, today, they have everything on the line wanting to progress through that playoff stage, with this being the lower bracket that they find themselves in.
Well, this should be somewhere that G2 can have a couple more options with how they're approaching this game. Playing without the Sentinel yesterday, it shoehorned them into a couple of plays. And I mean that, a couple of plays. They didn't have many options. They had to keep running them again and again, and it was not working up against SK here on the defensive side. And you're going to see, as we saw and as we heard in the Agent Select, a lot of excitement around Nello playing that Cypher just because it will bridge the gap. Whether that converts to rounds one, oh, we're going to find out. Pistol round underway, and SK, they've spread the net. Even though there's pressure here on A, they're leaving themselves open to catch those C or B aggressive plays. For now, no movement from G2.
Little bits of pressure being made towards A right now for SK. And as you said, Mitch, it's this cipher of Nello that's just left to kind of hold down that A space. Something that we see quite common on these pistol rounds is just leaving that sentinel to kind of fight for their life solo on site. But the site hit does start to come in from SK here, looking to get that spike down on B.
Yeah, Devilassa and Lisa have joined the rest of the team, and now the B site fully overrun. Light play from Purity to watch for that A push, none to be found. G2 are gearing up with the paranoia fired in to flood the site, and the first pick goes their way easily, but the spike hasn't gone down yet. They've moved back to the A site, a fluid attack, and a lot of space taken. It looks like G2 are ready for that though, with a huge amount of players swinging deep into the spawn, and a 2v3 that they're left in.
G2 looking to just continue to make their way back in here, and as you said, they have the advantage in numbers, but that stun coming out from Jade is going to do what it needs to in order to isolate these fights. Flash still coming through as well, but Mimi is well aware of Lisa's position.
Jade's got the pressure on now. That defuse could be being stuck, has to swing wide to confirm it, and finds two players staring down the angle as she does. G2 in there with the pistol round victory, a 1-0 start, and already the claws are out here starting it out. SK with a lot of different options left. The quick move back to the A side, I love to see that, and trying to take advantage of the space left open, but G2, as we see in this fight, they were adapting very quickly, moving as a 5 unit.
Precisely, and it's what we expect from G2, right? Being able to adapt in these moments. And of course, there's a lot of coverage on SK on this map as well, when we consider that they've played it 7 times so far this split, Mitch. So I think coming into this, G2 have clearly done their homework and opting for this composition change. We're looking things... It just looks so natural for them so far, and of course it's a better start than what they got off to yesterday. Losing this map 7-13.
Yeah, absolutely. It didn't feel like a very competitive showing, but it was better than the first map, which was, I think, a 13-2, if memory serves me correctly. It's hard to remember, it was such a quick one for SK. A lot of presence taken, and this is a force buy. They've got stingers to work with, and that surprise element has caught Nello at least. The reveal down below, though, sends Purity out of the round, but a good bit of damage being done back up here by Devilassa as Jolina's still alive, but Mimi's picking up a double. The flash too deep, but Devilassa can't find the kills. As a result, G2 with a 2-0 start, and take a look at the credits. SK put it all on the line coming into that round. This should be a streak of rounds for the defensive side.
And I actually love to see SK coming out and doing that, because of course this is something that G2 goes and have done quite a few times in their rounds as well, where maybe they've lost the pistol, they opt to buy up those stingers. In fact, it's something that they have openly said that they picked up from G2 Frozen. So yeah, seeing that kind of try and work against them, it does mean though, coming into this one, that they've only been able to keep over a couple of those weapons. So the buy on each side, Mitch, they're going to look a little bit shaky here.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose there's opportunities, but lack of shields for SK for the most part, and it's not going to be very easy to capitalize on some of these ranged fights towards the A site. You'll be walking out, and they don't know that there's these pistols in play, right? You could be thinking about more Guardians, more rifles floating about. It's a great economic opportunity for G2, playing this almost as a bonus and getting, you know, a great opportunity to build that money. The problem is, look at all the players from SK. 4 about to round this corner. Vanya point of contact. They have to be able to find picks or get out. And that's exactly what they'll do. 1 pick, and they're out of there. No opportunity for SK to really get the ball rolling and overwhelm them with the numbers.
And it's nice discipline shown from G2 to just be able to pick up that one and drop back out. Of course, it is the Raze and the Fade playing towards that A. They can go back and re-clear it with that Fade utility should they decide to. But a pivot from SK coming over towards this C site. And it's Nello that's unfortunately the first one to go down, the solo anchor of this C site. Let's see what Vanya's able to do coming into this.
That's 2 smokes and that's it, you know? There's no real contest from G2. As the spike goes down, they've got to wait for the retake. And you look at the utility that's in play, they've got plenty to work with. They've got that paranoia that can go down deep, but instead SK are getting ahead of that retake. They're fighting for the space, and they're winning the duels. Jolena falls, low HP on Amy. Most of this round may rest on Vanya's shoulders, but even she is 56 HP. Oh my goodness, Amy's got the freebie. Devilassa alone with a sliver of health herself. One shot to either of these players will drop them, but the same in return. It's a round of narrow margins. This is a competitive start to the map with a tap from Amy. In fact, a stick to half all the way. Devilassa needs to swing and she'll get there just in time. A Red Bull clutch from Devilassa and a round stolen by SK.
And we look into that and you just think SK had no reason to be able to win that round coming into this with only sheriffs. But it's this aggression that we see on Waterfall, Mitch, that allows them to take those fights to G2 completely unexpected. I mean, Devilassa, 2 bullets left in the chamber there, gets away with the 2 kills.
That's unbelievable. And I mean, for Amy getting the freebie as well, running out of ammo and being able to take the classic out. They put the pressure on from both sides, so it gave them a real chance. They were down to, what, 16 HP combined? Wow, and actually, wait, was it 16 HP on one side and 16 HP
and
on the other?
15 HP on the other, yeah. It's identical almost.
Goodness, yeah, the scales were balanced, but tipped slightly in SK's favor. Now round 4 sees them with the rifles, G2 with the weaknesses. When we just talked about their opportunity to build up that economy, well, it's come crumbling down, and what a start to this map already. It is very much the banger we were promised.
For sure. And of course, the first time that these two organizations have ever faced off in the playoffs. Of course, playing each other in that group stage, but all to play for today to continue through that lower bracket. And it's actually Akita that's going to pick up the first pick there. Pushed up on A. I don't think SK were fully expecting any sort of flank that deep. It's Nello. Okay, she gets out with 2, which is a surprise, and that Fade ultimate is going to be committed for G2 here.
Sneaky beaky play from Vanya, hiding inside the smoke. The ult pops and nice shot. It's only a classic, so it doesn't take Devilassa down, but on 46 HP, hey, those sheriffs are gonna have a much easier time in dropping her. Just a body shot needed. 12 seconds, the spike is alone, planting, but succeeding the plant. That's gonna open up the opportunity now for Devilassa to pick up the rotate, and another for Lisa. This is winnable, but Akita's gonna put the pressure on, tapping that spike, the drop heard, the ult to bait them in. The tap was used, just about making it out as Devilassa, 6 HP in the corner. And the nade is gonna keep her back. That's going to get the defuse to at least half. Devilassa has to be quick in rounding this corner, but that's exactly what Akita expects. And in fact, rolling the dice, playing the odds on the time here. Devilassa will fall eventually. And because it's half, it will be enough for Akita to take it across the line. Narrow margins decide these rounds with a thrifty for G2. They're back with a 3-1 lead.
I mean, if this is what we're set for this match, Mitch, I honestly have no words. I mean, you see the idea coming out from SK to be able to pivot, but it's actually Akita, the latest addition to this roster, that comes up huge for G2 Goes in. Of course, coming in from Zaren's Mint, is able to get that pay safe card thrifty, and God, I see this being a very flip-floppy map if this is the way it's going to continue to go.
Well, it's certainly how it started. We'll see if things change. Although knowing G2, it's exactly the kind of game that you expect. High octane from the get-go. Early fight towards C Mound from both teams. It's Devilassa left to find that lurk. She had so much value in that previous round, even tagged up as heavy as she was. Able to cut the rotate and give SK a real chance. But now they're back to those pistols. But then again, that's where they made it work before. Bigger guns from G2. You see the Odin in play. The stun about to go down. That stopped the Neon swing and given Nello an opportunity. It's Akita to convert. The double B push has got G2 the advantage. And now those pistols set to break through the doors. They've caught Nello. That's a lot of pressure on Mimi, and she's just going to back out.
Face your fear!
There's the opposing Nightfall invested into this round, and SK gonna just be able to get the site for free here, being able to get that spike down, and G2 deciding to group up as a 4, and of course SK deciding to invest more, which is kind of a crazy decision, Mitch, when you consider what was actually brought into this round in terms of the weaponry.
That's 3 ults with Jolina popping hers as well, and it doesn't get them the advantage. It sends it right into G2's favor. The 2v2 now. The Sheriff landing, but another is required. And although bullets come close, they're not quite taking Amy down. A 4th round locked in from G2. And yes, having 1 player left alive, at the start of this round, you'd say that's great for SK. They came in with pistols, weak weapons, and they did a lot of damage. But like you said, Billy, we see the Nightfall. We see the Rolling Thunder. We even see a Neon ult popped as well. And not finding that round, that's a heavy cost to pay, even if the credits build up.
100%. I think that, yeah, like I said, we kind of hinted at it during that round that although the weaponry investment wasn't that much, the actual ultimate investment was hefty when we think about it. It almost feels like sort of desperation to be able to get another round on the board at this point. With, of course, G2's defensive side being the weaker of the two, only at 45% win rate. SK probably thinking they would have had a couple more rounds on the board by now, but we continue, and of course the first pick does go in G2's favor. Akia trying to get more than what she's really capable of in that position there with no trade to follow up.
It's a game of battleships for Amy as well, spamming through that door. We can see so many of these shots have come close, but not quite close enough. The flash to push her back, the reveal. Attempt to slow down that tree take, and it will work out. Another cycle of the door at least, but there's a minute on the clock. SK have got plenty of time to decide where they're taking this, and an ult from Devilassa, that's going to get them all the information they need. Seeing that the B site could be weaker, Paranoia perfect onto Vanya, but it's returned. Again, slowing them down, limiting SK's options. And G2 give up the A site, play more towards the spawn. They're not wanting to get caught off guard, but that is going to leave SK with a plan.
Catch them.
C's thrown in to drop just to make sure that there's no G2 player lingering around this site, but Hero Theft committed to kind of find out any sort of information. And G2, they're looking to flood in here. SK don't really look as though they're propped up in a post-plant position to be able to deal with this, unless Jadema has said anything else to say, but I'm completely wrong. She's shut down, but Purity and Lisa there to pick up the pieces. Amy with the Odin, she has been a nuisance with this so far, and deciding to drop it and pick up the Vandal, and needs to be able to isolate these players. But look at the positioning from Purity, just able to stop Amy from being able to get anywhere near that spike. That's a round finally on the board for SK again.
At long last. I mean, you said this in just the previous, it felt like a sense of desperation, and with how we got here, with that 3rd round, with how competitive some of these rounds have been, it definitely felt like the scoreline wasn't representative of the effort they've put in, and how many teams have we seen fall to the snowball of G2. So you gotta put a stop to that early, get the brakes on the train, and well, they've done that very nearly in the other rounds, and right here, managing to clutch it out in the end, 4-2, and sending G2 once more onto this lower investment. But G2's response is clear. A deep play towards the A site. 4 players grouped up and ready to fire on through. Prowler tanks the trip, and they'll make it here just a little bit late, as Devilassa's already on her way around to this C site. C's been overrun, the plant should be found, and really, all eyes on Devilassa. There's a bait with Jolina holding from afar, but they'll still swing right on through. Now Jolina's almost isolated in this battle. Out goes Jade to attempt to pull the numbers back into their favor, and it looks like a very successful attempt indeed. Nello stands no chance, and the danger of this round quickly subsides.
And it's a really nice reaction from SK there to recognize that push coming in from A. Realizing G2 goes in, they're on a low buy here. And just completely pivot towards C, able to get that spike down.
Nice try.
I'm honestly surprised that they decided to take these fights on C Mount, though, to be honest with you, Mitch. I guess with the positioning of Devilassa, they felt as though they needed to try and kind of bail her out. My preference would have been that, you know, go for a plant towards CT and fight towards that, knowing that G2 are majority going to be coming in from that flank, but it does prompt G2 to have a timeout here. And of course, we need to speak about Drew, right? The recent addition as well coming into this roster, and the value that he can bring. The girls have been speaking so highly of having this head coach here. It's just the wealth of experience that he had.
Oh yeah, that guy's been in the scene a long time, and I think one of the most analytically minded coaching staff, background staff that you can really get within this game. When it comes to, you know, looking at the previous round, I think SK almost pigeonholed into that play, right, by Devilassa being where she was, and I think that's almost a response to, they know that there's been a deep push on the other side of the map, and I think Devilassa just doesn't know how close those players are, and if you try to run all the way, they catch you at mound, then there's a weapon there for them. Instead, they try to set up this almost bait. Timing was very good as Jolina got round the corner. But it's you see in those rounds the danger with G2, how quickly they can flip around into their favor with those weaker weapons. But that's the exciting thing, is we've seen that same factor from SK here so far in this game, even with the weaknesses. And there's none in this round. The rocket launcher through, but the show doesn't stop for SK. They found Akita with the opening pick.
And it's so unfortunate that that showstopper doesn't find anything. Completely sent out into open space. Done a little bit of chip damage on a couple of players, but nothing superior to note. And SK decide to just take a pause. They've taken the initial pressure towards C, waiting to see if there's going to be any further reaction from G2, because of course they're the ones that need to try and get that player back. They need to find a trade here to put it back into an even playing field, and SK just looking to take a pause and see what G2 do with that. But utility is going to start to go in towards that C site.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they've come out on top in these battles. G2 do well. SK waiting for the util to come back online. They burst through and they find that G2, they haven't left the site. They might be caught by the util, but not by the push. Mimi with a 4K and G2 locking in the round. What a great response. They lose the player and instead they just play 2-2, leaving B with just a trap wire defending it. But when that's not broken, there's no need to move out of position.
And I think SK maybe forgot that they're playing against G2. Like, they will not move away from these sites. They're such a disciplined team. And like you said, Mitch, they had that information available to them on B. They knew that if they just fought in pairs, there was a chance they would be able to clean up, and that they did. But the pace of this round, again, it just seems to be so quick at the very start. And Jolina's done a good job to take away that trip from B this round. Means now that that's going to be a question mark for G2.
They go for it with the push, but that flash is absolutely perfect. Jade does a remarkable job of setting up Jolina as the picks come flooding in. A three-piece in the opening choke point, a follow-up then that leaves Nello alone and destined for the grave. Jolina, the highlight of that round, the utility from Jade, an honorable mention, and SK right at the heels of G2 yet again.
And this is the player that the devs spoke very highly of. I think it was the other day, you know, Jolina being a real difference maker for SK. The one that's able to carry the rest of her team on her shoulders when needed, and I just love her move to Julius, to be honest with you, Mitch. Like, her Julius arc has been something that I have very much enjoyed watching in Game Changers. And, of course, we need to think about as well the fact that she's going up against her former teammate, Amy. Both had some time at Ascend. They know what it's like to make top 3, and now they're looking to gatekeep each other out of that top 3 position.
Those rivalries, they always ignite something different. Glance versus G2 yesterday, it was a hell of a show. Oh, Akita found a gap in the trap wire. That is nasty. Here with a pistol in hand, finding a pick like that. Now a rifle in hand. Now the southern side of B wide open. And that's going to be in the back of SK's mind. Look at them. They've got full control. They could plant right here and now. But instead, they have to sit and wait for a play for some more control. Because as far as they're aware, and we can see it's correct, they're surrounded if they plant on B.
And they're so cautious as well, right, of G2's retake potential ultimates with that Rolling Thunder. And of course, they did have the Nightfall up until Amy had just dropped. planting on B site against this kind of buy was perhaps
30
a little
seconds
bit
left.
risky for them. Didn't want to chance it, and now we look at the numbers. G2 have somehow turned this round to be in their favor, and the clock's ticking down, Mitch.
It's unbelievable, honestly. They had, what, a Guardian and some pistols? Now a Guardian and a rifle. Double the players of the other team, and they catch Lisa looking the wrong way. The timing perfect for Nello, and Jade stunned up. Was not destined to make the 1v4. SK, they get close, but they can't quite match G2 round for round, as now there is a 2-round buffer for that defensive side.
Thrifty.
SK have got to be kicking themselves when they think back to that round. Gorgeous pace safe card, Thrifty. I mean, yeah, that first pick really just tells you everything about how this round went, right? They just had them pinched. They knew exactly where SK were looking to go with this spike, and they had all the tools available to them should they need to contest it. It's going to cause SK to take a pause, think about what they want to do with these last couple of rounds in this half.
Think about where that trap wire is going to go as well. Just the tiniest of gaps, but it's read by Akita. A really nice play that gets them the rifle. That stops what would have been a B hit and what would have been a difficult retake. And again, we've seen it from G2 with this composition. They have so much ability to fight their way back into a site. Less so, I suppose, now that you've got a Sentinel in, but look at the control that they've got instead. Yesterday, it looked at times like they were lost. The play had to be direct, it had to be clear from the get-go and telegraphed for their opposition. Today, they can play that little bit slower. Look at the round where they lose the opening pick. Akita goes in with a showstopper, doesn't find the pick, and that trapwire on B saves them from an overreaction. It keeps Mimi towards that site, and she ends up walking out with a 4K. That wouldn't have happened yesterday.
Definitely does feel like a different version of G2 today. I do think we have to consider the comp, like you say, Mitch. Feels like it's almost a comfort thing as well. I hate to bring up the comfort word, but it's looking a whole lot more comfortable today for G2.
It's also G2 typically in that lower bracket. Although when sent down by KC, sometimes they do stumble. There's no slip-ups here today, 6-4. Some weaker weapons. You look at Jolina, ult fading, and the shorty comes into play. It's not going to match up with Akita. Great flash that gets them through that choke. Now the ult to clear out so much of this control. They see the players pushing. They're even low from the nightfall. Akita's gone down to her own grenade. This is starting to slip out of G2's grasp. They need a hero to step up to the plate. And Mimi and Vanya both hungry for that title, with Lisa all alone and soon to fall. That is another on the board for G2. It looked like it could have been a tighter round, a closer contest. But in the end, the result is the same.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I thought that was cooked as soon as Kian hated herself, but again, it's the heroics coming out from the IGL Mimi. She's had such a stellar performance this map, leading from the front, and I do like the approach from SK. I want to give them their dues for this round, you know, having a very direct approach to just being able to take that C site. Of course, it doesn't work out for them in the end, and poor Lisa left in that 1v2, trying to isolate anything that she can get. Coming into this round though, again, it's a fast-paced kind of B take from SK so far, looking to just get as much space as they possibly can. And they're looking to actually commit on this one, Mitch.
Yeah, straight in for the plant. I mean, just a small delay with the utility coming back in the other direction, and they're happy to wait a little bit longer, opening the door, or so they hoped, for Devil Acid to lurk up on A. She's being caught, and Lisa gets aggressive. The Guardian, the movement keeps her alive, and the shots land. We're back to a 3v3, hand delivered by Lisa. Jade pulls them into the lead, and SK now in a seriously strong position. The spike ticking away. This stun, though, going deep. That's going to stop any swing out from the spawn. It kind of forces the hand of the player in heaven, but Purity comes out. I thought with two, Jolina was stealing away that first either way. A 7-5 half locked in for SK, just 2 behind.
And if you're looking at G2, they're probably more than happy with that kind of defensive half. I did say before coming into this that it was something that they kind of struggled with playing this map before, but
One enemy remaining.
we're going to have to wait and see how the rest of this map plays out, Mitch, as we go to a break.
Welcome back, folks. 7-5 when we left you, and G2 now on the attack side. It was a decent first half, but wow, back and forth affair. So many of these rounds could have swung the other way for either team, and seeing just a 2-round gap, that's exciting because I can't wait to see the second half. We get a few more rounds at the minimum. I guess coming into this one, Billy, I want to ask you, do you feel like 7 for G2, comp shift as well, taken into account, do you think that's enough? Did they need more? How was that first half?
Yeah, I think I kind of hinted at it towards the end there that, when they played this previously, I know it was another comp, but the defensive side was a little weak for them. So I think moving on to this attack, we look at the agents they have, the utility that they have. It's going to be some really nice, clean Valorant is what I'm expecting, Mitch.
Oh yeah, well, it's also G2 play. Let's remember that. So it'll always be exciting. That's the guarantee. Opening up, it's Akita to Fall, an opening pick for SK, and it doesn't look like too much movement. They're going to be just sitting down on this attacking side, hoping that Nello can find that bit of space, the slow push up through A, the smoke going down from Vanya. This could telegraph it. It could give SK an idea of what they're up against, but Nello snuck through that smoke to execute Lisa. An opening pick returned, and now a 4v4. The world is G2's oyster. Look at the position that Nello's in.
And Jade is so cautious of this potential wraparound that could happen. SK, they still have that Cypher trip up on B, so they're aware that nothing's actually been committed here just yet. And of course, you have Purity as well,
left.
just jump peeking that, spot peeking to see if there's anything. And it is going to be Nello that's the backstab. Jade was so cautious of it, yet still falls.
That's the double opener. What a phenomenal lurk. And you see now why G2 put so much faith in. That was a headshot through the wall. Stunned up, but just the one needed. Jolina walks out with the pick. We're back to even footing, but not for long. Mimi and Vanya answer up, and Jolina on her 32 HP. The last one standing. I said one needed. It's actually two. She's on 6 HP. Almost made that work. Oh, I thought that round was over, but they had a little bit more fuel in the tank. My goodness.
No, stop. I actually thought
seconds
Jolina was immortal this round for a second. Even that paranoia, and she was still able to get the kill right here on this replay. She still gets this kill. Full flash from that one paranoia. Oh my goodness. I mean, she's here to make a statement. She wants to bring this SK through. And of course, let's not forget, Mitch, this is SK's map choice. They decided to go to Lotus. G2 do a great job of being able to win out that second pistol. Let's see how the spy goes into this one.
Jolene almost gave me a heart attack there. That was utterly unbelievable.
Disgusting. Actually disgusting.
Disgusting. It really was. like 3-round gap now because of it. Lead in the half. Low buy from SK. The chance to really run away with this one. Put it 9-5 in a game that has been back and forth. In a game that could easily be favored to SK now. Not just looking at that clutch, but in the last half, how many rounds were by the thinnest of margins? Instead, they could be left in the dust here on their own map pick. SK have got some ground to make up for, and running into the outlaw like that, it ain't gonna get you much. Jolina finds one, and I've learned my lesson. This round ain't over just yet. Jolina's still drawing breath. Akita's gone down mid-reload. Good timing from Devilassa. And it's only a 4K needed. I shouldn't jest. Jolina, she might have this one.
I mean, I hate to bring it up, but people do talk about those game changer shouts, but this positioning from G2, the high-low setup, I mean, yeah, you're not going to be able to do much with that, unfortunately. But that was costly for G2. Even Akita drop in there with that outlaw.
First, nice. The first is easy. This one here, you can get a little bit boxed in with that weapon with no support. As you saw, the reload needed, and Devilassa catches her off guard. But in the end, G2 get out with the round that they should have. The second round, the follow-up. Now SK, though, they full buy. The rifles are in. And this is where the game can very much change, although it's the same old story. Opening pick for Akita. That's a very valuable kill in the round like this.
100%, and she's been so good at getting these first bloods, really settling into this duelist role for G2. Doing the job that's required of her. And very cautious for Devilassa. Does have the support from Jade, her IGL here. Should G2 decide to enter into this site, and that showstopper is going to be invested coming into this one, Mitch.
Oh, it's a close range battle on the shorty thrives. Okay, Akita gets away with murder there after firing the showstopper a little too deep. Jolina spotted towards Mound. They know she's there. The flaming walls gave it away, and no rush to plant the spike here. G2 are very much looking for these fights, for these battles. Lisa's already claimed one, but that's all there is to report about this round. One where SK finally came in with rifles, where G2 had weaknesses, if you want to call them that, and SK are forced into a 1 versus 4 save. Jade not feeling like the odds are in her favor for this clutch, and that's double digits locked in for G2 already. A very significant lead to this half that, you know, it's just started, but it's getting close to the end.
And you mentioned it earlier, Mitch, the ability that G2 have, as soon as you let them snowball and build up that momentum, I mean, teams just can struggle to get back into it. We look at this round. Oh, Jade, okay, fair enough. Being able to pick up a couple there, but let's not forget, this was G2's bonus round. They are fine. They are just looking to take this rifle off of Jade, and what I was saying was, we look at SK coming into this round, we expect them, we hope for them to be able to win it. This second half does not feel as competitive as that first half, and I think if you're SK, you're starting to scramble a little bit. I'd expect to potentially see that second timeout coming in at some point, because you're wondering, well, SK chose to come to this map.
Last player standing.
Was it a false sense of confidence based on what they saw from G2 yesterday? They obviously didn't expect them to switch up this composition. I mean, you've got to be asking these questions. How is it taking us so long to be able to adapt on this second half?
Well, there is that timeout exactly when we kind of need to see it come through. You lose that rifle round. You got scraps coming into this one. And 100%, Billy, I like what you're saying there. Was this just a look from SK of, hey, you know what? We might not be the best on this map. We're changing up our compo as well. Let's drop the deadlock. Let's play legit. And the gamble that hopefully your opposition is going to run that same comp as yesterday, because you can see a lot of blind spots, a lot of areas that you can target. But the problem is, as we heard from Drew Spark yesterday in the interview, when he said, you know, there's still a lot to work on. There's still a lot of ideas that need to be ironed out. And I think you come out of that game yesterday, the 13-2 you can shake off. This one though, the 13-7 on Lotus, that's somewhere that you're straight off the server and into a custom, into a Valo plant, whatever it is, and you're thinking, how are we going to fix that issue? And G2 have come in today with the solution. So if SK were picking this because they thought it was a weakness for G2, that certainly hasn't been. I mean, yesterday, hell yeah, you know, you're spot on, but today it's a completely different story, and it looks like a misplay or a trap card set and flipped just in time for G2 with an opening pick here as well. You got a lot of weaknesses to work with here for SK.
That's a really nice paranoia coming through from Puree. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize off the back of it, and Jolina just walks into Shorty. It's so unfortunate that she gets caught out there, but I do like what you're saying, Mitch. Like, I think we've kind of come to the agreement that, you know, we look at G2's performance on this map yesterday, they've clearly gone back and, you know, done some work in the server, been able to fix the issues that they had, whether that was comp related or, like we say, whether they feel a bit better running a composition such as this. And I think it's been a good look for them so far. I think we see a lot of the value come out from having that double initiator of the breach and the fade, being able to set Akita up.
And I mean, I hate to say it. I hate to be the one to say it. I know Tom's going to say it later on the desk, but you take the Clove out of the composition, you start winning. It's a crazy situation we're looking at here. Who could have seen it coming?
I mean, although to be fair, you say this, I kind of like thought maybe they would have Vanya running the Clove, because she has run Clove before for this G2 side on Icebox, I believe it was, but of course it was Nello that was playing the Clove on this map. And looking back at the round, I mean, SK have been able to get that first pick, but it's actually this operator from Jelena that I'm paying attention to this round, Mitch. I mean, this is something that G2 are looking to potentially walk right into.
Well, they have all this utility to push players back, but this is the angle that they didn't flash, stun, didn't push her away from. Instead, it's the jump peaks. That issue avoided, but look at the rotation from SK with the advantage even. They are flooding into this A site, but G2 might be taking it elsewhere. Akita's already got space towards the spawn. Won't expect the player to be this close, but stops herself just in time. The op, though, still trained in as the B site is overrun, but very few seconds left on the clock. Devilassa could have been the difference maker, but instead, that's the numbers equalized, and we're back into a 3v3. G2 don't have a lot of space to play with. Both sides of this attack are looking for space, and Mimi walkabouts as they push deep into the spawn, spreading themselves thin. That gives SK an opportunity. Vanya all alone, fused up the paranoia. They know where she is. She'll just about make it out. And time ticking. The pressure very much on, but that utility alongside the shorty. 43 HP for Vanya. It was never to be. SK right back to winning ways. They found a 6, but the gap, it's still so large.
Yeah, it almost feels like an uphill battle for them at this point. And I know on the first day, Jade was kind of talking about how that coaching staff has been helping with them kind of fight through fatigue and being able to play these long games, go the distance, especially if it does get to a third map. It's where this coaching staff has been coming in very handy to help them with that. But step by step, round by round. And I highlighted Jelena with the operator because that was something that we saw a lot of on Haven yesterday, particularly on that defense. She was such a highlight for SK, despite not being able to win the series in the end. And this positioning from Purity is really nice. It's not actually something that SK have tried so far, and she's going to get away with the pick and is able to dip back out again. G2 unable to trade that.
The ace up their sleeve, yeah. You know, they're very much focused on solving the problem of the last round, getting up close on the door, pushing the players back further into that choke point. But a player behind the box, it's not expected, just like you say. And that ace up the sleeve is being played to great effect. G2, disadvantage, a 4 versus 5. The orb taken here for Mimi, that might give them exactly what they need to break into the A site. And look at the exodus from that A site. A pullback immediately as Purity doesn't want to get caught in that choke by that ultimate. Now has an ult of her own to get out of here if needed. And it might be needed. Oh, that ult's coming through. The Rolling Thunder popped. Purity finds one and stands her ground. That could be a mistake. I stand corrected. A third kill found. Purity carrying them across the finish line in this battle as Devilassa strikes the final blow. 11-7. A 4-round gap now.
One of my cameras is broken.
Such a great individual round from Purity. We look at her as being, you know, that only remaining member from SK Nebula. Their roster of 2024, of course, this year being the first that they make the main event and even finish top 4, looking for that top 3 finish should they beat G2 today. It's going to cause G2 to have a timeout, rethink their attack approach, because SK, they've managed to climb back onto that board with those 2 rounds. G2 just don't want to let it slip away from them here, Mitch.
Yeah, it's the right call. You know, those early timeouts, we've seen so many teams wait until it's too late. We've seen some teams pop them too early. You know, Koi against Fnatic last year, they learned their lesson. But I like to do this. You know, you have your lead, you see them start to find momentum. SK seem to have cracked the code, and this is where we need to reassess. 4-round gap, still quite a bit to work with. Rolling Thunder committed to last round, but Showstopper coming online as well. You know, Nello and Vanya's ults, so-so, and tradable on the other side. You can see Devilassa and Purity both with theirs. The Neural Theft and From the Shadows are lukewarm at the best of times. But with a 4-round gap, SK still have a lot of work to do. The good thing is, though, look at that economy. G2 called the pause, but a lot of that will be about what to do in the next round. This one, it might not be one that most teams, at least, would consider winnable from the get-go. This is G2.
Cage trigger.
Yep. Akita and Nello just looking to see if they can get anything. Nello is going to be able to pick off Purity. Of course, she was the nuisance of the previous round, and Lisa struggling quite a little bit there. Was looking to just trade that, but it's actually Nello that's been able to get these first 2 picks.
That's not ready.
But G2 deciding to opt to go towards that C site off the back of the Neural Theft, recognizing that they're able to get onto this site with little to any resistance.
Yeah, plant. Well, if we see it come through, there we go. Oh, they're waiting for the reveal to go in, so they just know nobody's close. No one's about to swing around, cause problems. Maybe just expecting that re-peek. SK, I think we said this is a round that you would think they have locked in. Whoa, that was an ambitious swing. I mean, Vanya just goes out wide. There was nothing else to it. Paranoia then comes in. This is going to slow them yet again. Stopping the push. Stun stops the operator from having the value that it could have. Containing those swings, and now they've got to go into the Stinger, into Mimi, who's farming them from the side. Nello joins in, and this round has fallen to pieces. Nello, with the 4K, puts G2 onto 12. 5 chances to close out their opponent's map pick.
And if you're SK, you're absolutely kicking yourselves for that round. I mean, giving away that first blood, this is really unfortunate from Lisa as well, just not being able to trade that out. But it's actually Nello that's the hero for G2 here. Being able to pick up 4, turning something that didn't seem all that possible into a reality. Brings them to match point, Mitch. And I mean, SK, they've got a few ultimates to work with here. With that Rolling Thunder now also coming online. I know you highlighted the other 2 in the previous round, and
I must wait a moment.
you would think they throw them into this one.
Ooh. Well, that's a double pick up already. Amy able to at least take back some space towards B. I didn't spot if they went all the way through. I don't think they saw the spike was sat so passive. So G2 still have an amount of control here. It's not being contained by SK, but the B push certainly is. With Devilassa dropping Amy, we're in an almost unwinnable position, is what you'd say if it was someone that isn't G2. With Mimi and Vanya, Anything is possible. They've already found the opening. And a fake TP across, it won't be heard, but a good idea. And it indicates the movement towards this C site where the TP will already come through from the shadows. Vanya will emerge, but Devilassa very much ready and waiting, caught by the paranoia and almost dropped. This round very much up for grabs.
And SK just flooding together, Waterfall, looking to come in here very quickly, knowing that Vanya is likely the only one to be isolated on that site. They are able to take her down, and Mimi now just waiting to see if she can get anything that's planted for her, but the Cypher Cage is just going to completely hide the spike away from her, and that's SK able to get around on the board.
Oh, well, Mimi almost cleaned up when the round was already done. You see the flare of what could have been great Prowler that was put through there just to catch Vanya, or that could have been a very scary post-plant situation. A scary retake, I suppose, for SK, as they had a 4 versus 2. It started with that from Vanya, but it ended with a cage defuse, and Mimi almost cleaning the server. Now, 4 more rounds for SK. This will be a nail biter if they manage to make it to overtime.
For sure. But it seems like a quick take from G2 here. Akita setting the pace already, being able to get that showstopper kill, but it's Jelena with an answer back, and you just see the Rolling Thunder coming as well. The Death Ward currently looking like checkers at the moment, and it's Vanya that's able to answer back. 2v4. SK with only a Judge and a Guardian left in their weaponry, unable to really pick up any of these weapons that their teammates have dropped now.
That arsenal is looking a little bit understocked for SK. Jade's been spotted. Devilassa can't quite deal with her, just slips away, and you look at this round.
Last player standing.
Doesn't look like SK have much of a chance, and indeed it will close out right there and then. 13-8. A 5-round gap in the end, and almost dishing out tit for tat what they received yesterday. This is a much better face to G2 on Lotus, and I guess the compositional shift worked wonders overnight.
I have to agree, and I think as well, even that last round, you know, the way that they're able to switch up the tempo and go at a quicker pace there to kind of close that one out is really nice. But I also do want to give props to SK. You know, the match felt very, very close, especially in that first half. You know, it was very neck and neck, and I think that they managed to put up a lot more rounds than they did when they played it in the knockout round. Of course, it was only 2 rounds in the attack, 2 rounds on the defense, so they have, of course, made some improvements on Lotus, but Mitch, it's a little bit difficult when they've just lost on their first map pick going into this one.
Yeah, definitely. G2's map pick up next, and looking like they'll be closing this one out. A strong performance from them here. They've made some changes. Maybe they've made a little bit of a surprise for us on map 2 as well. We'll find out after the break.
Player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Nice try. 30 seconds. One enemy remaining. Spike down, C. Spike down, A. I get inside your attackers win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on to take them flights at the first sight of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. Better know your worth. Add tax and take off. Take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins.
Welcome back, fellow Valorant Esports enjoyers. VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 2 Playoffs Day 3 is where we're at. Zoe here, joined by Tom and Inami. And, well, we are being treated to an explosive elimination match between SK and G2 to close out our day. Now, G2 is going up 1-0, stealing SK's map pick. And Inami, a comp change, a lot of clutch plays and some confidence. That was a much better look for G2.
My eyes go to those first kills. Akita has been able to get 10 in all the rounds. That's actually insane. And it seemed like the comp just works better for them. Even if Mimi spoke about how it works in the older comp works in the pracs, but this just works better in the officials. And I think that this is a little scary for SK since this has been their map pick and they lost in this manner.
Yeah, let's talk
It's
about
weird
it,
as well that
shall we?
I was going to say, on that stat page, Jolina had 0 first kills. So it's like, even though as a duelist she did very well, it's weird to see a duelist have 0 first kills and the other one with 10. But yeah, slight duelist diff. Well, I guess we could just watch the frag movie.
Just like a little highlight reel there. But yeah, I mean, even in their loss, in G2's loss yesterday, it was pretty clear that a big part of their playbook was, like, an entire chapter was dedicated to the C9 Oxy go kill approach, right? Akita go kill, and killing she did, Tom.
I'm not sure what a C9 is. This is EMEA. But nonetheless, I think that Yeah, she had an incredible performance. I think having more of the push and pull, like having her to be able to take that space, get aggressive, have all of the supportive utility, and then still have Nello now having the capabilities to hold that backline, find some high impact kills, and even just in certain scenarios, just look a little bit more comfortable, like being able to take extra info from her cam and stuff. I think was a really nice balance, and that balance just allowed this duelist to thrive even more. And there you go. Like, it wasn't a bad stat line when she played versus KC on the Neon, but you put her on a raise, and 316 ACS pretty good. I think you take that.
We take that every single day. That's so impressive coming from her, because yesterday it felt like the entire team has been a little disconnected, but today we feel like this setup coming from Mimi, coming from Amy, being able to enable her every single time, and she delivered.
Absolutely, more than delivered, really. I mean, yeah, dominant there, even though SK started to claw themselves a little bit back into the map at the very end there. It was still a tall order. Now we're heading over to Icebox. Icebox being, of course, G2's very own map pick. I don't think either team is going to be super unhappy about them. Like, if we're just looking at their recent records on it, they're both 2-0. But we're most likely going to see different compositions here, as SK has been more prone to like running that double duelist, which I now know for a fact that Tom is not a fan of. Just like you're not a fan of so many things. You're such a hater.
I wasn't a fan of the clove, and I was right. So I'm
Okay.
100% so far of things I didn't like and it being changed. No, I definitely don't dislike the double duelist as much as the clove.
As the clove.
I think that this reminds me of sort of more old school Icebox, where it's a little bit more brute force. I've always been a fan of having that second initiator in, like something like a Gecko or a KO, just to give you the additional flashes. And more interestingly, it's actually going to be the other side that have switched things up, and they've added in a Gecko and a KO. That's it. Honestly, G2 are after my heart. They get rid of the clove. I wasn't even mad at their comp. I like the Harbor comp, but they've just, by sheer dumb luck, by the way, I've not seen this before this went live, they picked the exact two agents I plucked out of the air. Honestly, G2, beautiful, 2-0, done. Moving on.
Yeah, it seems like this also adds to the playbook of Akita Go Kill. We're giving her even more support to be able to like just shine through in this map again. And on the other side, we're not really surprised. We've seen the same comp they played before. They ran the double duelist last time they played Icebox. So I'm excited to see how much the Gecko will be able to add into this Akita Go Kill.
That was Amy back on Sentinel, right?
Yep.
Because I think before it was Mimi playing it. Amy on Sentinel is a treat. Like, I think that obviously they've got Nello, they've got Mimi who can all play the Sentinel, but Amy for quite a while was the best Sentinel player in the entire league. I think we are in for a treat.
I think so too. SK back on the comfort, and a new look again from G2. We're very excited about that one on their very map pick. So let's send it over to our casters. Billy and Mitch, what do you make of this one?
Thank you very much to the desk for that. And yeah, I'm excited to jump back into this one. Of course, we have Icebox as well here, which is super exciting, right? We see a couple of changes coming out from G2 Goes In, which are welcome changes. Of course, we saw Mimi on that Killjoy previously, and it's going to be Amy back onto that trusty old Sentinel role that we know and love her for from last year. And Vanya actually opting for the Gecko here. Of course, it was a Harbor that she was playing last time. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting stuck into this one with these composition changes that are coming out from G2 Goes In.
Well, hello. I have returned. I
Hello,
went to get a
Mitch.
snack and
That's
didn't think
okay.
it was taking that long.
Welcome back out. We were just talking about the G2 Goes In changes, right? They've switched a couple of things up. It's nice to see.
Yes. Well, I'm looking for the first time now. I mean, I was watching all... No, that'd be worse if I was watching all along and just didn't decide to come back. Yes, we've had a very exciting start to this series, and I think I'm expecting that to carry over a little bit of wind into this one. G2, 13-8 after being 13-7, just yesterday on Lotus. They're certainly looking a whole lot better, and I'm imagining coming into this map now, they've been cooking the entire time, as we saw by the Lotus changes. I have no doubt that SKR are up for a bit of a challenge Let's see if they can rise to the occasion now.
Initial fight does seem to be over towards back yellow, and that flash from Mimi has done a good job to delay any sort of push here. Vanya and Amy also being able to pick up one for themselves, and I mean, it's Vanya and Amy that are the ones that are managing to clean up the whole round so far. Lisa left all on her own on A.
This one should be a foregone conclusion, really. Even if it was full HP, 20 health, a single shot, the spike on the other side of the map, and G2 now, they have the option to regroup, but look how much control they have. They'll keep that instead. And it's not looking good to start either. Oh, well, I suppose it is. Unfortunately, it is an uphill battle with 12 seconds left. Would be impressive. Perhaps Barry Allen could get that plant in, but Lisa, despite a few nice shots hit, will be fighting against the clock as the ultimate opponent, or Vanya, one or the other. Either way, the result is the same, 1-0 for SK.
And we look at the changes on G2. I'm intrigued to see how this kind of works for them. Of course, making changes on that first map, making changes again on the second map, picking into this Icebox today. I mean, it must be good for them, because we look at Icebox and the team's history for both of them has been 2 wins and 0 losses, right? So you would think coming into Icebox, it's going to be a pretty even playground. So G2 being able to get that pistol is a great start from them. I want to see what answers the SK have back.
You might be waiting a while to see those answers, Billy. In this round with the pistols, classics, and a single ghost. I like what they're going for. Grouped up, a full push into this B site. Akita now isolated by that wall. That's a free pick, essentially. The Outlaw may be good for one more, but the updraft up has caught her off guard. It's left us into this 4v4. And now SK, oh, I suppose this is where it gets difficult. Unless G2 go flooding into these fights, it's going to be a lot of long-range battles, and that is somewhere that G2 will thrive, question mark? It's now just 2 left on G2. The weapons picked up on the other side. The Outlaw as dangerous as ever, and Nello all alone. Double barrel operator essentially up against her, and she can't get past the classic. What in the world has just happened, Billy? You asked for a response, and my God, you got one.
I mean, you told me I was going to have to wait a while to see one, but it's actually SK coming out with that pay save card Thrifty. I mean, it's ridiculous that they even got away with this, right? If you look at how much they're over and stacked towards that B site, you see a late rotation come in as well, but I mean, it just looked so nice. There was a clear plan set out from them, and they just were not going to let this one back down.
I'm absolutely astonished by what I've just witnessed. SK not having as difficult a time when it comes to dealing with those pistols as G2 did just moments ago. Almost a flawless round. 1 player dropped is all it amounts to, and from a pistol round loss, SK are now 2-1 up. Phenomenal work.
And it's really nice to see this double duelist kind of action come out from SK as well. Of course, the 2 times that they've played this map, they've been kind of deciding, you know, which double duelist do we want to run with. They've had the Yoru and the ISO at one point, and of course they've opted for this Yoru and Jet, which is something that they've been playing more recently, that second time that they've played it, and I mean, it's just looking lovely so far. Coming into this round though, Akita is going to be the one that picks up that first blood and shuts down any sort of dynamic duo that the duelists were going to be able to have in this round.
Yeah, it's good to see from G2, although I expect nothing different, that after they have that little bit of a bump in the road to start things out, and a massive bump in the road, you still see that confidence, you still see the aggression. There's no pivot to playing that bit more passive. That's just not their game style. on how they play. Alarm bot gives contact, some presence around A, and the push-up is going to be coming through. No one from G2 waiting on the other side. Instead, the adjustment is to take this mid control.
And it's just a question of whether or not Jade's going to be expecting this. Of course you're not expecting 3 players to be in your face like that. Very quickly cleared out by G2 goes, and meaning they have no worries of that mid lurk coming through in the late round. They're actually going to be committed into this, and it's a huge flash, but I mean it's actually Devilassa that's been able to pick up these kills. Mimi has an answer back though, and Lisa is able to get those last 2 kills. I mean, oh, it all felt a little bit dicey there, but SK showing that they are meaning business on this icebox, Mitch.
Yeah, SK have come in with just a remarkable start to this. Even in this round, I mean, obviously they were down in round number 2, bounced back, but here, losing opening pick, and G2 pushing that deep mid control in response to the contact scene, taking down Jade. It looked like that's the stars aligned for them to walk right back into that and equalize the scoreline at a minimum, and who knows what from there. And instead, it is a low buy that G2 are left on, vulnerable to the outlaw that Jolina's had in play a while now, and those shots they keep on landing with damage done. They're a player down, and those pistols have one hell of a fight on their hands, especially as SK are moving towards this B side of the map, which is being abandoned with the initial aggression not working out. They're moving back towards the A site, playing behind the Killjoy utility, using the numbers, filling in the mid gap, and that's all well and good if the push comes in. Then you've got a good chance to at least have a competitive fight, but it looks like they'll be set up for a retake, which on the B site with Sheriffs will be quite the challenge.
I was almost wondering if they were going to kind of push towards that A main and pick up this orb for Amy here, but that doesn't seem to be the plan, as you said, deciding to group up together and take the gamble on that A site. And now it means coming into this B, it's going to be difficult to retake. Of course, we do have all utility on board from Mimi and Vanya. These flashes could be so crucial in this round to be able to get that wingman on the spike and get any form of defuse here.
Placing sentry.
But look at SK's position. I mean, Jolina is just oozing confidence at the moment. Going to be the one to take first contact and try and discourage G2 from coming into this.
Yeah, and to be honest, yeah, G2, well, they're avoiding a lot of those shots. Eventually, one of them lands for Jolina, but the idea the entire time, for most of the players at least, was just to go down to this spike. Avoiding giving the orbs over to the other side. Already you see the Blade Storm online for Jolina, but the rest will stay just a few orbs away.
Enemy kill.
Very nice opening duel indeed to run back on, but that is all that this round was. Just those 2 shots landed, and G2 calling a timeout. And look, you look at that timeline, certainly if you go back and look at round 2, watch back the tape, you can definitely understand why this timeout's come through.
Yeah, I think this is a good time for them to just take a breather. I think as well, when we looked back at that last round, it almost felt as though, you know, we'll commit to one site and the other, we're just going to go down to the spike. It almost felt like defeat as soon as Akita had dropped at the very start. But this is a good time to take a pause, get the weaponry back on their side, and start looking into those ultimate cycles that are coming up now. They do have that Killjoy lockdown available to them now, and of course, the KO ult as well, the no command, like we mentioned in the previous round. It's just, what's the plan this round? How do they use those things? How do they stop SK being able to get onto these sites so easily? Because at the moment, there doesn't seem to be any sort of resistance. It all seems to be post-plant situations at the moment, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that, right? With G2 having opening pushes in the 1 rifle round down through tube, then going back, re-aggressing mid, finding a lot of those fights with great success, but because they're committing those players to that part, they're not holding steadfast in the A main choke point. It's not a terrible idea, but at 4-1, maybe we'll start to get towards reconsidering how it's been set up. Purity going in for the fight. Ops already fired off. Akita was repositioning and caught out. Didn't even get a glance at that clone. And the B site's fallen just like that. G2, they called the timeout. They sought a solution. And instead, they've been decimated. Look at the flank coming through from Lisa. Jade's picked up a double. They've actually spotted Lisa, but can't deal with her. And that is a phenomenal round from the attack, not just in the opening, not just in the plant, but in how the situations were handled from that point as well.
It was a really nice something. It was very much a set piece, I think, from SK coming out there, right? Being able to invest that Yoru ultimate, just going for a very simple B split and having that added layer of Lisa on this late flank. But of course, G2 very much aware of it. This is something that SK have been doing quite frequently, is having that mid lurk towards the later parts of their round. And like you said in that previous round, Mitch, is something that they've been looking to punish. We see it again coming into the start of this one. Akita and Mimi looking to work their way down tube, and of course with the support of Amy here as well, going to be blocked off by that Viper Orb. Something that we could expect from this round with them only having Sheriffs, but this presence towards the A site is causing them to rethink their options, and it's Jelena that's going to pick up that first. Nello goes down, but it's a question of whether or not they expect Vanya. They do not. Very quickly traded out, and these Sheriffs, Mitch, they're doing damage. How have we ended up in a 3 versus 3?
With very retrievable rifles as well. I mean, just look at where those red X's are on the map. Sure, the space is going to be taken towards B, and the plant can be acquired by SK, but they will now face off against much more heavily armed individuals on that retake. Very nice stuff from G2 to find those openings, to now recover those 2 rifles, and to even get, honestly, to the B side way earlier than I thought. Not just in the, I don't mean in the time that it's taken them to rotate, more so in how slow SK have been in taking the space on the back of Devilassa. By the time that she gets to Snowman, by the time the spike even starts to be planted, there's 2 defenders there, one of which had the rifle. Now G2 have the advantage. Now they're in a 3 versus 2, but lockdown is a big problem that they might not be able to solve. Just waiting it out seems like the best idea, with a lockdown of their own to push players back. I mean, a relatively safe spot for Jade to play from, and Hunter's Fury online as well. This, at least, I guess, cancels out some positions that they can play from. If they can take down Lisa, it's less pressure on them, but it's that Hunter's Fury I'm worried about. It's not being used. Already the defuse is halfway, the swing needs to go through, and it looks like they might actually have a chance here, but Jadenwa steps in for the play with the wall bang to close it out. The Hunter's Fury ultimate not activated, but the Fury felt by G2 as the scoreline now 6-1.
And it's a beautiful Red Bull clutch from Jade. The IGL, of course, of this SK Nebula. Full confidence, backed herself to not even need to use that Hunter's Fury, as you say, but for me, Mitch, I don't feel as though it ever needed to be able to get that close. You mentioned it, G2 being able to recover those rifles, put them in a great spot coming back into that one, and of course both Killjoy lockdowns have been used now. It's going to cause a second timeout for G2 goes in here in the first half, the first 7 rounds.
This is I feel like we're glimpsing into a different universe, a different timeline of what Lotus could have been starting it out with so many back and forth rounds. It's SK's here, but honestly, some of these rounds, how they've gone down has just been unbelievable to witness, honestly. You take a look at that last one even, they're so slow on the rotation, and the space that Jade takes is almost forced because of the lockdown in the other direction. And again, you think Hunter's Fury to, I mean, there's no point breaking that lockdown, but to deny the defuse seemed like a shoe-in. And she doesn't go for it. The reveal just about catches the player down below. She just about deals with Akita's Blade Storm and manages the spam in the other direction. Just a remarkable all-around scenario we've just witnessed unfold. And for SK, so many of these rounds have been like miracle performances like that.
I mean, I think if you're SK, you're probably pretty chuffed with the fact that G2 have taken a timeout after that round as well, right? You're probably like, oh, okay, we don't need to take ours because they've taken it for us. Like, I would be maybe wanting to have a word with the team after a round like that, but this round, we are seeing both Jets with an operator in hand. I'm intrigued to see if either of them get any sort of value from that. Of course, Akita has been, unfortunately, shut down very early at the start of these rounds for a lot of the time. Unable to really get activated throughout this map so far, and It's going to be a very direct A hit for SK, or at least it looks as though it is that way. They are going to be able to deposit Purity into that space. But look at this timing from Lisa. It's going to be causing G2 to second guess what on earth is going on in mids. Do they expect 2 players to be lingering there and only 3 on site?
Spike down A. 30 seconds
A
left.
double for G2. The advantage clear. A response by Purity. The spike down in the open. Devilassa takes advantage of the rotations coming through, catches a flanker, and now Amy in with another. It's left all the pressure onto Jolina, and going through a Viper wall with an operator, with 2 players holding you. It doesn't get much more difficult than that. 6-2. G2 have put a round on the board, but take a look at that timeline. It was 6 in a row for SK. They got a timeout from G2 as well that's led to this victory perhaps, but so much more needed for G2 to capture even a glimpse of the glory it looked like was almost certainly theirs starting out Icebox.
For sure, and when we look back at historicals of how G2's defense usually does go on this map, it's a 70% defensive win rate. This is not looking super great for them so far, but of course clawing around back is a move in the right direction, and coming into this one again, it is SK that's going to be looking to overwhelm that A site. Hunter's Fury is invested, is going to pick up that first pick, but Amy answers back.
She's trapped in the corner though, and so low on HP. Jolina had the call. Just goes in swinging. The 4 versus 2. Operator from Akita, it won't find its mark, and now they'll be much more cautious. They try to leave the site, get out of the sight lines of the AWP, but they walked straight into Vanya, gave the opportunity away with the retreat, and now Thrash online will be used. No, perhaps not. I'd imagine so right after they tap this, but no, instead Vanya goes defending her wingman. Unfortunately, only the one to be found, as SK put themselves up another 7 rounds on the board, and an immediate response. G2's timeout got them 1, but we're right back to the drawing board.
And I'm really enjoying the different variations of SK's attack that they're showing at the moment, right? We see them with clear direct B hits, clear direct A hits. They have layers in the sense of potential different lurks mid, whether it's just Lisa, whether it's just Jade, whether it's Lisa and Devilassa. You know, they've been showing different variations, and G2 are struggling to adapt to it at the moment, Mitch. I mean, yes, they found the answer back in that 1 round after the timeout, but
Cutting through.
I hate to harp on about it. It's just not looking great for them so far on this defensive side. I mean, the scoreline speaks for itself.
Yeah, and like you said, a very strong half normally for them. You see changes to composition, and you expect that maybe it's the second half. Let's hope that it is from what we're seeing so far. Something's got to change in SK. They lost the first 2 picks here, but immediately fight their way back with Purity's double. They've got the advantage yet again. The Viper's pit, it's not even needed, especially not when there's weaker weapons on the other side. And the ultimate from Purity, Dimensional Drift, can be used for that information if needed, but I think this is just going to be raw aim duels that are sought after and found to start it out, but a 1v1 were left in. It was Akita's moment to step up to the plate, but a swing and a miss as Lisa connects the 8th round for SK. 2 left to play for in this half, and it could be double digits with how things are going for SK before the half is over.
If they continue this pace momentum up, then it sure can be, Mitch. I mean, again though, these rounds, it's reminding me back to that first half of the first map where it can just get so close, even with a weak buy. Of course, this half of this map has not been as near competitive. Akita looking to take that angle on A, very quickly shut out from the noise and pressure that she's hearing. And look at this wraparound from Purity that she's getting from this Yoru ultimate. I mean, the flash out flashes herself, unfortunately, and a dip into mid and somehow catches Amy off guard. Hello?
Amy's left this round a little early, let's say. I like the plant as well. They're going to go deep into the spawn, use their Viper wall to get there as well, blocking off vision. They've essentially just swapped sides now. A little preview of the G2 attack. The only problem is they don't just have to plant passively. They've got to walk all the way around through that. What they are retaking right now as if it's a default plant. Because it should be. They should be wrapping up behind them. In fact, Thrash is going to be sent through, clearing all of this space, and oh, now we've seen where the spike is. The Thrash will get nothing done, and the retake is almost dead on arrival. Akita's able to find one, is aware of a player up top, cautious, and connects the kill. This difficult retake is starting to look a little bit too easy, perhaps. The defuse underway, Wingman needing to be dealt with. In fact, no, it's Nello sticking all the way through, and that is how G2 win a round. I am perplexed by that outcome.
I'm
8-3 we go.
I'm so confused. Did Devil Asa not realize that Nello was sticking it? I mean...
Oh my
I
word.
don't know what's happened here. I guess just the presumption that Wingman's not... I don't know. It's so unfortunate for Devil Asa. But I think we have to talk about Akita in that round, being able to even open up that retake and allow that round to be a possibility for G2. Absolute individual moment from her to be able to get those with an operator as well, bear in mind, retaking.
It's also hilarious that you have Nello just sticking the defuse. Wingman was on his way to take the defuse, and you just see him running on the spot like, wah, 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 I want it, I want it. I was told to defuse this, Nello. But one less gun in the fight, but it wasn't needed. And honestly, remarkable work to get back into that one. I was counting them out before we even saw Thrash go through, and that ult felt like it was just going to fade away, but they used that space to so quickly flood their way back in. A difficult scenario, but very well handled. SK still 8 rounds on the board, and it'll be more than just a bump in the road needed to knock this one off track. A 9-3 seemingly likely, definitely possible. And a lockdown already in play, a Viper's Pit as well. SK, well, they're being stopped at the gates.
And it's just a question of whether or not they decide to go through this. In fact, going to invest a Viper's Pit of their own in Hello. Nello has just been shut down as well, and that just completely opens up B for them. It's Purity, though, that's going to be singled out here in Tube. And now looking at this, we have a 4v4 retake, but coming back into that Viper's Pit when you no longer have your Thrash this round, it's going to be a tough one.
Jolina's feeling confident. Stood up on top of Yellow, then wanting that extra pick. And this is perfect as well. Jade being down on just a stinger. Gonna be more than happy to play inside the pit, seeking players around the back of it, but Akita found a shot to the head. Jolina delivering, and there goes the stinger. Taking down more is Jolina to close this half out. 9 rounds on the board. G2 won the pistol, let's not forget, but not much thereafter.
Yeah, it's been a real tough one for G2 on this map, Mitch, but we're going to have to see how the rest of it plays out right after this halftime break.
Oops. One enemy remaining.
Learn to let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, no, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. I'm on time this time, Billy. I'm getting better at this. 9-3, and SK just pulling out a remarkable opening in that half. The fact that they lose pistol and streak 6 rounds in a row together, and that might look like it was super convincing, but there were some nail biters in there. This half now, it's shaped up to be an easy tee up, right? They just got to tap it in and take it to map number 3. G2's map pick not going according to plan.
Yeah, it's not, and you have to look at the composition and start to ask the questions, you know, why were these changes made when it was going well for them, or at least the results looked as though it was going well for them, but looking to have an answer back in this pistol round, already being able to pick up 2 at the very start of the round.
Flash primed and ready. Beautiful as well, lands behind the generator. Hasn't got Devilassa though. And Orb actually gave her some protection, but the shot from Nello, there's no guarding that. SK ripped to pieces. The 2 versus 5 that they're left in, no real space. Nobody's wrapping behind, and even then there's a turret to watch it. So no stress for G2. Pistol rounds, they've been good in them. They've certainly needed them here on Icebox, representing a significant portion of the rounds that they've taken. It's the next one that I'm worried about. Closing this out should be just a formality. Low HP on Vanya, Akita as well.
Last player standing.
And that's not stopping them from going in for those swings together. Deep control. And building the confidence back here is going to be a difficult one, I suppose. Looking at yesterday, they got the ball rolling a couple times, but it was never enough, or it was never early enough to really give them the way back in. See if they can manage it here.
For sure, and I like that you're raising that point, because I think, in a similar note, what can be said about SK, and something that we saw frequently from them against GiantX yesterday was, you know, they start off with this lead, they start off with perhaps a 7-5 lead at the half, and then it just runs away from them. And this happened to SK last split as well, where it's like you get a head start and you just let it run away from you because you let the other team get into it. So they'll be hoping that that's not going to be the case against G2 Ghosting today. Of course, hoping to go to that last map of Sunset for them to finish in at least top 3 this time, which would be an improvement for them. Of course, top 4 was where they placed during stage 1. So perhaps setting some expectations on themselves. But I think, for me, Mitch, the expectation of SK this year was not super high. Of course, they picked up some great players, but I never really had some real expectations of the team to be able to make a top 4, potentially even top 3 today.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It can always be hard to see the puzzle from the pieces, but it's all about how you put them together. And here, SK, they've done a remarkable job based on what we've seen here on this map. You don't want that to slip away. This round, not really where it should be happening. But they bounce right back into it, but with such an impressive lead, a 9-3 half. Sure, they lose the pistol here as well, but with a head start like that, it's hard not to call them like Vivo key by mistake. And I think that this is somewhere that we don't want to see them have that choke factor, lose out steam. And we'll find out in the next round if we have that same SK, because it wasn't just when they had the advantages that they were winning. In some rounds, losing 1 or 2 players and still bouncing back. Well, this time they do come in with an advantage. They've got those rifles to bear.
For sure. G2, they've got a couple of rifles of their own. Of course, Nello and Vanya have only got those pistols, but a Vandal on Amy could be all the difference for this round for G2. Akita looking to walk up tube here with Nello behind her, and that drone has spotted out Nello, but they've just not been able to pick up Akita until now. Lisa does find an answer back, and they are of course aware of Nello's position. But look how open that B site is here, Mitch. Devilassa just playing so passively and waiting and ready for them to walk up.
Yeah, even just that wall will block them out, and that nano being heard, but they want to take the fight on top of it! They wanted to surprise Devilassa! Well, they got quite the surprise themselves. A double spray down. A beautiful result, and Mimi left alone. She finds her first, but a double flank underway, a rifle upgraded, a bulldog to a vandal, but timing is everything here. Does actually manage to spot them in time. Does manage to land a couple of shots, but that is all that can be asked. Double digits for SK. 3 players left alive, and you know, considering where we're at in the game, that's one step towards the home stretch.
I have to agree, and SK just so aware of how to play out this first buy round for them into this half. I mean, just so happy to play passively, and with the presence shown in Tube, you know, they kind of knew that this was looking like a potential B split from G2. So devalOranT wanted to peek into that to see if it was a contact play, and does get away with 2 because of it. But both rifles on each side now.
This is the real litmus test of how this half is going to play out for G2. Like you brought up, Billy, that first half, we expected to see numbers on the board historically. You can never really tell when a team changes comp just how it's going to fare. If this one goes the way of SK, then that could be the game slipping away. That could be map 3 locked in and a sunset to close out our day. Nello very close to finding contact, but the timing terrible. It's Jolina to open up. The lurk on the other side dealt with. Jay not so much, and as they swing in to take her down, Purity's given opportunities, looking like Aim Lab and leaving Vanya all alone. Although she's making a damn good try of it and has some friends to help out. Wingman going for the plant as she wraps her way around. I love this. The plant's just been secured, but she stops a little short of that full wrap. Has to isolate a duel here. Has to find the 1v1, but's waiting for that tap to come through. The walls sections are off, and now it could be a defuse underway. Mosh Pit goes through. Another reposition from Vanya, knowing the defuse isn't underway. We'll try to catch them jumping down and isolates devalOranT. Beautifully done. 7 shots left and running for the hills. Being pursued though. The player already up top is down comes Jolina, and Vanya out of bullets goes to the classic. They both do. It's a messy fight. It's a knife in hand, and it's Vanya to take it across the line. A Red Bull clutch and a lifeline for G2.
Oh my god. The way that round ended was ridiculous. You know, when I saw that it was Vanya that was the last one alive, I thought, do you know what? Don't counter out. Do not counter out. But the way it just ends in a knife fight is it's so funny, I can't. Oh, I want to see this on slow-mo on Twitter or something, because that's just so funny. I mean, Vanya, stellar player. Let's not forget she was an IGL of BBL Queens before joining this G2 roster. Of course, just so intelligent in the way that she plays that rounds at the end there.
That was one of the most fun 1v1s I've witnessed in a while. Nello's got them on the flank as well. Oh, okay. Well, she's got one on the flank, but then being dropped. Purity's in with a stinger. Now there's one for Jolina. This one might not come down to the clutch. The weaker weapons again. The disadvantage, the back foot, but that's where SK thrive. This could be a killing blow onto G2. Give them a round win and then steal out the next. With Bladestorm not online anymore, with players on low credits, this is a round that G2 need, but they will not be finding it. Flooded with the weaker weapons, and 11 rounds on the board for SK with free upgrades. There really is no such thing as a boring round when it comes to this matchup. Oh my, a pay save card Thrifty locked in.
I have to agree. It's been such an entertaining match so far, and just it's making me want to go to that third map, Mitch. Like, oh, the amount of trolling and silliness that we've been having throughout this so far. I mean, if you're G2, you're looking back at that round and thinking, what on earth were we doing? Thrash, of course, was committed, but again, as well, it's just the individual moments that players on SK can have. Purity causing havoc with that stinger. Of course, it all started with devalOranT being able to get that first pick on that flank.
Oh, it's remarkable stuff. And now, of course, they come in with 4 sheriffs and a guardian. Your money better be on G2 for this round, because they're packing a punch yet again. Jade and Lisa left to do it all. I can't believe we end up here so consistently. Akita's dead to rights. They know she's there. Akita's dead to rights. She's low HP. They know she's there. And finally, she'll be dealt with. But bought so much time for this push towards the A site. The spike will now be planted. They've got post-plant ults. They don't need them. Another orb for Nello, 1 away from that Viper's Pit. And just when you thought they were out, they pull themselves back in. Unreal from G2, unreal from SK. And you're right, Billy, give us another map. They have to.
What am I watching today? I genuinely have no words for what's going on these 2 rounds. It's like you say, you cannot count a Game Changers team when you think they're out. They just always find unique and creative ways, even with the low buy, to bring themselves back into it. We've seen it from both teams across both maps today so far.
Thrifty.
And it is going to be a pay safe card Thrifty, of course, for G2, who going into that you would have said had no rights to win it, but
That's done.
they do. They're just gaming, Mitch. They're just getting away with it. I mean, Akita was disgusting here as well. Like, her even being able to pick up 1 before dying is crazy.
Oh, 100%. They knew that she was there. 1 bullet, all that's needed, but she was the first to strike a headshot. And you look though at Purity getting aggressive. You look then, who is it? Jolena pushing through the Viper orb on mid. Like, there's a lot of risks taken in that round by SK against a lower buy, and G2 just thrive when they're given those opportunities. So you have to wonder if it's overconfidence in play there, or just an attempt to swing the hammer down hard on that final nail. But G2, they've broken back out of what seemed to be the coffin. What they appeared to be on their deathbed, but breathing new life. With 4 rounds in between them, though, still a big margin for SK to work with, a big safety net, and coming into this round with 4 big ultimates to work around.
Poison's off. Yeah, I was just about to touch on that. They have those 4 ults as a safety net, like you say, Mitch, and only a couple on the side of G2, so they're going to have to be wise about how they figure out how to use these and when to use them to counter anything that SK have planned. But there's that Viper's Pit invested, but it's actually Mimi that's going to be able to pick up that first kill in mid. Lisa falls and Devilassa is able to pick off Akita. But G2, they're looking to pivot towards this A side, and it's Jelena. I mean, it's Jelena with an op.
You should run.
Force back with the lockdown.
30 seconds left.
No, Nello wrapping around. She's heard the steps. That should be a free kill, but the trade is there. Purity reacts just in time. And as the lockdown comes into fruition, the A site being taken, but Jade's ahead of it. The op is already floating back in. There's 12 seconds for this plant, and Wingman's down. They've got to move. G2 need to get on that site right now. And there's already a nade guarding it. There's players ready to swing. The mosh pit took Mimi down. Oh, G2 crumbled. And a great play from Jade to get right back into the battle so early on. That just completely derailed G2's plans.
Oh, completely. And you see Akita over towards this B side of the map, but it doesn't matter because G2 are looking to hit towards that A, right? And just, oh, that mosh is just so unfortunate for Mimi. And it's like you say, right? Being able to fight and get back in early after that ultimate, G2 not being able to get that spike down. They struggled.
They did. Oh, they really did. I mean, especially with the mosh pit. There was already a nade guarding it, the spike, then the mosh pit guarding it too. They didn't expect that. Deep play from SK. Again, finding that battle, doubling up on the opening picks, and the B site firmly in the defender's favor. The A site now the new target, and G2 will flood it. Leaving one, Lisa, to really play the retake. I mean, a lockdown to work with. As soon as the alarm bot's triggered, you're just going to try to delay them and then wait out your teammates being in position. Throw that lockdown into the mix and secure the round.
There comes in that lockdown, as you said, Mitch, but it doesn't completely cover that Viper's Pit. There is a small pocket there, but I mean, SK have plenty of utility to be able to draw that out. You're all going to be invested as well to be able to find out any of this information. Spike tapped, and G2 is still managing to get away with this somehow. Amy picks up the first, Mimi with the second, Devilassa with an answer back, but it is Amy and Mimi cleaning up so far, Mitch. Mimi finishes the round with a 3K, and just when you thought that SK were taking us to sunset, I mean, G2 goes and they live on.
It's just a massive Viper's Pit put into play there. That bought them so much time. It allowed Mimi to go running forward, and honestly, before that pick from Mimi, it looked like she was dead to rights. She should have been spotted out by the Yoru ultimate from a different dimension, and she was running forward, not looking for a pick necessarily, just looking to spam that spike and give her life to buy them that extra little bit of time. And instead, the martyr ends up living to fight another day, coming out with a 3K. Jolina, though, early aggression, getting up towards the belt, has found the opening pick.
And this is nice when you look at SK's buy, trying to make something happen for them. And already having personal advantage now. And I love this constant like information seeking coming out from SK, right? After getting that pick on A, you send the drone down mid and you get 2 players deposited deep. G2 gonna have to be very cautious about how they move now. I mean, Nello could be completely stuck here.
I mean, only up against the Sheriff, but how many times have we seen those weaker weapons win? Well, not on Mimi's watch. That deep fight, though, there it is. The Sheriff put to bed. Nello finds one, expects more, and finds them as well, even through the wall. No shield thick enough, no armor. The concrete wall to protect them as Lisa is going to be left in this 1v4. Ranged fight, up against numbers, up against the clock, and no real chance. With 9 to 12 on the board, G2 just 3 behind, and this is where the threat becomes real for SK. That huge lead that they had, that 6-round streak after the pistol, and then rounds traded back and forth, the walls start to close in, and I like this timeout. I think this is a really wise decision to pull it through now, because any later, and we could be running out of runway. Could be a disaster.
Yeah, I like this from SK. Taking a pause, not letting it get too bad for them, but I liked the things that they were trying in that round as well, though, right? Getting Jolina set up to be able to get that first pick and give them the sort of player advantage, the numbers advantage, despite not having the weapons advantage, and then going straight down mid to seek out even more information. I said it, with that owl drone, looking to isolate Nello, but of course Nello having a Vandal meant that she's able to win those out, and it kind of forces G2 to have to make that decision of going straight onto that site. You know, they're kind of cut in a bit of a trap almost, but it is the weapons that come out on top. Coming into this one though, Jolina with that operator looking to continue to be a nuisance. I mean, Mitch, she's had an absolute stellar performance throughout this map, throughout this series so far.
Oh, 3 rounds to go. Plenty of time for another hero to step up, perhaps, or for more of the same. Looking to G2. The A-site push-up has danger, because look at Purity. An easy way out with the gate crash. Fired and ready. And I love that early aggression. A little bit of flair to this. Remember, Purity was one of the players punished with that deep aggression towards A main, and not that long ago. And it spiraled the round out of their control. Well, now that mid-aggression from Jolina in the same round ended up crumbling it completely. And instead, success found here. A 5v3. And the home stretch well and truly underway. 55 seconds on the clock. And SK, from a huge lead, it's become a bit more of a nail-biter. But it looks like they're very close to closing this out, especially with that op with Jolina.
Thrash is going to be invested into this round, looking to give it everything that G2 have got left to be able to win this out. And it means that Amy is going to be able to pick up Devilassa, but Jolina answers back with that operator, Nello. Looking to work in Vanya. I mean, it's a lot to ask for, but what is that shot?
It was well handled, but much more for Vanya to keep this team in it. The Blade Storm is on its way, but Vanya connects anyways. This could be the round that keeps G2 in it. Instead, it's the one that sends them to sunset. SK 13-9 claim map number 2. And you know what? This series definitely deserves a decider.
Oh, 100%, I have to agree. I mean, that was very well thought out by SK, of course, looking to continue their run in this lower bracket. We mentioned it before, top 4 being the highest that they've finished so far in the Game Changers EMEA main event when we look back to stage 1, but no, really looking to go the distance here against G2 Gozen, which, when you think about G2 Gozen and their year last year, right, this would be an upset when you actually consider it, right? The first year ever that they were able to win every single stage back-to-back since Game Changers EMEA's inception, and now they're in a spot where they might not even be placing top 3, Mitch.
Yeah. And after, I guess, map number 1 here, the bounce back, the recovery on yesterday's Lotus, it looked like all of their solutions were going to lead to victory, but instead, this one has fallen a little bit short. They got right back into it at the end, but a little bit too late. And now, that's going to go later. We're all the way to sunset, map number 3, but that is after the break.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Enemy.
There they are.
One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 win. Yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6. We like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then, we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they we throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown.
Welcome back once again, VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 2 Playoffs Day 3, and we've got a series on our hands. This has been a bit of a dogfight, a little silly at times, but you know, it's 1-1 the score now. SK is coming back on this map, and we're here to break it all down for you. Zoe, joined by Tom and Inami. So let's dive in. How did SK get it done? Because they looked dominant. They ran it back with their double duelist composition, and it just looked so good for them.
Yeah, you know, I might not like something on paper, but that definitely doesn't mean it doesn't work.
So you're 1-1 on your opinions now, right?
1-1. 50% is pretty good. You flip a coin and you get my opinions correct or not. No, I think that you see the value of, especially Jolina on that defensive side in the few rounds that they were managing to win. Just her aggression, taking space, and mainly making a lot of these rounds scrappier and awkward, which when you're running that double duelist and when you have those clutch players like Lisa, it could just work out wonderfully. And I think that both of them just had fantastic performances in scenarios where normally I'd look at G2 and I'd go, okay, you're going to win that comfortably. You're up against pistols, you're up against weak buys, you're up against aggression. And they were floundering with the pressure put under them.
Yeah, and we didn't get to speak a lot about Purity, but this player has been so flexible throughout the whole game she's been playing, and now on this double duelist comp, she was able to find all these openings and able to punish the defense of G2 every single time, and that makes us question, in a way, why is G2 running this comp now?
Yeah, that is a big question, right? Because they had a working system. Like, they are having positive stats on this map with their previous composition, which was mostly, you know, the Harbor comp is pretty much all they ran in stage 2. 100% win rate, 70 or so % win rate on their defensive side, and this defensive side with this new comp looked rough, man. Like, it's a low-key miracle just based on clutches and hero performances across the board that they were even able to like kind of claw back into the game on their attack.
Yeah, I do kind of think that a lot of it was firstly just running a composition that had some comfort aspects to it, but also was more directly looking to counter what their opponents were running, because the other comp revolves more around smokes with a lack of flashes. And when you're running up against a composition that uses a Yoru Jet double dive, you having smokes is not going to stop them. You having flashes might. Now, in this case, it definitely didn't work out. I think you could see the benefits of it when they went into the attack, but I'll be honest, I don't think the comp was necessarily a bad one. I think it's one that can work. I just think this time around, it didn't.
Yeah, again, there were also just a lot of pop-off moments across the board, and that's the comp being right or wrong, like, doesn't really matter when players just show up like that.
Yeah.
Now we do have Sunset as our decider map. Sunset, I think G2 should be pretty happy heading into Sunset. They are 5-1 this stage, so they did just lose it. What was it, yesterday against KC, and it was brutal. But I also just lost on Lotus. They suffered a brutal loss on Lotus as well. So, you know, it looks like they're able to just brush that off.
Yeah, I think G2 is happier with this veto. I'm sorry, Tom. I think they're probably happier with this veto, especially since they won also last time against SK in this map with the 13th turn. So I think they are pretty favored going through this if we don't see again like some random changes coming out of nowhere.
I think this is where we'll find out if SK kind of cooked the veto, because the map that they chose as a counter pick didn't work, and the map that they've taken it to 3 in my eyes is heavily favored to G2 Gozen. Just because you get battered by KC doesn't mean it's a bad map for you, and especially when you look at the rest of the record, their defensive record on this map versus a lot of different teams, and even the fact that they've already beaten SK in this stage on this map, it looks like everything other than that blip yesterday would lean towards them winning this game. So clearly SK feel like they can either exploit the same weakness or have spotted weaknesses of their own, but I don't believe that G2 Gozen will have looked at that game yesterday and gone, yeah, we're just going to blow up our entire comp, just try and do everything from anew because we lost once.
I'm glad that they're not doing that. They're sticking to that double initiator composition, which they found so much success in. And SK Nebula also not really changing anything up.
Yeah, well, the Gecko
mid
didn't.
is going to be a big thing.
Yeah, that's true. And also, while the Gecko didn't work last map, it was on Vanya, and Vanya now is back to her comfort, which is the Omen, and we see Amy on the Gecko. So I'm expecting more aggressiveness coming from this lineup right now. And if it goes as planned, it will probably go to them.
Well, let's see if it shall go as planned. We're going all the way to map 3 in this decider match between those two explosive teams. Mitch, Billy, let's finish this one with a bang, shall we?
Sounds like a plan, Zoe. Thank you very much. Yes, time to get into the final map of the day, Billy. And really, we said it going out of the last map. This is a series that absolutely deserves the decider.
100%, and I think now that we've come to Sunset, I start to get a little bit worried for SK. I mean, I know when we look at G2's performance on it yesterday, having that loss 2-13 against KC, I don't want to sit on that one for too long because this was something that they were dominant in during the groups, right? Having those 5 wins, 0 losses, they were looking great on Sunset. And of course, one of those losses was actually SK that ended up losing to G2. So it's difficult, right? They've only played Sunset twice. They won it on the very first day of playoffs, but as I say, that loss was, of course, against G2 Gozen. So I'm looking to see what sort of fixes they've made since then and how they can kind of adapt to what G2 put in front of them.
Well, that's exactly it, right? You either win or you learn. Nice opening from Akita. Immediate aggression, and the paranoia put out, not deterring SK whatsoever, or G2 rather, whatsoever, as SK down a player of 4 versus 5, and the A side, yeah, it's not easy to defend at this point. SK will make up for that with a deep middle push, but watching for that late is Nello. And thinking back to map 1, Nello was so impactful on these lurks, on these flanks, and will catch herself. Devilassa cutting off that flank completely.
Julina now has to face Nello should she want, but just going to look to group her team. Of course, has to be cautious of the fact that that backstab could come in. Just means coming into this site, it's going to be a little bit slower for SK. Of course, choosing to dump some bits of utility to see how they can work their way in. That flash is nice, but not nice enough. Akita picks up the first, and Nello's finally here to join in on the action as well. G2 goes in, looking to kick things off with a ban and being able to pick up that pistol.
Well, a pistol round for G2. I've seen that one before. I'm not convinced just yet. Last time, SK were able to pick up 6 rounds in a row in half 1 right after losing the pistol. So there's no guarantees when it comes to this, but still a solid start. You can't expect that same kind of madness to pursue us here onto Sunset. But you really never know.
I don't know. You said in Icebox, you know, SK, it's going to be difficult, and they did it. So I think from now on, just no one listen to what Mitchman has to say.
That's a good rule of thumb. It's just like casting with Tom. Wow. Perfect.
Just with a little bit more hair. that was low hanging fruit. I'm sorry, Tom.
It was, but I enjoyed it. So carry on. Got the approval. Well, SK passive towards this A site, and a great read from G2 by the looks of things, walking their way into A. And as SK gear up for this mid push, look at all the space Nello's getting.
Yeah, this is really nice from Nello. It's just completely opened up that B site and now is calling over to the rest of her teammates. Hey guys, all of this B site is for free, but look at SK again, starting that craziness that you said would not happen, Mitch. I mean, SK just constantly looking to prove a point towards you, Mitch. They heard you and they had an answer back. This space that Nello found is just worthless at this point. But look at this, Julina picks up the last, not even expected to be there. It's another pay safeguard thrifty from SK on that second round after losing the pistol.
A bloody flawless? A flawless thrifty? What? To quote a man more legendary than myself, the wonderful Lothar, what is going on? This is craziness! What?
I don't think I found it so crazy because I was just smiling the whole time that it was happening in front of me.
Oh, you couldn't be happier. Oh, Mitch is made to look silly again. Haha. Stop doing this to me, SK! They had classics! There was rounds in the first map where the teams forced after losing the pistol. That was not what you saw! They played a full eco! They pushed mid together! There were ranged fights for G2! And they won every single battle! Without barely a scar going into the next round. I just gotta give up. I give up. Without Tom's crystal ball to rub on, I can't see the future. And I've just accepted that now. My powers are gone. This is crazy.
I mean, I'm glad you've finished crashing out.
Took a while. I had to get that out of my system.
Do you know what? I got a little worried there when Nello picked up the first one with the Classic, and I'm continuing to be worried now when Mimi's going to pick up another. How have we found ourselves in this position? 3 versus 3.
Spike planted.
I don't know how we're here. G2 making it work even with the weaker weapons. I'm about to crash out all over again. Oh, you've been stuck with the arrow! Robin Hood has found their mark, but Vanya prevails! Another thrifty round! I'm going to lose my mind! This game is being played on levels I can't comprehend. Oh my goodness, strap in. It's going to be a hell of a final map.
Oh my lord. I mean, G2
standing.
giving us another pay safeguard thrifty. Vanya being able to pick up those 3, great moment from her, but
Oh, this is a nice spot.
it's just, I have no words. How do you even explain what's going on right now? It's just complete insanity so far throughout this last map of Sunset. You can see how much it means to both teams to be able to continue this lower bracket run, to fight for that title of Stage 2 champion. It's a long road ahead of them for them to be able to get there, but the more chaotic Valorant they play, the more prepped they might be to cause some chaos in those future matches.
There's that same old paranoia from SK. Ended up on equal enough footing economically. Utility used up on mid here from Lisa, clearing it out. Nobody there. Trap still stationed on B and not getting contact. And we started to see a rotation, what seemed to be a play towards the B site, but now with that extra info on A, the wrap comes back in. Reinforcements on site. Jolina's here to help out. Purity's on their way. Devilassa, the first to strike. The spam is good. The trap sprung. And it's SK prevailing in every battle. Nello, the last one standing, and not for long, as a triple pick from Devilassa puts them neck and neck. SK 2-2.
And it's such a nice setup from SK. Just being able to punish anything coming through from G2 goes in there. And you see the pings coming out from G2 goes in right after that round, the frustration of where the Cypher trip was.
This goes here.
Need to figure out ways in which they'll be able to deal with that now, and we do see the Aftershock actually being committed to potentially get rid of that, but it doesn't do anything, Mitch.
No, the impact not found. You look at SK. Again, they had a very good read on that previous round, and I think I wouldn't normally say this, but more important that they have a good read on this round because there's pistols in play for G2, and it's a dangerous territory for either team to be working with those weaker weapons. Great reveal. The spam works wonders as they attempt to back out of that site, and every fight taken at range with great success. The final player spotted and dealt with after just one. SK with a clean response here, and now the lead in their hands.
Really, really nice defensive start for SK. Now that we're starting to get the ball rolling with these rounds and just so aware of what was coming towards them, especially with that aftershock at the very start of the round. I'm going to presume that Devilassa would have been able to hear that. Wasn't able to do what G2 had hoped for. But we come into this one and we start to see some of those ultimates come online. We have the Neuro Theft on both sides from the shadows for G2 goes in should they need to get themselves out of any trouble. And of course that overdrive on Jolina could be great if anything goes wrong with this operator, but G2, they're going to bite first.
It's a great opening. SK have been doing very well on those B-side defenses on mid. Hell, they'll win it with Classic, so the A-side aggression, the shutdown of Purity's early response, that paranoia has been stopping, stalling the A push. But no longer. G2 move in. The nade will slow them down. Very nicely timed by Jade indeed. But it's only put a pin in it for a moment. Thrash will eventually spearhead the push, find them deep control towards the spawn, go back to site where it can be picked up for later use. Wingman sent out with the spike to grab the plant, but it's all about this retake from SK. 3 players on a line and all caught by the paranoia. Deep flash as well from Gecko reveals most of them are there. And it's a classic for Akita, going all the way down to the weaker weapon to take the triple kill.
And it's a micro setup like that from G2 that is just so nice, and what we're used to seeing from them, right? That paranoia paired up with the Gecko flash, and I think, was that a breach stun even thrown in there as well by the looks of it?
Yes, I think it might
Just
have been.
able to completely stop any sort of fast flood from SK, and it's just punished completely. Fast pace again from G2 coming into this one and looking to get elbow control fairly quickly. That Cypher Cam is still up for Devilassa. But this isn't actually where G2 are choosing to go, Mitch. They've sold a fake here. Look at all the rotates that they've managed to draw across from SK.
I almost think that they left that cam up by design, pretended that they didn't see it at first, and then, oh, there's a cam there, better destroy it 20 seconds later. One player to deal with, but they expect that flank to be already closed in on, and now the rotation around to B as the flank comes through. SK realize they've been sold a fake, and wonderfully so, especially when they lose that A main control, but they back it up by getting aggressive on mid. Purity is even spotted here and dealt with in a 1-to-1 trade. G2 are playing a masterful round here, and for SK to get back in, well, they'll have to rely on the same old impressive individual fights, but without Purity to smoke off main, this is going to be very difficult. Well, they've caught Amy swinging. That's already going to be one found. The spike tapped now to draw them out into the open, but the cam sees that no one's defusing. More time bought, and that spike is ticking quite quickly. SK already backing out despite Jade taking the fight. The others are running for the hills, the weapons to be saved, and the round to be secured by G2.
Really lovely answer from G2. We saw the amount of space that Nello was able to get on this B site in the sort of earlier rounds, and G2 choosing to go back into exploring that. Of course, SK had the right kind of idea by exploring down mid, as they did in that round where they ended up winning after pistol, but this time G2 just so aware of the positions of where SK could be, and they did such a good job of being able to draw that rotate out from them. And again, it's looking like it's going to be this hard B site hit, with of course Nello coming in late, perhaps being that extra added layer of what the late post flank could look like.
Oh. That's another wonderful nade from Jade. I mean, the util's been on point so far. Catching off Akita, trading back that advantage, but it's middle. It's Nello. We talked about map number 1. Those flanks have been beautiful. The cutoff of rotations were there, and again, we're seeing it here. This time, not as much success found, though. Players quickly able to evade or grasp that Hunter's Fury, and it's almost unlucky not to find anything there. And with the Rolling Thunder online, that's caught too! Nello firing true and leaving Jade alone as Vanya. That's gotta be it. She can't even get out to save the weapon. G2 streaking the rounds now.
That Rolling Thunder was positioned so nicely for G2 as well. You see 2 of those SK players jump into that main smoke because of it. Just so lovely from G2 now, being able to get quite a few of these attack rounds on the board. And this timeout is going to come in from SK. I think it's a great idea from them to be able to figure out, you know, what's going on. How are we able to give up that site for free so easily every single time? And I do think Devilassa did get a bit unfortunate in that previous round. You know, just looking to take any sort of contact, probably wasn't expecting to be met with 4 players. I mean, I know I'd like to see SK being a bit more defensive of that site, but What are you thinking, Mitch? What do you think the adaptations are here for SK?
Well, it's difficult, right? Because we've seen that push coming down through middle in response to losing A main. We've seen Purity go from deeper A main battles as well. And the rounds that they have won have relied on them having that early rotation to the other side of the map because A main has been secured, because they've got that information, whether by knife or by eyesight, it's cleared. Now we're seeing G2 play with that, either fighting that early battle, as we've seen the aggressive dive in, even thinking back to the pistol from Akita, it seems hinged on eliminating Purity early on, deleting those smokes for retakes. And I think having that extra backup here, like we're seeing, having Jolina in position early on to take that battle is a great adaptation indeed. Whether that's just in this round because there's a mix buy or not, I don't know, but I'm hoping to see that more regularly, because if we have the battle there instead of on mid, it could go their way. Well, you know what, could have taken that either way, I suppose. Beautiful timing. Purity and Jolina doubling up, the Sheriff working out wonders, and G2 left in the dust again. I have to throw my hands up and say that's my bad. I saw a team come in with weaker weapons, with pistols, and I should have known better by now, but I still haven't learned my lesson.
The funny thing is, whenever we do see these mixed buys or these lighter buys, it is a lot of the time where you see teams getting creative. You see them using their initiative, right? And doing things that they wouldn't ordinarily do. And yes, it catches G2 off guard a little bit, but they probably should have been expecting something like this coming out from SK. Again, another very close and competitive game in map between these two teams.
Cage triggered.
Door's going to be closed this time on B. So SK have no worries about any sort of B split push. But something that I've not really seen from G2 so far this map yet, Mitch, is looking to explore top mid at all.
Well, the one round that they went anywhere near it, they got killed by Classics. I suppose that's a lesson learned immediately. Oh, the dive in. SK change it up. They put Cypher towards this A site. They think that that can avoid that early fight and instead play more passive and allow them to push into you. But Akita just goes up and over the traps, finds the player on back site, fully paranoid, and a good dump of utility gets G2 the site. A response, at least with Nello down. But look at this deep fight that they're looking for on the back of Thrash. It's caught one, but ult in from Jolina. And the lightning from the fingertips has already found one at 2 versus 3. The spike tap does the defuse is only fake! Vanya! The triple kill pulls G2 out of a hole. They're back with a 6-4 lead, locked in and secured. I can't believe she's just gotten away with that.
It's always Vanya, man. It's our world and we're just living in it, I swear. Always able to come up clutch in these intense moments. I mean, that spray transfer at the end is just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Doing a bit better when she's not on the Gecko.
For sure. And I think the deaths kind of highlighted that a little bit as well, right? Is, you know, Vanya just known for being on this Omen for years now. We think back to her time on BBL Queens. We think to her time here with G2 Gozen. Probably one of the best controller players that we have in Game Changers EMEA, if not the best. And I'm just so glad to see her back on that controller role, because of course in stage 1 they were experimenting, right? Having Vanya try that duelist.
Which, you know, you really can't fault either. You got a player like this who's just popping off on the smokes. It seems like the easy solution. I mean, look across the board at Jolina. It often works out for more value, but it's just something about Vanya on, and not just on smokes, on an Omen. Something about Vanya on an Omen that just hits different. And right there, nothing to do. I mean, the paranoia was perfect. It got them into the site. It got a key to the opening duel. But it goes beyond that. That 1v3 spray down. Lighten up the kill feed with just her name.
I love this so much from Akita. I wonder if this is something that was just discussed in that timeout team were not exploring top mid enough. They've dealt with that trip now, and now it's a question mark from SK. This smoke as well, something that we see used so often when on this map. This is going to cause Lisa to have to keep an eye on that for any sort of backstab. Because of course, Jade was completely smoked off. There's no way she can gather information, now has had to pivot round, but Akita just not even thinking of where the positioning would be from Jade.
It's a complete surprise. Jade's util's been perfect, positioning this round sublime. Evalasa waiting on the edge of her cage, but no one steps through. No one wants to fight as the plant comes in from Wingman. It's secured. G2 now still with the disadvantage. They want to fight, and it's through the smoke. Mimi goes, but she's dropped. Another big pickup by Jade as Amy tries desperately to pull back the advantage. There goes the info. They know where Vanya is, and they'll deal with her. No big spray down this time as SK walk away with their 5th round, 1 behind G2, and a possible equalizer at the half.
And I think this is such a nice round from both teams, to be honest with you, Mitch. You can see G2 are looking to explore areas of the map that they've not really otherwise had a look at, but it's actually the reposition from Jade that they're just not expecting whatsoever. And of course, you have to consider Jelina's position in this round as well, right? She was able to clear out all of A main and then wraps around to mid, is able to peek into market and get behind any sort of B split that was going to happen. It was really, really nice from both sides.
Yeah, good initial play and good adaptations. You love to see it. And this is what you expect at the depths of a series. These teams now, although they came into the game no doubt familiar with how the other likes to play, there's been spanners in the works, there's been changed comms throughout the series. But now here on Sunset, coming towards the final rounds of the half, this is where you start to put all the pieces together. Akita again over those traps. Good space taken. That rocket could do damage, but it's fired in a different direction. Even still, it gets them towards the site, but the spam has actually dropped Wingman. Spike now on the floor. G2 are going to have to push deep to recover that. This is putting them in the danger zone. With a decent idea of where Akita is, Lisa's able to clear that out. Nello, though, on the side, catching one, turning in time to see Jolina, but that stun was perfect. The relay bolt hitting, and the flash here from Jade not going to connect. Too many players ready for that battle. As the numbers crumble, it's G2 on the backside with Mimi and Vanya. The flank in, but Vanya deals with it, leaving just one. Devilassa to walk through that smoke to her death. 7-5. G2, they contain that lead going into the second half.
Losing that spike backside could have been detrimental to G2, potentially losing that round. But I mean, the way that they were able to just recover it was so nice. They go into an area of B site where when you're attacking and you've not got the spike down, you don't usually want to take that unless you really have to. Mitch, this has been such an exciting map so far, but I can't wait to get stuck into the second half after the break.
Welcome back, folks. The final half of the series. We've gone the distance. It's map 3, and it's still almost neck and neck. A 2-round gap for G2, the winners of the pistol round, but that's not where they got their 2 rounds from. It was again a back and forth early half, and indeed map. This pistol Normally we'd say this is where SK could bridge the gap, but honestly, it seems less likely than ever that someone will win the round after the pistol. I think it's a disadvantage winning round 1.
Apparently so in this series, Mitch. It's definitely been one to remember for sure. And of course, with everything on the line, let's not forget, you lose this map, you go home. You're not in contention for Stage 2 champion of Game Changers EMEA, which would be a catastrophe for G2 goes in. Coming into this pistol, there is going to be an overwhelming amount of bodies on that B site from both sides here. SK unable to get the plant down just yet, and actually that's the spike drop.
Well, this is it. Another pistol for G2, perhaps. Purity and Jolina try their best to recover, but it's all on Lisa with 22 HP. Only one player left to drop now after that remarkable double hiding in the corner, but now it's a heads-up battle and one that Akita will win. A shot to the head to close out another pistol round for G2, but their biggest challenge is yet to come. Classics.
Surely they've learned by now. Surely.
Oh, Billy, right? I'm not so naive anymore.
Like since you're not, you know, feeding into it, maybe it's my turn to feed into it. They've learned that by now, right? Maybe.
Soon you'll learn. Soon you'll learn.
Well, we'll see how this one plays out and if SK are able to surprise us yet again. Just looking to take a super slow approach on this one.
What do you say about surprising us? I'll be surprised if they lose this one. Nice flash. Good connection, but hard to punish the kills. Good slide in, though, by Jolina. And already you could see Vanya was trying to evade. That's opening pick for the Classics. Deja Vu striking in the hearts and heads of G2 as another one falls. Not again. Not like this. It's okay, though. Akita's still here with the Outlaw. There's still weapons on the remaining players. Shields as well to play with. And the weapons recovered by SK only amount to 1. Good damage with Devil Acid down to 6 HP. Purity out of the round. Smokes dealt with. And how will they break through into this B site? Taking risks, contacting through the smoke, and it's working to start. That knife has got the info, but they don't know exactly where Vanya is. Still need to find her. The first sent out, a human recon dart. Oh, and Jade, a deadly one at that. A shocking display as Vanya falls, and a 4v2 emerges. But still, I have hope, because there's low HP on Devil Acid and Jolina. This Outlaw is an operator. There's a flash for Amy, a nade to follow it up. Great information to be seized, and the nade to push, well, not really push them out of position. Jade's got the safe spot to play from back there. I'm starting to get a little bit worried. The time ticking. They need to get on that spike. Good shot from Akita. That's what we need to see. And a response onto Devil Acid. The defuse underway, and it looked like it should have been connected, but it's another. I can't believe we're here. Another thrifty round after the pistol. What is going on today?
Oh, Lord. I just can't, Mitch. Like, I actually just can't at this point. Time and time again, this has happened throughout this series.
This goes here.
I'd love to just hear comms from Drew Spark right now. Can we get coach cams? Can we get that working? Is he streaming somewhere? I need to see it after.
I'm just in disbelief that this even keeps happening, and
no.
I mean, here we go. Surely not again. Even figures, but of course, SK with the weaponry advantage in this round. Surely not.
We have to ban that phrase. That's gotten us in too much trouble here today. Every time. I am flabbergasted at that previous round. I feel like they need to buy But actually, they don't need to buy lotto tickets. But simultaneously, the luckiest and unluckiest team. G2 great at pistols, terrible at anti-ecos today. I don't know how, but here we are. SK, the best classic team. Why have they bought weapons? They're at a disadvantage now. Let's see if that holds true. 3 players spotted to spawn, 1 in market. All the information to play with. Already a shot hit by Amy, but that's cancelled out immediately, and a big swing on backside seems to have put this one to bed. Mimi, if you win this one, I'm going to open the game and report you immediately for some kind of hacks, all kinds of hacks. I don't even know. Luckily put to bed at long last. The normal scheduled broadcast resumes. The Rifles have won, but they did take a few blows.
Yeah, it got a lot closer than it needed to. SK losing quite a few in that round. And again, just showing how close this has been so far, even when it comes down to these sort of buys. But finally, we have a rifle versus rifle round. We can all calm down now, Mitch. No more crashing out.
Everything's okay. Everything's
We're
okay.
all good.
We're
all
okay.
good.
Deep breaths, deep breaths. I'm listening to Drew Sparks' comms right now. Deep breaths. He's not even talking to him, just himself. Deep breaths. It's all okay. This is gotta be
for competitive integrity reasons. He's not telling the truth, guys.
Yes.
Mitch is lying.
I've actually bugged his room, so you don't know what I've been up to.
Kind of sus.
Gave him a little plushie, but it has a microphone in it. I've got this sorted. That's how I get my insider info. Oh my goodness. Well, thoughts and prayers with Drew Spark in his heart at this point. The only team more stressful to watch than Fnatic is G2. And 8-7. The lead is theirs, but for how much longer? Showstopper and Thrash online for this retake. Deep push down through mid, though. It's Devilassa hearing all those steps and hearing them walk back. That's her trigger point to go in for this flank. And look at the pressure applied. Drone goes through. Players in the smoke making a little bit of noise. Paranoia. And it's not a strike from the front. It's a stab in the back. But Akita managing to and firing the Showstopper with great effect has brought them right back into this. A knife to close it out from Nello after Thrash seized up Lisa. And G2 will again contain that lead. They'll stop SK from climbing back to equal numbers. And a 2-round lead going into the next.
But again, I talk about this mid space on this map, but I love this idea from SK, right? Having this added layer of Devilassa being able to late lurk. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for her. G2 committing a lot of ultimates into that round, right? We see the Thrash go in, we see that Showstopper go in, just allowing them to secure, staying in that front, putting their best foot forward to continue to be able to live another day in this playoffs bracket. But it's nice to see SK making early usage of that mid space. In this round, it looks to be similar of a sense, looking to see what they can get towards market. Get rid of any of this Sentinel utility to deny G2 from any sort of information. But the thing that worries me is this spike is heading towards top mid pitch. This could be catastrophic if it gets shut down.
Almost definitely. The spikes made it around though. Second player through, Devilassa finds one. That gets the push out of G2 straight down through A. They've been creeping up, but now they've been boxed in. The flank up from Jolina. That mid push working wonders on this attack side. And Nello all alone up against 3, has the info. Not much else to work with. Dodges those lasers like the Alamant is playing, but Jolina comes in with a rifle to close it out. 9-8, a 1-round gap, and double digits evading G2. But for how much longer? This time, not much money, no ultimates. It's looking like SK might take the lead, or at least equalize at last.
Okay, so absolute props to Julina for being able to pick up a 4K that round, but I want to give even bigger props to Jade for that. Having Devilassa coming in as that that last player coming up through top mid was just so nice, because the 2 players from G2 Gozen that had pushed down main, I believe it was Amy and I want to say, was it Nello? Let's see this. No, it was Amy and Vanya, right? Was it? Yeah, it was. So we see them push down main. They have no idea about Jelena and Jade coming in behind them because of course they've spotted Devilassa is that mid lurk, right? They have no idea that these other two are already on site, are going to be able to pinch them in main. It's just so nice to see the depth coming in from SK and the ideas that they have to bring to this map. Honestly, props to them for that. The macro is looking so great, even if they are at a deficit right now. As you said, Mitch, they'd be looking to convert this one and turn it into an equalizer.
It should be the round where they get it done. But listen, if you've been watching the series, you know what that means. Akita giving herself a disadvantage with the rifle, the rest coming in with the pistols, the big guns, although they're in little packages. And it's G2. They're under pressure immediately. It's the rifle that they're running into. Good spray from Jolena, even stunned up, finds her mark. Amy's able to recover the rifle, but not quite the kill. Purity getting ahead on that one, left down to 5 HP. Still a narrow enough margin. And going back to the normal way we talk about this, it's all about damage, right? You look for how much damage they can do, because I thought for a second, I thought for 1 second that we weren't still in this madhouse, but the pistols have done it again, left it into a 1v2, put Devilassa all alone, and Mimi doesn't want a rifle. She knows that the strength is in the smaller weapons, in the pistols, the handhelds, the spot for Devilassa to swing, and she will win it just about a Red Bull clutch to bring us back into the normal dimension.
That Neuro Theft was the Red Bull clutch of this round, Mitch. If she didn't have that online and was not able to use it, I worry that that would have went in G2's favor.
Oh, what gives you that idea?
These rounds, man, like it's just, oh, Game Changers Sheriff, Game Changers Sheriff, but here we go again, time and time again. No wonder people harp on about it so much.
Well, after today, Game Changers Classic perhaps is what we need to start harping on about, but in this round, absolutely.
I need a GCC Sheriff skin or a GCC Classic skin. Like, I'm being so for real right now.
100%. Yeah, give us the Sheriff. You know, you got the VCT Classics. Give us the VCT GC Sheriff. It's the play. That's going to do numbers. It's going to make me a lot better at the game, but based on what I'm seeing. But SK, they've taken the opening blow here. It's Purity to fall. And in the same position that she was pressured so often on that defensive side, taken down early, trying to get up in towards A elbow. And I like the freeze here from SK. They're just going to bide their time. But G2 doing just the same with that deep camera information. Well, shallow camera information, but a passive one towards B. Not hearing anything. And great traps covering off the walk through the door. They can keep this 3-player stack towards A.
And you look at SK with having those smokes down early. I mean, that's another amazing grenade coming out from Jade. We've been harping on about her utility usage this whole map. Yeah, either way, whichever site they decide to go to without those smokes, as I was saying, it is going to prove to be a challenge. Just looking to open anything up. And they've made the right decision, right? Go towards this B site. It is only Nello here, but do they expect her to still just be sitting within this Cypher cage? I mean, Devilassa looked as though she'd spotted it, but Nello was able to pick her up.
Oh, she definitely did, but yeah, the re-peek was expected. Connected very nicely by Nello. Jolena wrapping her way all the way around. They have no idea. But that smoke has kept Nello safe from Jolena's grasps. They're waiting for the main swing. And there it is. Spotted out. Dealt with. 2 players holding the line as the defuse put to half and eventually taken across the line. That is double digits now for G2. 10-9. And the lead back within their grasp.
Really unfortunate for SK to have Purity go down so early there.
10 seconds left.
And you can see G2 again just playing so disciplined. We again harp on about this as well, you know, they're just slow and steady in their approach, and it's a play style that's worked out for them for however many years it's been now. Clearly continuing to do the same again. Coming into this round, Mitch, it's actually the ultimates I'm looking at here as well. Mimi has that Rolling Thunder available should they need to find themselves in a retake situation. But of course, you've got Lisa as well with that Hunter's Fury that could be everything.
Oh, that spam was desperately close. Amy survives inside the smoke. SK, they've taken that mid control. They've moved to top. They've ensured there's no passive info. No traps, trap wires in play. And then this is why we even saw G2 in the previous round move that trap from mid to the left side, deep here at the boxes. Avoiding this early breakage of the information. Camera destroyed. And they're creeping up, sensing the space that's been given up. A great read from SK on the conceded space, but Vanya's about to swing this corner, and there's the info back.
Oh. Jade is able to find out that information, which is nice, and a very similar round to what we had before the last time they took this top mid space, but it's actually going to be Purity that's there as the delay this time, and Jade is doing a good job to take on these fights herself on this site. Spike will really go down. Yeah, 100%.
I like the reveal. The nade thereafter forces them in the open. There is just nothing you can do on the backside if you're that player. You know, your traps are gone. You're naded. You have to walk out into the open. And I think we even saw Nello wait a couple seconds, thinking maybe they'll look somewhere else. Maybe they'll think I was an elbow or something. Nope. Nope. Jade was trained in on that position. And the right call made in the end. Akita and Vanya pulling back to save the weapons to carry them through to the next. I don't think there was any other choice. Just taking a look at the economy, you can already see that one player very low on credits who's still alive. That's Vanya, 0, considerably low, and Nello on 50 credits. So you definitely need those two rifles to be able to fight into that next round. And at such a pivotal point in the game, neck and neck, and just a couple rounds away from either team closing out Sunset.
And I think it just shows, you know, the level of competition that we have here in Game Changers EMEA. Of course, it's, yeah, the same top 4 that we had in stage 1, but it really is anyone's game. I mean, G2 finding themselves in the lower bracket a lot sooner than they did in stage 1. Of course, fall into KC yet again. That seems to be their kryptonite.
Take flight.
Could even fall to the underdogs of Game Changers EMEA this year, SK Nebula, who've put up a great performance so far. I'm really loving every single idea that that's coming out from them so far. I've been thoroughly impressed with their approach to this map, at least.
This is a great start as well. Another good idea with Jade ulting towards A, faking it out, but the problem is Rolling Thunder's in play on the other side. G2 pop that Rolling Thunder, delay that play, but then the TP comes in from Purity. Spike goes to the other side of the map. SK really keeping their cards close to their chest on this play, but the problem is Jolina's being stuck in that site, isolated and dealt with. Luckily, they know now most of the players are on that side of the map. They've gotten rid of the Rolling Thunder as well. The problem is they're not ready to pounce on that information. There's still players inside of B main. It's a slow rotate. Purity doesn't want to just walk up on her own, waiting for players to be a little bit closer. But luckily G2 haven't moved. That knife in from Jade, it signals the rotate. It tells them it's a B hit. And now the real hit comes in. The pressure onto Vanya. Maybe not the player you want to be running into though. Found one. Paranoia still in the utility belt. And a swing out wide might just get her more. 13 seconds left. The spike needs to be planted and it's only Devil Acid to do it. Another headshot from Vanya, who comes swinging in for her 3rd of the round. All the utility, a player even sacrificed just to isolate Vanya, and even alone, she could stand against the waves of her opposition.
And the thing is, usually when you would look at any team's reaction to go towards that other site, after seeing the presence that G2 had on B, you would think, yeah, this is the right port of call, this is what to do. Until you're up against someone like Vanya, who's the solo anchor of that other site. I mean, just such a great individual performance from her throughout this map, carrying the rest of her team. and just been part of so many highlight moments as well. It's not just about the fragging, it's the impact that she's been able to have throughout these clutches as well.
Truly impressive. And it is just something about Vanya on that Omen. Difficult to deal with. And having the paranoia late, you know, we've seen so many issues for players on Sunset where that paranoia has to be put into play early. The pressure's there, but Vanya, backside, that util saves her on that a second swing after taking down Purity. And it was remarkable because we're looking at that round thinking, well, they don't have the read. They haven't got the rotates. You know, that was working out as well as it could for SK. Even down to like Purity, I said she didn't want to push on her own. So she waited. If she went running into the site, a 1v1 with Vanya where you're making a ton of noise on the way through, no one can trade, that's a mistake. So she doesn't make that mistake. She has backup. And even then, that's not enough. Not against this player. And not with elimination on the line. G2 hitting another level.
For sure. Like I say, it feels as though SK made the right read, but Vanya, not a player to count out in moments like that, and it's looking as though she's going to be the one to take the first point of contact going into this round. Devilassa looking to just make pressure on other areas of the map, but it's actually elbow control that SK are more considerate of here.
Down A.
Shadows traveling.
And after that first initial fight on A, just looking to leave it. Wanted to gather a little bit of space. Not even looking to deposit a player in here.
I have the spike.
Look at this rotate as well coming out from Akita.
I really think you hit the nail on the head there, Billy, right? They were just looking for that elbow control, and I think that's because SK had such a problem on defense with having the read. When that was in play, that's the spike to the right of Akita, but she fires the rocket the other way. Purity drops her in the trade. Nello, good for one, but Jolina, quick on the trigger, will get the spike to this B site. Yeah, they managed to drag the rotates to A, but that showstopper back through has given G2 a chance, an opportunity, but Mimi so desperately low. Jolene is waiting a while to reload, just 2 bullets. Confident in the headshots, I suppose. But the pressure again does fall on Vanya. Mimi's being spotted, I believe Vanya as well, as the cam just saw them both before being broken. One shot to Mimi is enough, but they wait for the stun. The smoke down. Here comes the swing. But Jolena through the smoke takes down Vanya, and Mimi sure to follow after. That's 11-11.
I can smell an overtime coming. Oh man, it's just been such a great map to watch, a great series to watch, and I think as well, you know, SK having a lot of great ideas coming into this. I have been glazing them constantly, but I think even in that round in particular, right, they wanted to take that early elbow control, rotate towards mid, and I think something that they've been doing very well is seeking out any sort of mid information in the mid round. It's been really nice to see. G2 really being pushed to the edge to be able to continue in stage 2 and not going down without a fight. Both teams not going down without a fight, and it's Jelena that strikes first.
This could be a huge blow. If G2 lose this round, their economy could be in the bin, but Akita in with the double. That's unbelievable. Shutting them down on the same spot. They stood for but a moment with an advantage. And then Akita came through. 2 birds with 1 stone. And that seems to have struck SK, maybe not a death blow, but what could be. G2 are the ones that need to win this for economy, but SK aren't much healthier. 3 players in a tough spot for the next, and 40 seconds on the clock to get this plant in with the disadvantage, and the read is perfect. G2 have 3 players in position, ready to stop this. Thrash on its way. It's even caught one inside the smoke. 25 seconds now. And the spike still isn't on the site. In fact, now Vanya's there. They're catching a player towards the spawn. Devilassa might be the one to turn the tides in their favor. A triple brought them back into the round. And try as Akita might, the double's not enough. It's 12-11 for SK.
when I tell you my jaw has just dropped. Devil Asa. Just a complete backstab that G2 were not expecting. They were so laser focused on those two players in elbow. And that could be the map, Mitch. When we look at the buy that G2 have here, they're throwing everything into it that they can.
Well, no collateral in this one, huh? Akita's down immediately. And Mimi's sprinting. Wants that weapon. Needs that weapon. Well, maybe not, actually. It's a sheriff. I don't know what I'm saying. But for G2, I agree with you entirely. The economy already in the bin. And with Akita down, what hope remains?
The expectations that we have of G2, that we have had of G2 coming into this year, all on the line now. Vanya gonna be moved out of that angle, and it's the position of Julina, who time and time again has been so good on this Neon.
One enemy remaining.
That's gotta be it. 21 HP left on Nello. A 1 versus 3, one for the ages, and it's not to be. G2. Oh, history's repeating itself. KC send them down, and they keep on falling through every layer. The lower bracket run ends here, but it's only starting for SK. An unbelievable display from them here today. Starting out the first map, it looked like G2 had made all the adjustments they needed to walk away with victory. Their Lotus better by leagues than what we saw before. And to end like this, back-to-back maps in crazy fashion too. SK, they're a team to watch out for with this lower bracket run.
For sure, and I said coming into this year, you know, SK, they've picked up some incredible individuals and put them together, and it's just so nice to see the way in which they perform. A team that was underrated coming into the start of the year. I mean, for G2, it's just not what we expected, right? I talk about the expectations that we have of the teams. This is a team that everyone knows and loves within this region. We look at the expectations that we had of them at the very start of the year, because it was the first year last year for them to win every single stage. And now this year, they've not won stage 1. They will not be winning stage 2. And unfortunately, we're having to send them home. It's just commiserations considering the investments that they've made coming into this stage as well, with that pickup of Akita, with Drew coming in as coaching staff. I really hope that they can bounce back coming into stage 3, because when we look ahead at Game Changers champs at the end of the year, Mitch, it's going to be coming down to points.
Yeah, this is a big deal for G2 and a big blow dealt by SK. No doubt GX are watching this, quaking in their boots. This is not the squad I want to face for elimination. What could be the best full eco team I've ever seen in my life. Desperately dangerous when it comes to classics, and every fork in the road they chose the right play, the right move. Devil Asa in that round we just saw, that triple brought them from being 12-11 down to 12-11 up, facing a weak bye. Every player had their moments here today, and you have to say congratulations to SK for a well and truly deserved victory. Commiserations, of course, to G2, a team we're used to seeing win it all or come damn close, but this time it's not to be. SK will continue their lower bracket run. G2 will go out, and we will go to the analyst desk.
Thank you both so much for calling the action in this nail biter of the series. It came down to the wire. I was just sitting here trying to prepare post-game interview questions, but I'm just like, I don't even know who for. This was such an intense series. They really were just trading blows.
Yeah, it seemed like it really was the finest of margins. Both squads had their moments, and it seemed like when it mattered most, that's where SK came alive. And I think that's the sort of most exciting thing about the squad, is that normally you'd put G2 Gozen as the team that would win the BS rounds, that would clutch out in the craziest moments, and the fact that we've just seen SK manage to close that out in such sort of nail-biting fashion, that's really good signs for them going forward.
Yeah, it came back to like those small details and those small thrifties every single time that SK were able to get every single time. And the MVP, of course, of this map is Jolena. She did it again, 2023, when G2 weren't able to make it to the top 3, it was against Jolina who was able to knock them out. And again, she's doing it, and what a performance. 2.4
Can we
KDA.
give her the 0.1?
Yeah, she has been just insane this map.
It's really upsetting. The 199.9 ADR. So
rounded
close
up.
to,
Could have rounded
to
up.
a 200, but no,
No, we're not
honestly,
giving
it's
it.
another crazy performance from her individually, taking over the match towards the end, taking over plenty of rounds, and I don't think everybody had their moments. That was the great thing about this matchup. But when you're getting a 30 bomb in regulation, probably winning your team the map.
Yeah, but obviously with a lot of support from the team. Like, I think this was just such a ginormous team effort. Jolina, Purity, both have been really standing out. And I believe I just heard that we have an interview ready. Yes? No? Yes, we do. Huzzah! Perfect. Jade, welcome, welcome, and congratulations. This is the highest placement already for SK as a franchise. How do you feel right now? This was such an intense series. You must be, I don't know, still shaking, I assume?
Yeah, my heart's crazy. You're probably already, I mean, can you see on my eyes? I don't know. I've just been crying a lot, okay? Like, I don't know, okay? It's a big deal. Like, for me, some people know this, some people don't. I almost quit, okay? At the end of last year, I was like, you know what? Things aren't working for me as IGL. It's too hard. And you know, I came back, okay, and I got this team, okay, this insane team, and I don't know, it just feels so good to be someone like a G2, you know, to go back to top 3. Top 3 is my best ever thing on Game Changers, and I thought maybe, you know, it was too much. It's like, this is my peak, it's too hard, but I don't know, so much hard work and so much everything. And after the first map, I felt like I couldn't shoot. Like, yeah, my individual is bad, and there's the everything on Twitter with the middle fingers on GiantX. That was funny. But you know what? I beat G2 goes in. GX, I'm gonna see you tomorrow. That's it, okay? And take that.
But I could literally end the interview right here because you said everything I needed to hear,
I'm so
Jade.
sorry,
This
I'm
was
so sorry.
No. This is perfect. No notes. Jade, I think I speak for everyone when I say that I'm just so happy you did not quit, because you got to treat us to the performance we just got to witness. It wasn't an easy victory. They made you fight for it. So let's talk a little bit about the series, as it was such a back and forth, so many trading blows, so many thrifties and heroics. What was going on in the comms for your team? How did you manage to kind of stick it out when things got a little too chaotic?
I mean, we just, you know, a bit of me, a bit of Meneg. We just give the words, okay? Every single game we've had on this bootcamp, we've had in this team, it's about how do we level up more and more every time? How do we get better and better? How do we do more? How do we, like, this was our problem on the first map, okay? We didn't fight, you know? It's fight or flight. We were hiding. Jolina was telling me, like, on this pistol on Defense Lotus, she's like, oh, the breach is going to come behind, or the Cypher going to behind you. I didn't take a decision. I was sitting there, I waited to die. And after this map, I'm like, is it? Is this happening again? Top 4 again. Our roster's better, everything's better, but can we do it? I don't know. And in the end, yes, we can. We took 0 pistols out of 6. I'm sorry, but that is embarrassing, okay, to lose that game. That is embarrassing, but it shows the strength of our team, okay? And we are coming for everything else. I don't care if it's this split, I don't care if it's whatever. Like, this is it. This is what we do everything for. Like, I still feel that I'm probably going to cry after I stop talking again. Like, it's
Please
so
cry.
good, okay?
That is even better
Come on.
content.
Like,
I'd love that.
This is VALORANT Game Changers, okay? And I'm happy to be here.
Well, we're so happy to have you. Now, let's chat a little bit about what's coming up for you. Yes, this is the highest placement for you personally and for SK as a franchise, but it doesn't have to stop there. You are facing off against GiantX, a team that you lost to in week 4, but it looks like you guys have leveled up tremendously since. How do you feel like you're stacking up against them, given what you've seen from them in the playoffs so far?
Look, we're giving everything. I'm sorry, but we're giving everything. These, like... we know the drama, okay? The last time I did this 1 versus 4 on the pistol, I put the fingers to the screen, okay? Spanish fans are trolling me, ha ha ha. Guys, we won more rounds on the series than you last time, okay? We had 8-4 first half 3 times, okay? 3 times. I would like to see this happen again, okay? And Nami wrote to us. Nami, hello, I'm talking to you. You called us bots on Twitter. That is embarrassing. Especially when you lose tomorrow, that will be incredibly embarrassing, okay? We are coming for you. I don't care who you are, okay? I'll see you tomorrow, and it'll be a great game. Nami, I'm talking to you.
That's right.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, if they talk the talk, they gotta walk the walk, and they're gonna show what's up tomorrow. everything in good fun. Jade, you bring the passion, you bring the right spirit. We can't wait to see you and the team back in action tomorrow. But for now, rest up. A well-deserved victory.
Thank you very much.
I loved every single second of this. I'm not gonna lie. It just made my day.
I had some tears in my eyes at the start because I got emotional. I'm like, oh no, we were going to lose that. And then like, she brought in all the energy. Happy to have you, Jade.
If you have someone like that in your comms, like, things cannot possibly go wrong, right? Like, that's the energy you need, that's the hype you need, that's
Should
the
we
spirit.
request the Nami interview for tomorrow now? Does that work for everybody else?
Yeah, I think we have to. I think I'm prepping tonight. Fantastic. Well, listen, she is excited and for good reason. They are keeping themselves alive, continuing the salty lower bracket run. I'm always here for those. And now they're going to face off against GX. How do you guys feel they stacking up against them, given what we've seen from both of these teams so far, starting with you, Inami?
Honestly, after also all that shit talk, I'm excited to see what both teams will be bringing. SK have been like growing and improving day by day. They spoke about the cooking in the bootcamp and preparing even more. I think even on the mental side, they've been doing so well. And also the fact that they are in the lower bracket, coming in from a huge win against G2. This means a lot to them. And that momentum carrying it to the next game can mean a lot.
Right, and tomorrow it's going to be a best of 5. Which team do you feel like has the mental tenacity to pull through something like that?
Ooh, I think it's going to be difficult. I still think the GX for me are the team that have been there and done that many a time. I think they'll probably do better in the best of 5 scenario, but who knows? With the smack talk from Jade, I think anything's possible.
That's right. All of this will age so well. I am here for it. Thank you all so much for watching. It's been an exciting day, but it doesn't stop there. We still have 2 more days of action coming our ways. Tom and Nami, thank you so much for all the insight. And of course, a big up to all of our wonderful casters who joined us throughout the day. For now, it's bye-bye. Make sure to tune in again tomorrow for more. Same place, same time.
I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a moves that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance.